Okay, so that was the song to start off with, and just want to check that I have the right URL here, because, yeah, what I want to do, well, actually, yeah, what I wanted to do was just to share around the link a bit, just in case people want to come and see what's up. So, yeah, I haven't really done that before when I've streamed before. I've just kind of gone live. Also, I normally go on. Okay. Apparently, I got disconnected. Um, am I back? Good question. I wonder if it's the same. Oh, yep. Okay, let me wave, and then I'll see if I wave on stream. I wonder what the delay is. It's pretty long. Oh, that's like a minute. So I guess if anyone sends me like a chat message, there'll be like a minute before I can read it. But yeah. Cool. So there's that, and then I guess I could potentially also just post to um, like Blue Sky. Yeah, I mean, I don't really use much social medias, but I use like Facebook sometimes for connecting with friends, I guess, trying to make friends. But most of the stuff on there is not really public, you know. So in terms of stuff that is public, it's basically just Blue Sky. Um, but yeah, okay. Now I can pay more attention. So yeah, I've been busy lately. So what I've basically been up to for the past like I don't know half a year or whatever. I'm trying. There's a game I want to make. That's gonna be a vegan farming game. But before I actually started coding it, I was doing a bunch of research so that I had like all the right um, content. Like, so I was figuring out which plants I want to use, how do I make it that you can have a balanced diet, and then still get everything you need. Coming up with the mechanics of the game, all that kind of stuff. Then when I was gonna start, okay, I've got it all planned. Let me actually start getting into it now. I was like, well, let me think about maybe making a song for it. And so the thinking was, well, there's going to be different regions in the game eventually if I get there. So the idea is that you can like pick your region, and then the plants that are indigenous to that area will be the ones you have to work with, and it will kind of have like slight bit of survival aspects where the idea is you start off without much, and then you have to go and build and collect and forage. So you can like forage plants and then plant the seeds in land you've prepared to grow more, so you don't have to spend so much time foraging. You can maximize your time. So, and then the idea is, yeah, so the idea for that was coming along, and then I was thinking, well, I think I should probably start off with like Southern Africa as the starting region because that's where I'm from, and so it'll be cool to represent where I'm from, and obviously it's going to be easier because it's like I have access to the stuff around me a bit easier, I guess. Like for example, what are the typical dishes that people like? Because what I would want to have in the game, I'd want to have dishes that people actually eat, but then obviously using plants, not any animal products. But you could have the same dishes, but you replace the ingredients with whatever else you can use. And people do that as well. It's not, even if that's not done as much, maybe lately, but yeah, it is a practice that has been done, or some people do. So that'll be cool. And then I can move on to other regions after that. So um, I'm not too sure where the next region will be because like um, thinking either between like, well, I kind of like wanted to do like a Brazilian region because then you can have like um, a completely different vibe. So it'll be like a whole new continent, whole new plants, and look way different and all that stuff. But at the same time, um, I also thought of maybe it would be a cool idea to have like Palestine be one of the regions, and that could be like a way to help, obviously to be like solidarity, I guess you could say, or whatever, like help people be aware of their culture, especially I guess with the way like some Zionists like to take like Palestinian food and then claim that it's Israeli. So that could be a way to have proper attribution given to the dishes and stuff as well, and also like have a way to have the culture and stuff. So you could have like, so yeah, that's where the idea for the music came in. Is like each different region could have music that is sounds or comes from that region. Um, and yeah, so that's another reason why it's easier for me to start with South Africa as a region because uh, the music is an easier task when it comes to stuff you've been listening to your whole life type stuff. So it's like what's good. Like if I were to listen to music from another place, I can like obviously tell what sounds good to my ear, but I wouldn't be able to tell you like that song's popular or not type thing. Whereas like if I heard a South African song, I could probably figure out if it's going to be popular based on like just the inherent amount of information I've had of like which songs have gone popular over the years, etc., etc. Which is like the only country I've really, maybe you could say to a lesser degree, the USA, because they kind of spread their wings and fly all over the world, um, content or pop culture wise. But yeah, other than that, pretty much only been really able to keep track of that kind of thing in South Africa. So that'll be cool. So yeah, I'm working on the music for that before I actually get into coding. Because once I have the music, then I can listen to it while I'm coding for inspiration. So that was the thinking there. Um, but then the music is taking quite a long time to make because it's also I'm new to it and trying to make it that the songs are stuff that I like and stuff. So yeah, so far the other songs I've made were like I made the one for the Do Not Worry podcast and I made the other one that is really badly mixed, so I don't really play it because like it doesn't sound good. I need to like remix it. But that one was actually the H3 one of their theme songs turned um, into like a more West Asian like Arabic sounding song. And then the other one is the Unmatched Brows one, which was like basically that one was just inspired by like I was listening to like some X Files music. I was like, it would be very cool to have something like spooky with like spooky vibes, you know. But then obviously as I got into the song, as it was coming together, it was like it had kind of like a vibe to it of, I guess, action. I don't know. So um yeah, I don't know. It's hard to describe, but that it just really kind of gave me also like vibes of like class struggle, I guess, but from the working class perspective, maybe that's how I like to imagine it anyway. So that's where I was like, yeah, this would fit well with like um, Luigi Mangione, like the inspiration of him, and the whole concept of there being like how everyone was focused on the eyebrows, like because that was the only part of his face that was unmasked or whatever in the initial photos. And then there was other photos, and then there was they were comparing them, and then they were comparing those to when they actually got arrested, Luigi, and it's like, wow, he um, some people, obviously there's like the cameras might not be the best and stuff, and obviously he still has to go to court, so we don't even know if he is the one who did it, but let's say he was, like there was still this uncertainty around the whether his eyebrows matched. Um, and so yeah, then that was where like the whole conspiracy, spooky X Files vibe came into it because it was like, uh, do the eyebrows match or not? And this whole conspiracy about maybe they don't, so maybe they're unmatched brows, maybe it was somebody else. And but then it's also kind of like a pun because it's also kind of saying like unmatched as in like no one can compare. So it's like those are some fine ass eyebrow type pun. So it's like you can take it whichever way you want, you know. Either they're the greatest eyebrows you've seen, or they don't. There's doubt about whether they were matching. Um, but there was like an idea I had to make a music video for it, and so the idea for the music video was to make it where he was like a modern day messianic type figure who basically had these amazing eyebrows, and his eyebrows were like doing miracles in society. Like they were just so amazing. Um, that that it was like changing the world or whatever, and then um, the powers that be, or actually no, there were going to be aliens. I might still make it, but the idea was to have like aliens being like, oh no, he's going too powerful or something, and then they come and like abduct him or something, and then you can fit like all three of those, like the alien X Files, the conspiracy around the eyebrows, and the eyebrows being unmatched, and it's like all into one neat package with some cool visuals of like how just on the whole meme of Saint Luigi. So that was a cool idea. The thing is like why things might take a long time for me to actually get done as well is because like I do have a full-time day job, so I can only work on the stuff after hours, and some stuff just takes a long time. So it's like if 4 hours a day, and it's going to take you like 40, 50 hours to do, then that's like what, 3 weeks. So um, whereas if you were able to do it like full time, then that will be like 1 week. So I guess yeah, and that's optimistically saying to be working on that much, but maybe not. It depends how motivated, how much other stuff. Because like there's also times when there's more attention, and like I traveled for work a few weeks back, but those types of things, it's not a problem, but it cuts into free time and stuff like that. So yeah, but what I was thinking was I can probably do streaming like on weekends, so that that doesn't interfere with. um, yeah, I can be more predictable because it's like I'm not gonna have to work late or I'm not gonna run out of energy or anything like that, which is a danger on a normal day. Hmm. My internet connection doesn't seem to be super stable. Alright, doesn't seem to be super stable. Alright, be reconnected. Okay, in theory, should be back. Okay, now I'm on the other network, so let's see if that is a little bit more stable. Technically, the signal's weaker, but it's not going through a hop, so maybe it's better for uploads, or I don't know. We'll see. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so yeah, so basically, I think um, it'll be cool to do like um, okay, I can. I think my headphones are charged now. See, I don't have like the most amazing setup and everything as well, so it makes it like kind of difficult to actually do the streaming because I have to like move everything around and everything like that. I want to get like a proper sort of studio vibe setup as well, but uh, yeah, that's just like going to take some time as well. So yeah, basically maybe like once or twice. Like I'm thinking probably like Sundays. Um, yeah, Sundays would probably be like something pretty easy to keep up. So I could have that, and then maybe optionally also do one on Saturdays. And yeah, basically, I don't know, like streaming's fun because it is fun to like share my opinions and give my takes, respond to things and stuff like that. And it's also like I feel like I do have something. I have a interesting or valuable, you could say, perspective. So um, sometimes it's like I kind of wish more people agreed with me, and so I guess one there's not that many ways that you can make that happen, and one of them is to just share what your thoughts are. Because if you don't do that, how are they going to agree with you? They won't even know unless they hear it from somebody else, you know. But if you say it yourself, then you might be the person that they hear it from. And so yeah, basically that's the idea. It's like the more I can like put myself out there and share my thoughts, then the people who are interested in those ideas or even agree with them, if I'm lucky, I guess. But those people might be more interested in, you know, seeing what I have to say about stuff. And yeah, so then the idea is then when I have like other projects that come out, stuff like the game I said I was working on, the music. Then there's also I want to try and make some videos for my main channel as well. Um, so when those come out, then I can talk about them on the stream, I guess, as well. But yeah, so probably work on those types of things in the free time I have during the week, and then I can stream on weekends. Um, so yeah, we'll see how that goes. Next, so I have to kind of juggle things, but also like obviously well, I don't know how obvious it is, but I hope um, it's probably somewhat obvious that I have ADHD. So uh, yeah, like that's another thing where it's like I might change focus from one thing to another based on what is the most interesting at the time. So that's also why I kind of like went on the whole H3 Ethan Klein content nuke side quest, you could say, because that wasn't really the point of getting into streaming. But seeing as I had started, uh, then I was like, you know what? Yeah, let me try react to this whole content nuke thing, and yeah, I think I did a pretty good job. I covered a lot of the lies. I did miss a few, and there was maybe two or three topics that I was out of my depth on. I don't think said anything super incorrectly, but just that there might be more context or more critique from someone else on those topics. But overall, also even like the stuff, a lot of stuff that I covered, other people covered, and then there was some stuff I covered that other people missed. So I was thinking it might be worth it to take like um, all the different responses to the content new and put those together as like a mega debunk video. So when Ethan says something, whoever has the best, whichever of the reactors has the most relevant or strong or factual debunking at the moment, you play their response to it, and you can basically go through every single sentence in the nuke and have it debunked by a few people. So that's something I have in mind to do. But yeah, like I was saying, I do want to also make some stuff for my main channel. Although if I did do that, it would possibly go onto the main channel. I don't know, because yeah, this channel is more for streaming. I've been streaming on it for a while. I did used to stream regularly. Um, I'm in the wrong account. See, maybe I have too many YouTube channels. It's like, but then if you do everything on one channel, there can also be issues with that. But yeah, if I go to my channel, shout out to the one person watching. I think it's my boyfriend. But yeah, I used to do like yeah, these ones with thumbnails were like my original series. So I did like you can see there 39 of those on Minecraft. And then I was like, yeah, let me do a whole intro video for it. But then I quit but doing that series at that time. But that was 3 years ago. So I did 39 episodes of Minecraft. And then I did, before that, um, so 11 episodes, or 11, but these ones, mm, kind of about the same. So yeah, I did 11 episodes of Big Pharma, which is like this game where you make medicine. And then I also had a whole bunch of magic things. Started off doing magic. Um, so I did the tutorial of magic with all the different colors. First deck, so I created like a free to play account just to stream on. And then I had my other account that I had spent a little bit of money in. That's my main account. Um, so sometimes I'd stream from my main account and sometimes the free to play account, depending. But the main accounts had like obviously better cards. And then yeah, but yeah, so that was like basically what I did for a while. Um, and then I took a break for like 3 years, and then yeah, I've just started now again. So yeah, 79 videos. So um, my goal is to get as many subscribers as videos. We'll see if we can get there. But so far, we're going the other way because this will be another. Although I have 13, so I feel like that's higher. So if you're a new subscriber, hello, thank you. And if you get bored of me, that's cool. But hopefully, I can be more interesting. So yeah, this is the idea: is to put the streams on this channel, and then edited proper videos on the main channel. And then when I learn how to animate, then I'm going to be putting stuff on that spectrology channel. And then this is the music channel. So, yeah. And then there's also the Do Not Worry podcast clips channel. I don't know if it'll come up in a search, because like this account. But if I go to podcast, yeah, so I can just type it in here because I know what the URL is. I'm like, how do I get to this page via links? So it's hard, but yeah, so recently, this is also something that I've been doing, which is to make clips of the segments of the Do Not Worry podcast. And also, it's been fun to be able to like clip segments where they talk about Ethan and post them on like the H3 Snark Reddit subreddit, to help spread the news whenever the Do Not Worry podcast covers the topic, to help get it out there. And so that has been something that's been taking up time, but then so I am a bit behind now because that's like episode 159 there. And they're on like 161, 162 now. So I don't know, I'm a bit behind, but that's the thing, is like also I'm trying to do my own stuff as well. And so when I'm trying to juggle like doing my own stuff and work, gets intense, and the podcast, then it gets hard to do all of them. If I just had to do 2 out of the 3. But this dude is a menace to society. But I wanted to just see because oh yeah, they covered like, yeah, they were talking about the Do Not Worry podcast in this latest episode of H3 again. And Ethan, like, he refuses to like actually mention the Do Not Worry podcast by name. So I mean, they're on screen, but every time Ethan's reacted to Anthony, like when Anthony said something on the Arabs podcast, then Ethan responds to that. He would never actually call Anthony out by name or say the Do Not Worry podcast or anything like that. So I don't know if Ethan's worried about like giving them clout or something, but he's scared of like saying their name apparently.
Who's like cool and reasonable, and he's anti-genocide and he's a humanitarian. He's a really good, cool guy. Let's hear what he has to say. By the way, another Hassan Orbiter. He watched his videos. He loves all of them. You got no problem with any of these people.
Okay, I don't know. My YouTube seems to have frozen there for a bit, but it's absolutely ridiculous to call Anthony a sun orbiter. Holy crap! Like the Do Not Worry podcast was inspired by Ethan, and yes, Anthony is a fan of Hassan, but I think he was a fan of Ethan before Hassan, and so you could say, if anything, he's been an H3 orbiter, um, and yes, Hassan did sort of cover one of his tweets, I think, um, and maybe mention him one other time, but basically, I don't think Hassan's really like properly like given Anthony much attention at all, and Anthony hasn't really tried to get attention from Hassan because like even whenever they cover the topic, they've kind of just been talking about Ethan because that's what's relevant. Because like he used to call himself the Lebanese Ethan Klein. It's what they modeled their podcast to try and be like a crew that talks about stuff chilled. Like that whole format was inspired by, amongst others, but the H3 podcast. So yeah, it's kind of ridiculous to call him a Hassan orbiter. It's kind of like anyone who is defending Hassan or is criticizing Ethan now is, Ethan's trying to make it a him versus Hassan battle and not just like everyone even people who were fans of Ethan, like being like, no, yeah, it's wild. Is this gonna actually unfreeze? I mean, I need to also finish the circle I'm building. But I wanted to have a look at what he said about Anthony in here. As far as I remember, I was messing this up last time. Okay, what the hell is happening with my Firefox? I mean, it's interesting. I guess I'll just talk about. It's interesting how. Wait, did Ethan agree to debate his son now? I feel like I heard that.
I saw a comment refer to this guy as Millhouse. That's it. That's who he is. He's absolutely Millhouse. Bro, I don't.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe like 2x is too fast. Let's see.
Don't even tell. I don't care what your name is. You're Millhouse.
Let's just go with it. He's Millhouse from now on.
That's it.
That's fine.
He has the biggest Millhouse energy.
Thank you so much. Like,
the real
come
house,
on, bro.
Real ho.
Anthony.
You would much rather spend your time going after someone who is actually considering genuinely going to Gaza. You would much rather spend your time going after someone who is.
Bro, I don't.
Who are they calling Millhouse energy?
Don't even tell. I don't care what your name is. You're Millhouse.
Let's just go with it. He's Millhouse from now on.
He's absolutely no. He loves all of them. He got no problem with any of these people. Name guy.
Oh,
the guy whose name
started talking about it before the chapter
Oh
starts.
God.
Is this the crew doing a bad job on purpose?
Yeah.
This
But
resistance?
I don't believe he's changed. I mean, if you watch him and you see how angry he is, it's not. It's like people just treat it like it's cute, but he really has a crazy anger problem.
Who?
Let's see.
Look, it's drama baiting.
Oh God.
We can assume if Ethan's saying
The
that
no-name
it's not
guy?
true.
The guy whose name who keeps saying "say my name," but he won't tell us what his name is.
Yeah. I just
What do you
can't,
mean?
I don't know. I can't be bothered.
Well, I saw a
It's
clip that was so nuts that I just had to share it.
It's Anthony Saga on Ethan. Do Not Worry podcast. What do you mean he doesn't tell you what his name is? You just keep pausing and never actually letting people finish when they're actually speaking. That's what.
What's your name?
This is the guy who's like cool and reasonable, and he's anti-genocide and he's a humanitarian.
Okay, he is cool, but like, This is the guy who's. Nobody, no offense, but like, no one, it's not a known entity. Like, they're popping off now. Since Ethan's crash out, they've like doubled in subscribers because it's a really good podcast, and they covered the Ethan thing because Ethan went after the Arabs podcast, and that kind of brought them into this whole thing. But he's acting like this guy's known to be like this cool guy. Like he's whoever he is. Like he's cool, but he doesn't have like this reputation the way he's making it sound.
He's a really good, cool guy.
I mean, he probably looked at his Instagram and he was like, "Damn, this guy's cool," and that's just the way he thinks of him now.
Let's hear what he has to say. By the way, another Hassan orbiter. He watched his videos. You know, he loves all of them. He got no problem with any of these people.
I saw a comment refer to this guy as Millhouse.
That's it. That's who he is. He's an absolute.
Oh, so they are saying Anthony has Millhouse energy. What the hell, bro? That can't be true. What is? I don't know much. I don't know enough about Millhouse to know. Great. Now I'm curious. See, this is the issue when you have both ADHD and you're autistic. It's like your curiosity keeps taking you on side quests. Okay, the best moments of Millhouse. This better not be like.
Which kind of sprinkler do you like? The one that goes like this? Or the one that goes like this? Oh, and there's this one. I'm telling you, I didn't do anything.
I don't care. The only thing that's over is that transmission.
Is this the untimely end of Millhouse?
But Millhouse is my name.
But I thought I was the only one.
A pain I know all too well.
Bart! I need my glasses. Ah, nice doggy.
Wait, where'd he go?
Over here, my friends. Or is it over? Oh, I shouldn't have said that. Millhouse has Boomstorm. This is great. And all I've done is enter my name. Thrill House. I have nothing to offer you but my love.
I specifically...
Okay, I don't know. I to be completely honest here, I didn't really watch The Simpsons, so from that, all I can tell is like, yeah, he wears glasses. Anthony wears glasses. That's about the only type thing that seems in common. But anyway,
Absolutely Millhouse.
if anyone knows, they can let me know. Like, why would Anthony have Millhouse energy, or what makes Millhouse? Is it bad to be to? Because none of the stuff I saw was like bad. Like, he seemed like a pretty cool dude. He had like a really cool video game, and you know, I don't know. Maybe he's a nerd. So is that bad now? I don't know.
Bro, I don't even tell him. I don't care what your name is. You're Millhouse.
Let's just go with it. He's Millhouse from
Yeah,
now on.
that's it.
That's fine.
He has the biggest Millhouse energy.
Thank you so much. Like,
The real house.
Come on, bro.
Real ho.
Do not understand.
You would much rather spend your time going after someone who is actually considering genuinely going to Gaza?
That is a big deal. I should rethink my criticism of Hassan. There's that really funny meme I posted. Can you pull it? Of like him looking out of a window.
Love it.
If you posted it, probably wasn't a really funny meme.
It's from the subreddit. Don't insult our fans.
It was very funny then.
It's a considering going to Gaza meme.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
So this is insane, but enjoy it, guys. Okay.
Oh, there. I'm trying to see what my audio levels are like. It's kind of impossible to know, really. Oh, there. I'm trying to see what my audio levels are like. I need to hear the actual video playing, I guess. Really. Oh,
The best thing to come out of this.
Wait, is this his thing? FT? Like,
Okay, let's wait for that. What my audio levels are like. I need to hear the actual video playing, I guess. There's like 3 of me.
The best thing to come out of this.
wait, is this his thing? FT? Like,
Okay, let's wait for that. What my audio? Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like maybe it's a little loud compared to my voice. I don't know. Otherwise, it's pretty close, I guess. Okay. Whoops. Ah.
Colin. He's doing like a parody of our.
What is this?
Dude, bro, you are in deep.
Wait, what is that?
Oh, no,
Honestly-
that's a fan, I think, called Fupa Troopa or something. I think that's their.
Okay, I muted myself for a second. I was gonna say there's like a whole bunch of birds and stuff outside, so it's probably something that might be annoying. I can try to mute when I'm not talking.
Mark.
Oh, the
They-
person who edited the
Person
video.
who
Yes,
put
that's what I
Right.
Okay.
Shout out. We love you. Fupa Troopers, line up. Stand back and stand by.
Is just watching all of these Israelis panicking at the airport, running for their lives, being afraid. I'm not gonna lie. You guys don't have to stand by what I'm saying. This.
Hold on, start over. I
This
feel like we need full focus on this.
Oh, okay. I think I know what clip they're talking about.
2 minutes, but it's worth watching all of
Yeah.
it. This is Hassan's friend. This is the guy who's apparently. Oh yeah, he's with Frogan. He's friends with Frogan. He's been on the show, and every.
Okay, I think it would be cool to be called a friend by Hassan. That's a bit far. I don't know if he's friends with Frogan or not, but like, I'm pretty sure like just being mentioned by Hassan is something that he's stoked about. Like, they're not like, they don't private message each other or anything. Like I was saying, Hassan hasn't really given him much attention, so yeah, they're not friends. Maybe comrades, both pro-Palestinian.
Everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently, even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork.
But surprisingly, a lot of outlets are being honest.
Oh, so is it the fact that Millhouse is like a nerd? So Ethan just likes being a bully now. Is that it? I mean, I think glasses make someone look cool. Are we supposed to be? What is then Ethan's giving off what, like Bart Simpson energy? Is that supposed to be better? I don't know.
About what this was. The best thing to come out of this, honestly, is just watching all of these Israelis panicking at the airport, running for their lives, being afraid. I'm not gonna lie. You guys don't have to stand by what I'm saying. This what I'm about to say, folks, only represents me. The interns have nothing to do with this. I don't think enough rockets were fired at Israel. Not enough drones. Okay.
So awesome.
Okay, so I know Ethan's gonna fucking overreact to that, but let me just say, the genocide didn't get ended by the rockets being fired. And so we always have to keep in mind who the aggressor in the situation is, the one doing the genocide. So if more rockets could have ended the genocide quicker, and then less people die overall, that's a good thing, right? But apparently, I'm guessing Ethan's gonna go freak out now, because, oh, they fired rockets. Won't someone think of the poor people that were being fired at? The people that are keeping the ones firing the rockets in a concentration camp, right? We need to worry about the prison guards. I think that's what Ethan wants us to do.
Bro, how are you gonna complain about the IDF airstrikes? Like, awesome, bro. Yeah, keep shooting rockets.
Well, like to start off with, so when they send rockets, it's normally at like military targets to start off with, or some strategically relevant target. Secondly, they often don't actually hit anything. They might fire like 20 rockets and only like one actually hits, or none of them hits, or whatever. So when Israel's airstriking and stuff. There's no Iron Dome stopping Israel's missiles. And also Israel packs them with huge explosives and then targets either random or just straight up at civilians. So that's like what Israel does, right? So yeah, compared to that, just firing less in number, less in power, and less in impact rockets at military targets. But no, we need to be worried about the ones firing bunker busters at civilian apartments. Those are the people who you can't equate the two. Like, but we're supposed to. Ethan's like, oh, how can you criticize Israel if you think they should have sent more rockets? It's like, bro, how out of touch are you, dude? Israel shouldn't have sent any at all, and if Israel hadn't sent any bombs, then there wouldn't have been any rockets fired at them. So this is just victim blaming once again. Oh no.
I live in Lebanon. The horrors we've seen here and the horrors I've been watching on my phone for the past 6 or 7 months of what Israel...
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Israelis are looking at horrors too, buddy. You're not the only one.
What the hell, Ethan? Okay, so what horrors are the Israelis looking at in the recent months? That's what Anthony said, recent months, right? Are Israelis continuously going back to look at old stuff that happened, like stuff that happened on October 7, and also which may have been done by the Hannibal director, we don't know, but are they re-traumatizing themselves over and over with that old stuff? Because Anthony's talking about the new stuff happening, you know. What new stuff? Apart from October 7, what supposed horrors are we talking about? The Israelis that are literally invading other people's land, walking into ambushes? Because that's not a horror. You know what I'm saying? There's no horrors. There's only one side doing horrors. It's not the Palestinian side. So, what is Ethan saying that the Israelis are looking at the horrors that they're doing? Because he's making it sound like they're the victims of horrors, but they're not. If you go and invade someone's land, blow up everything, steal their house, and then happen to walk into an ambush because the people who lived there didn't want you to be there, that's on you. You just shouldn't have been there to start with. You were trying to steal land, and someone stopped you. That's the person stopping you has the moral high ground there, because they didn't come, you know. And even if we were to look at October 7, the whole state of Israel is illegitimate and shouldn't be there, and is on occupied territory and is stolen land. So yeah, I don't want to get back into the whole thing of the horrors, but it's Ethan makes it sound like they're equitable and they're not. Like, let's say, for argument's sake, worst possible scenario, everyone on October 7 who was a victim in the worst possible way. That still pales in comparison to what the horrors Israel has done to Palestinians and Lebanese people. Pales in comparison. Like, is it like 1%? Is it less? It's probably less than 1%. So, again, let's give Ethan the benefit of the doubt for a second and say that there are these horrors, which I am not hearing about, or are they referring to the old ones and not the ones that are new, like Anthony's talking about? But still, you know, even if there were those, there would still be like 1 or less than 1% of the horrors that Israel is doing, and arguably when it's being done to them to try and stop them, even if, like, I'm not saying everything done is okay, but, you know, fighting back is definitely okay. And being like they didn't fight back properly is like victim blaming, because if they ended the apartheid state, they wouldn't also end fighting back. So you can't complain about the way people are fighting back when you're putting them in a position to need to fight back in the first place.
Okay.
But guess what? You'll never find me saying something like this.
Of course not.
Yet, I'm a terrorist.
But yet saying.
Yes, either you are a terrorist. You should want to end the apartheid, and that's essentially what I was saying, what Anthony's saying about more rockets would have ended the genocide sooner. And we're trying to end the apartheid sooner. The apartheid is a terrorist organ, so it's like saying that when the ANC was fighting against the apartheid, they should have, attacked more apartheid police officers or whatever, and stopped it sooner. You're not saying a bad thing when you say that. It goes as fast as it can, but there's nothing wrong with wishing for things to happen faster. And again, it's on the people doing the apartheid to end it. They're the ones with the power, and they can end it immediately. By not ending it, they are getting what's coming, When Nazi Germany was trying to implement an apartheid, they got what was coming to them. And we get taught that that's how things should be, that it's fine to resist apartheid, so we shouldn't make an exception for Israel.
Talking like this is celebrated.
Yeah.
It's like awesome. No criticism for him.
Israelis are doing to Palestinians. At this point, I feel no sympathy for these people, for this country. Obviously, no one wants to see innocent people dying or get hurt.
To an extent, yeah.
But I question how many innocent people exist in Israel. The more and more I hear these fuckers talk, and I see their posts on social media, and the fact that the majority of the Israeli population doesn't believe that the IDF is using sufficient force against the Palestinians in Gaza. These people...
Like, obviously, the children would be innocent in Israel. But at this point, if you're not openly speaking against it, then you're complicit, right? And the amount of people speaking against it is a minority.
I think that. Okay, whatever. But yeah, he says there's no innocence in Israel.
Are fucking devils. And seeing them...
The dehumanizing language is so alarming.
Hey, guys.
But he didn't say there's no innocence, because he literally just said, like 5 seconds ago, he said, obviously nobody wants innocent civilians to die, and he said it's hard to tell if there's an innocent Israeli. He didn't just say outright that none of them are, that they're all not innocent. He just said it's hard to find the innocent ones. Right?
Guys, I'm the devil. Like, it's really hard to listen to.
It's really disgusting.
Wants to see innocent people dying or get hurt.
To an extent, yeah.
But I question how many innocent people exist in Israel. The more and more I hear these fuckers talk, and
I question how many innocent people exist in Israel. Like, that's not saying there's zero. That you're asking the question, right? You're not. He's not implying the answer zero. The answer could be low. Like, I think there is an implication that it's a low number, but I think you're reaching a bit to say that he meant the number zero. That's not what he said, and he could have said that if he wanted to, but he didn't.
See this post on social media, and the fact that the majority of the Israeli population doesn't believe that the IDF is using sufficient force against the Palestinians in Gaza. These people...
I don't think that. Okay, whatever. But yeah, he says there's no...
So Ethan's in what, the one of the 30% that, or what was it? There was like 20% that thought it was too much, and then like 40% or something that thought it was the right amount, and then like 30% thought it was not enough. I don't know.
Innocence in Israel.
Are fucking devils. And seeing them...
The dehumanizing language is so alarming.
Hey, guys, I'm the devil.
He goes, these people...
Well, it's like when people talk about like punching a Nazi, or like people say things like Nazi lives don't matter, or that's the type of rhetoric we're talking about. We're not talking about dehumanizing somebody based on who they are. You're talking about someone being dehumanized based on their own choice to become like a fascist, right? So if someone becomes a fascist, becomes a Nazi, becomes a Zionist, fascist, Nazism and Zionism are just types of fascism. But yeah, as a society, we can't really tolerate that, right? That's a worldview that sees other humans as less based on their race or ethnicity. So we're trying to not tolerate a small amount or a subsect of the people, not based on anything inherent to their identity, but based on their choice and their ideology and their actions. By being Zionists, they're choosing to perform things like colonialism, genocide, etc., theft of land. So that's where their humanity gets lost, not in the fact that we need to take a normal human and try to cast them as somehow inferior. Rather, we're pointing out the actions a human has done, lining up with that human having thrown away their own humanity. Like, if you go on a raid into someone's house, you arrest like someone's parents, and you're like seemingly totally fine with that. It's like you've kind of lost your humanity there. So that's why when we talk about like fascists or whatever, like not having humanity, or it's not because they are who they are makes them. It's not based on their identity. It's not based on something about them like their race or religion or gender. It's based on their choice of actions, and the actions they're choosing being ones of outright harm. So it's the paradox of tolerance. If you don't have intolerance towards intolerance, then they end up destroying the ability for you to have tolerance at all.
People are
He's
devils.
talking about me.
I mean, this is straight up like Nazi dehumanization. Like, this is extermination talk. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, doing.
No, because the Nazis were talking about the Jewish people, and Anthony's talking about the IDF and Zionists, not Jewish people. So it's absolutely nothing like. This is closer to being like Nazi lives don't matter. It's not at all got to do with typecasting specific races or religions as somehow less than. It's purely based on actions. It's the same energy for against any imperialism, US imperialism. Anthony has the same energy against as he does against Zionist imperialism.
Anything you want to these people. They're devils. They're irredeemable.
Insufficient force.
No, they're not irredeemable, but in terms of like the IDF soldiers and stuff, again, they can end the apartheid. They can quit being in the apartheid colonial force. So by not doing that, they're making themselves a target. No one's saying you can do anything to them. What we're saying is they're positioning themselves in between people's liberation and those people. So in order to get to liberation, you've got to go through the IDF, right? If the IDF disbanded and the state of Israel was abolished and the apartheid state was abolished, and you had a state where everyone had equal rights, then there wouldn't be anything to fight against.
Against the Palestinians in Gaza. These people are fucking devils, and seeing them run for their lives in fear gives me some kind of joy that is hard to describe. It tastes
satisfaction,
so,
yeah.
it tastes so nice. It's so.
You sound pretty sick, bro.
Honestly, this video.
This is so out of touch for them to say that it sounds sick, because we're literally talking about Israel tasting like the tiniest amounts of their own medicine. And so obviously the people who have been bombed through fearing for their own lives, like Anthony lives in Lebanon. Lebanon was being bombed. I think one of the people in the crew lives in an area that was getting bombed. And so this isn't random, like Ethan's sitting safe and pretty in the USA No one near him's getting bombed. He can just share his opinions. Anthony literally afraid that a bomb would kill him himself. When Israel blew up the ports in Beirut, it did nearly kill him. So Israel's already almost killed him once with bombs. Now they're bombing Lebanon again. So he's afraid for his life and all that stuff. Then again, it's about proportionality and about who's doing what. Israel began the fight. They began invading Lebanon. They began the genocide in Gaza, which people like Hezbollah were standing in solidarity with, trying to stop Israel with some of the various attacks that they did. So Israel is again the aggressor and the one doing so much more violence that when they get to taste a bit of their own medicine, the satisfaction doesn't come from wanting them to be hurt. The satisfaction doesn't come from enjoying people suffering or being afraid. The satisfaction Anthony's talking about comes from the hope that maybe they'll stop doing what they're doing now that they've been able to taste what it's like themselves. That's why it feels good, because it feels like for once they get to feel what it's like to be on the other end. There's a small chance they're going to be less keen to do this to other people now. And yes, there's a bit of justice in people allowing their government in huge numbers to do things to other nations in the area and with attacking civilians in those areas. And then when there's a response aimed at military targets, if a civilian gets hurt, again, proportionality, look at the numbers. Look at Israel trying to bomb and destroy every single town in southern Lebanon and destroy all the homes there. And, essentially committing genocide in Lebanon. So, it's like if we have the apartheid in South Africa and, Nelson Mandela is trying to fight against it and he, organizes an operation where they take over a police station and take the police their hostage or whatever. People are going to celebrate that victory because it's a victory against the oppressors, against the ones doing the apartheid.
It makes my blood boil. It's really hard to listen to.
It's really disgusting. And once again, this is the guy.
I have a feeling what's disgusting or making their blood boil is just an Arab speaking, honestly. Nothing he's saying should be making their blood boil if they were honest about Israel being the aggressor in all these scenarios. It's like you have the Hulk, just absolutely beating up someone relatively small, like Agent Coulson or some shit, I don't know. And then Agent Coulson finally gets one punch in that knocks the Hulk on his feet. It's like people root for the underdogs, you know what I'm saying? Why would we cheer on the one with the might of the US empire attacking civilians? We're not going to cheer on anything they're doing. They're doing the bad things. But we might cheer on someone fighting back against that. And that's perfectly normal and shouldn't be boiling anybody's blood. Unless you want them to not exist, which is what Israel is trying to achieve, or at least for them to exist in a second-class state, then maybe it boils your blood that they're not there yet. They're not yet in your apartheid. They're still free and have self-determination as a Lebanese people. Maybe that's what's boiling the blood. I don't know.
And people like him who are the moral arbiters of the left currently.
Blood boiling?
These are the people that look at us with this
It's like Anthony doesn't even claim to be a political commentator, right? He says every time he's not a political commentator. He just talks about random stuff, and they only got into politics when it became real, when Lebanon started getting bombed and Ethan started coming off the Palestinian supporters. on Twitch and stuff. Like that's the heights of him getting into politics, and then obviously covering like you're gonna cover like Trump or whatever, the U.S. elections and stuff like that, obviously, but he's not a political commentator per se, and I'd say he's definitely a progressive, but you know, I don't know. I feel like I can't be sure, but I feel like from what I've watched so far, that he would not necessarily even consider himself as far to the left as her son, and like I consider her son to be like too far to the right. You know, much too far to the right. I still support him, but I would also wish there was someone to take his place who was further left than him. So yeah, this guy being, if he wants a moral arbiter for the right, or sorry, for the left, then I don't mind being that. Based on my extensive research into the philosophy of ethics and morality, I might be able to be an arbiter to some degree. Not that I have any right to, but if we wanted one, if you need somebody to decide if something's left or not, I feel like I'm pretty good at telling, because it's logical to some degree and things have to fit together. And so like if you have a society without markets, without money, without property ownership, it doesn't make sense to have a government, because the government would be there to regulate the market, to keep track of who owns what, to do all that. So once you have no longer a need for the government, it doesn't make sense to have one. So from that sort of logical point of view, you can deduce that it's further, you could say it's further to the left to say to not have a government than to have one, because there's a logical contradiction in there being a government, especially if your goal is like to have egalitarian and equitable supply and distribution and stuff. Then you know you're gonna have options of doing that that are way more better than others. And yeah, so something like a social democracy, that's kind of the vibe I would get from Anthony, but I'm happy to be proven wrong. We'll see, because I think he might respond to this in the coming episode as well. So we'll see if he says anything about that. But again, like in terms of positioning, yeah, I think you have to be like into politics and philosophy as a baseline to even start to begin to be someone to be accused of being an arbiter, you know, like, because those are the people who are actually into politics and actually are trying to make sense of it all and to determine who is and who isn't what to me. That's not what Anthony's doing, right? Is that making sense? How he's like essentially like the role of maybe a reporter in doing journalism type reporting on things type situation, as opposed to the person like creating the news via the activism type situation, which would be someone who would actually be like self-identifying, or at least someone I would say is leftist. You got to start from the position of wanting at least to get rid of money in society. Now, some people do want that think that you need to do certain things before you try doing that whole thing together. Like, you could have a farm, and on your farm you could be growing your own food, and you could make everything, and you could not have money involved in your life and have self-sustainable. So in theory, to me it seems like that's something that you could do like today. If you had like a bunch of friends willing to do it with you, you could all pitch in and do it like today. But other people think in order to get rid of money, you require a whole bunch of other steps, like the government, changing to a different form of government and all this stuff. I argued with someone about it in was No Comment Chicks chat, actually, where we're arguing about the transition phase between capitalism and socialism, because I was saying you transition it by doing the full thing in a small place, small areas. The full model in tiny areas, like one commune, one farm, one factory, one community, but then you network those together and you have enough of them that network together to start building a new economy, supply chains, supply and distribution, all that stuff. And it might take a long time to get it all going, but essentially once you've moved on to that economic model, you're doing all that, you don't have any need to go back to doing things on capitalist ways of doing things. So to me, it's simple is to just get small areas started that are like that and grow them and connect them. And as you grow them, you're transitioning to full communism. When you go from having 10 connected farms that aren't using money and are producing things based on need, not based on markets or profit or anything. You have 10 of those, and then you go to having 20 of those. You now have increased how much socialism or communism is being done. You've doubled how much of it's being done. And there's only so many people in the world, so eventually if you keep going, it becomes a thing the whole world is doing. So to me, that is the transition. That's the way to transition. Whatever else is happening, whatever the other political models, is kind of irrelevant to some degree, because that's your main plan. Now, on the side quest, there might be things like, oh, a social democracy is easier to build these kinds of communes and stuff in, and to have farms or factories that are worker owned, producing not for profit. Like, to get that all arranged and connected might be easier to do in a social democracy than in something that would be like far right, like fascist or anti-union, like might see what you're doing as akin to being like a union and go after you for that. So on the side quest, you might have activism just to get into a fertile ground. But the idea that you have to go to like a Marxist-Leninist model in order for the ground to be fertile is ridiculous. Because a social democracy, and even to some degree neoliberalism, and even to some degree like the Chinese model, are all ones where that type of get a farm with your friends and make your own food and become self-sufficient is not going to be seen as illegal by the state. In now neoliberalism, you'll have the hardest time because you know, they might be on the lookout for charities or I don't know, but social democracy and the Chinese model, you know, they're not going to be like, this is terrible, there's people farming and growing their own food, send the police. Like, no, you have to become a large enough force to carry some power and weight to change things before you actually need to be taken seriously, you know. So so I don't think the transition needs to be through a different model of governance. I think the transition is through how much places are already doing the full thing, starting at the small and increasing from there. Yeah, that was all to say that, like, to me, from my perspective, obviously some people might disagree, but from my perspective, that idea of doing the full thing now in a smaller area than growing it, rather than having a transitionary government step first, if you want to start doing it, the whole thing now, without necessarily bothering with the government model, that to me makes you further left, right? So some people might not agree, but yeah, to me that seems to be the consistent opinion. And you get into like the post-structural leftism, whereas as far as I know, Marxism has tried to get, there is strains of Marxism that get post-structural, but they get anarchist in the process. So I don't think you get a post-structural state-based Marxist-Leninist ideology, at least. And so I feel like if you're getting into post-structuralism, that could be described as being further left than whatever stuff that still has a government or a market or whatever would have. Yeah.
Smug, smiling like, oh, you ignorant. If only you were smarter and more educated.
It's even worse than that.
You too would have a watermelon in your bio.
It's more like, I want to grab your kids by their ankles and slam them into a tree.
Whoa. Okay, wait. I wasn't prepared for Ethan to get so violent. Okay, wait. What? I'm struggling to process what he said. Because what Ela was saying kind of made sense, right? Not like I agree with it, but it didn't seem that wild.
Who are the moral arbiters of the left currently.
Blood boiling?
Okay,
These
we
are
got
the
onto
people that look
It's
at us
me.
with this like smug, smiling like, oh, you ignorant. If only
That is actually wrong. No one. We're talking about liberal Zionists, basically. No one looks at them smugly thinking, if only you knew better, you'd have a watermelon. I feel like that's projection. That is like the liberal ideology, right? Because, no, you either like upset with the person for not being... They know, they claimed it's Hassan's fault, but they know that their fallen fans or whatever have called them out like a lot lately. So I don't know what she's going on about, because they know, right?
you were smarter and more educated.
They know that's not the criticism coming from the left. They know, because they're being called out currently by leftists, and it's not saying if only you knew better, you'd have a watermelon. No, it's you are actively lying in favor of defense of an apartheid state. That's the criticism being made. Not that if you only knew better, you'd have a watermelon. No, you're active. It's not about knowing better or not. Like, you know enough. That's the crux of it. They know enough. Ethan lived there for 5 years. Ela was born there and lived there in her childhood. When you live in an apartheid state, you are getting all the information you need about apartheid from the state you're in and how it's working. And now, people who have left it and are able to detangle from potential like censorship or propaganda on that end as hard, you have an even clearer idea. You can look back and see all of the apartheidness that you had been in.
It's even worse than that.
You too would have a watermelon in.
So yeah, the criticism isn't like you need to have a watermelon. The criticism is you need to apologize for promoting like IDF talking points, for participating in war crimes and not apologizing. Yeah. They can't say moral arbiters of the left and then go straight to these are the people criticizing us saying we need to have watermelons in our bio if we knew better, because we think they already know. That's why it's so egregious, that they already know. Ethan has claimed many times before that he knows it's an apartheid state. That's the problem. Not that if they only knew, that they already know, but they're picking the side of the apartheid.
Your bio.
It's more like, I want to grab your kids by their ankles and slam them into a tree. Energy.
Is that like a reference to Milhouse from Bart Simpson? I'm really trying to figure out where Ethan gets this idea that... Is this Islamophobia? Who... slamming children against a tree? Man. Ethan's brain is in a dark place.
Oh, good. You know what I'm saying? Let's watch these fuckers. Fucking coward.
I remember when this happened, when the war started breaking out.
And again, who do you think is leaving here in the airport? It's not going to be people who are born in Israel. It's not going to be Arabic Jewish people. It's going to be people who moved there from other places in the world, mostly the USA, so they can go back because they have another home. So when we're calling these people cowards, it's because they come to the apartheid to do the settler colonialism, participate in it, and they're fine with it. But then when they get to taste a little bit of taste of their own medicine and realize that it's not just, it's like, oh,
A bunch of people, like, I guess.
yeah. So when we call these people cowards, it's because it's like the act of colonism requires war. It requires violence, right? And when the people fight back, that's when you realize that it's not a case where it just happens automatically. You just, like, that's kind of the case where it comes to, like, animal products, like the meat industry, is it just happens automatically. You don't have to go and kill the animal yourself, right? So, but now when it comes to settler colonialism, they're not getting that same convenience. They're going to have to go and actually kill or be threatened physically for what they're doing without it happening in the distance by someone else. So they're fine to participate when other people are doing the fighting, but when they get impacted and when it impacts their lives, that's when they want to bail. And that is kind of cowardly. And, you know, if you're not someone who wants to fight, then just own it and be like, yeah, I was a coward in that moment and I left. And that's fine.
People who had like a citizenship somewhere else, a lot probably went to England, to the US, Canada, whatever. Obviously, a tiny fucking percent of the population. But, and I think it's like this anywhere. I mean, you could say the same thing in Lebanon. I'm pretty sure when the war started, the airport there was probably fucking full up too.
Yeah.
So go.
Yeah, because there's probably people in Lebanon who are also cowards. You know? But the difference is, when people in Lebanon were leaving, they were leaving because the apartheid state of Israel was beginning its genocide in Lebanon. These people are leaving because the apartheid state of Israel got a little bit of pushback. So keep it into perspective why the actual need to leave is happening, right? They're not just equal things. Oh, but the airport in Lebanon. Okay, but Lebanon didn't create an apartheid state. Lebanon didn't start invading its neighbors. So even if they did have cowards, like, that's not something necessarily to make fun of, because they're not literally going and trying to steal land and then being a coward afterwards.
If this is the promised land, why would they be leaving it? Because it's just a fucking country like anything else, bro.
So now it's just a country. So then if it is just a country, then it's okay for it to end and then for there to be one state solution, right, Ethan? If it's just a country, like any other country, and other countries have political reasons to form or create or merge or disband, then that's fine if it happens to Israel too. If it gets abolished, that's fine, because it's just a country. Ethan said it himself.
Why are people leaving Lebanon? Do they want Lebanon to disappear or something? It's so stupid.
Well, the people leaving Lebanon would be the ones who probably were not phased with whether it existed or not, let's be honest. The ones who stayed would have been the ones who fought. And that's the same case for Israelis. The ones leaving are the ones who didn't want to fight. That's where the term coward is being used. It's the people that don't want to fight leaving, right? The difference is these people, their government has been fighting on their behalf, and they are now having to suffer the consequences from that, whereas the Lebanese government wasn't invading Israel, and so they just randomly were being attacked, and some of the people were obviously cowards and left. But look at what happened on the border. So if you're trying to say Lebanese people in general are cowards, then that's just objectively false, because they got stopped from invading in the southern border by Lebanese people. So there's definitely enough Lebanese people who aren't cowards to stop Israel from invading.
Go back. It tastes so nice. It's so good. You
It
know
doesn't even
what
look that chaotic. It just looks like a busy day at the
people
airport.
in the airport.
Yeah.
I'm saying? This is why these fuckers.
That looks like every day at LAX.
But it doesn't need to be chaotic. The satisfaction is that they tasted some of their own medicine. They don't have to additionally be like in chaos. The idea is for the apartheid to end. So the people leaving means there's less settlers, there's less momentum, there's less westernized forces, there's less people trying to steal land there, which is cool. You know? So when they leave, it's progress towards the apartheid ending. So that's something to be excited about. When people leave Lebanon, that's not anything to be excited about because it just reminds you why they're leaving. If you get reminded why the people in Israel are leaving, then that's a good thing because they're leaving from being in an apartheid state. They don't want to participate in it anymore because it got too real for them. When we think about why they're leaving, it's a good thing for them that they're leaving because something positive was happening and they were participating in something negative. And so in the other case, you have people doing nothing, positively living, something negative happens to them.
Fucking cowards. Go back.
Go back to your country.
Go back to New Jersey, motherfuckers.
Go back to Boston.
Quit شرموطة واحد man.
It's cursing them.
Real? Oh, streams. Music to my ears. Oh, whoa.
Honestly, I can't listen to this. I can't listen.
I mean, if you've personally been a victim of Israeli terror, like I was saying, it's satisfying when the person being the bully has a moment of like where they bleed or whatever, like, you know, gods can bleed or whatever, like they're not these unbreakable forces. Like it's more about wanting the entire thing to end. And so their screams, it's like it's giving you the hope that it's making the apartheid settler colonial project be too scary, which might lead to it ending. So it's not just, oh, we like it when people are scared. No, the positive feelings you get come from knowing that what you're seeing might contribute to an end to a genocide. And it's not on Anthony to explain all of this in such detail like I'm doing, because you can kind of just get it from watching. Ethan just is misinterpreting or can't seem to understand.
Listen to it.
I think.
Crazy.
Did you guys ever find the link to this? I feel like it's reportable. I mean, this is just like terrorism.
It's called Do Not Worry.
It's actually like inciting
ironically.
violence.
Very ironically.
Hey! Hila finally said the name! They finally got their name on the H3 podcast. How long has it taken? They've had his face on there like 3-4 times, and I think Ethan is still too scared to say it, but Hila slipped up and she actually said the name of the podcast. Woo!
And the
Do
URL
not
to this?
worry.
Oh, here's, let's lighten up the mood here for a minute. Oh, he should get his shit together and consider going to Gaza.
Now we're jumping to Hassan. I don't think Hassan would, because he's like, he reports and stuff. He tells you what's happening. I don't think he's I'm gonna fight myself. Like maybe Antifa type people who go on in like black bloc groups to protests, to like throw bricks at windows or something. I don't know. I don't even necessarily think that's a good tactic, but those might be the people that would want to go there.
Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the triumph over considering it.
Actually considering genuinely going to Gaza.
It's so funny. Did you guys ever find the link to this video? You can find it? Even
Wasn't that like when they were talking about the ceasefire, and then it was like he was talking about if you could go in as like a journalist? I don't know.
Galia?
If I had it, I'd send it. I don't have it.
Dude, Ethan's like weird, like goatee thing is skewed, like bends.
Can you try? I guess try to find because like this is straight up like terrorism. I mean, this is an incitement of violence. It's disgusting. This guy should not have a platform.
I'll look for it.
And I
Is
mean,
that
the fact,
just
I'm
the
sorry
way
though.
Nathan
To find it, I'm
uses
gonna need to know his name. I'm not gonna
Well,
find it. Looking
the
for
logo
Millhouse.
says
Millhouse.
"Do not worry," so it must be the "Do not worry"
True.
podcast
You
or
don't have to
whatever.
learn his
Do
name.
not worry, pod.
There we go. Ela said it like 3 times now. Dan said it. This is awesome.
Podcast.
And make sure not to worry then while you're
Oh,
listening.
you're right. Okay, I won't look at the description. At this point, I don't want to know.
he should first of all be banned for looking like Millhouse. But
Come on, man.
That's not fair.
Copyright.
not fair.
Copyright infringement.
exactly, the Simpsons should strike your ass. Watch now. The story is Ethan's trying to get Arab creator banned, like because they don't care.
Yeah.
Right? And meanwhile, they're like, oh yeah, no, I'm licking my lips at civilians running
Yeah.
for their lives. Oh,
He
it's
loves
music
the
to my ears.
screams.
Yeah, but it's more than that. It's in the context of an apartheid state committing a genocide, bombing other people, and then getting a tiny little bit of that, what the actions are doing, put back at them, and then them screaming in fear. They've been causing other people to scream in fear like that thousands and thousands of times. Like every day they're doing that. So yeah, the fact that they get it, taste it themselves, brings people a little bit of hope that maybe that'll wake them up to stop doing it to others. Okay? You don't need to clutch your pearls so hard.
Ethan's a crazy person. You look at what he
Yeah.
said. And, guaranteed that's what's going to be. I don't give a fuck at this point.
Well, his dad,
Say what?
his dad Hassan sleeps in a race car bed. Do you sleep in a race car bed?
Totally. I think Hassan actually pulled that on me when he was like, "You're a 40-year-old."
His dad, his son. Bro, if anyone was going to be Anthony's dad, it would be Ethan. Sure, he's in the rebellious, you're not my real dad phase now, but like, the connection to Hassan hasn't been established. Like, it would be great. Like, I wish Hassan paid as much attention to them so that this could actually be a proper hit. But it's just not.
Old man.
That's why I'm
dude.
referencing
Or,
it.
no, 50-year-old man.
50. You
With 3
graduated to
kids.
50.
With 3 kids, bro.
And you ran away from Twitter. Like being on Twitter is not a red flag.
Talia came up with it.
There you go. And Galia's fucking. She's so.
Being on Twitter is a red flag now. Okay, I'm not on Twitter, but... Oh wait, I have one account there for my music. Okay, I would say it depends what you're doing, because like there is still some people on Twitter who are leftists. It's not a nice place to be, sure, but it doesn't mean they're 100% all left. But in generally speaking, I'd say yes, it is a red flag to be on Twitter.
She is really good. Yeah, let me see the link. I'm just going to report it. I'm going to report this for supporting terrorism.
I haven't actually.
But it doesn't support terrorism. That's again, this is the whole Israel or the terrorist states here, and they're
Checked it yet, but this is what you sent me.
Well, let me see. I'll play it just to make sure.
That's the right thing.
Yeah, it's there.
if you fight
Afraid I'm
against
not lying.
It's
terrorists.
right.
Stand by
Yeah,
what I'm
this is
saying.
it.
This
I'm
It's
proud.
called I apologize to Bertolicious Do Not Worry number 130 on YouTube.
I am proudly reporting this guy for. Let's see. Promotes terror. Does it promote terror?
It's like I don't even know. Did I put this one in the spiciest moments? Maybe.
Kind of. I don't know if that's the most accurate. It does promote terrorism.
Inciting hate.
Violent or-
violence.
Hateful or abusive?
Yeah.
No.
I feel like it's even worse than
Hateful.
that. I guess I'll do that.
Can you choose all of the above?
Promotes hate or violence. So that's perfect.
Yeah.
But it doesn't promote hate or violence. It promotes hoping hate and violence end. The only sense of happiness is that maybe they'll stop the apartheid, stop the genocide. That's not promoting hate or violence. That's wanting the hate and violence to end. That's like if you see a school shooter going around and he's shooting everyone, and then a cop comes and shoots the school shooter, and you go, yes, the cop got him. You're not promoting hate and violence because the hate and violence was being done by the other person, and then the one fighting against them was trying to stop them from doing the hate and violence, right? We all know, we should all know, obviously they don't because they're Zionists, but everyone with a critical thinking brain knows that Israel is the apartheid colonial aggressor. So wanting them to be stopped is less in favor of violence and hate than wanting them to continue without any consequences.
I'm helping clean YouTube up. Enjoy. Right here, Jack.
Maybe we should report Ethan's video for false reporting or for harassing. Harassment or bullying. It's harassing someone else. Ethan Klein is claiming that Anthony, do not worry, is a terrorist supporter and trying to get his fans to report their videos via showing them an example of himself doing it when the video in question was not supporting hate or violence, but was actually expressing joy at the idea of the apartheid losing legitimacy amongst its citizens when they get some pushback for their actions as a settler colonial state. So, Ethan wants his fans to go after smaller creators who criticize him and does this type criticize him. So, for call to action. This is a call to action by Ethan to go after a smaller creator. Yeah, there we go. I think that's a pretty decent and informative report, and we'll just have to see if the people at YouTube are able to properly pass that. But this, to me, this definitely counts as harassment.
Watch the following minute from this timestamp. He is encouraging and cheering on violence against civilians and supporting acts of terror.
Which is, again, not true.
Nice. Ethan, do you know what the damage you just did to the people of Gaza by reporting him?
Well, I would say Anthony hasn't really... he's spoken more out regarding Lebanon. So yes, they have been very pro-Palestine, but the reason he started talking about the whole situation was when Israel started attacking Lebanon. Well, they started the whole genocide, and yeah, so... But more so when they started attacking Lebanon as well. That then he pivoted to covering it more. So...
Do you have any idea how far back you've sent our movement?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's great to have people like him speak in favor, but let's also keep in mind that, like, Lebanon as a country, like, bans movies that have, like, IDF or ex-IDF soldiers as actors in them and stuff, or directors or whatever it is. Like, so as a country, like they're against like the IDF and stuff as well. So in that way, Anthony is kind of like the average in terms of his support for Palestine. It's normal. It's the normal position in Lebanon. So the same with South Africa, actually. You know, unless you talk to like the right-wing white Christians, but like regular, average, non-white Christians are going to be in support of Palestine, because we also had an apartheid. The people who thought the apartheid here was bad are going to think the apartheid in Israel was bad too.
Do you know he's considering going to Gaza before you reported him?
This, what I'm about to say, folks, only represents me. The interns have nothing
Oh, no,
to do
not
with
again.
Not
this.
this one, yeah.
Is this real?
I'm not sure what's the context. Why are they
I think
cheering?
this is from what happened in that one country where there was a soccer game, maybe?
Why are they cheering, though, then?
They're not cheering.
She was literally just cheering, and he's like, music
Oh,
to my ears.
damn, yeah.
Yeah, they're cheering.
Yeah, so they're cheering Israeli people screaming. Yeah.
But I'm just confused about I don't know what caused it. I mean, I know there's terrorist attacks these days all the time.
Sharmuta is a curse, by the way. We say it too in Hebrew.
Yeah. Don't appropriate his language, Ela.
Yeah, Ela, the Hebrew people do tend to seem to start using more and more Arabic words, and the reason I want to comment on that is because oftentimes they'll use that as some kind of example that they're not racist or something. It's like, but it's like if you look here in South Africa, there will be like your racist white people here as well. They're the ones who also like to use like Zulu words and like, how's it my brew, blah, blah. It's like, that doesn't mean they're not racist. Like, you know, it's like, it is appropriation in the way that they can just put it on and off, you know. So you take your appropriate white, like, you know, friendly sounding to like Western ears voice, but in your regular, that's your regular voice you can go back to. But then people whose like first language isn't English or whatever, that didn't get the same education as you or whatever, like, or just for no reason should even need to or try to, but just don't speak like you, but now you can just speak like them. Whereas like, you could just talk to them in your normal voice and let them talk to you in their normal voice. So anyway, the point was just that it's not always a good thing if the oppressor's using the language of those who they're oppressing.
Bro, I'm sorry, you will not catch people in Israel. People that
Okay, if they're arguing that Karine is celebrating, it's like, okay, she might actually be a leftist, like, or at least she's like, seems more radical than Anthony, so.
I know at least cheering on and being like, you know, if you sing like IDF strikes on Lebanon and people running for their lives, nobody's like, yeah, music to my ears.
Bro, wait, you're lying, Ethan. They upload it to TikTok, they sing songs. They literally do. It's music to theirs. They literally sing about destroying Lebanese villages. Like, what do you mean? That's literally what they do. We've seen it on TikTok.
Sorry, you just don't. And especially being...
No, you do.
broadcast proudly as a proud...
No, they literally do. They'll dig through the people's, like, belongings after they bomb their house, and, like, they'll have, like, the IDF soldiers wearing, like, women's lingerie and stuff to make fun of them. Like, they literally do cheer on Palestinian people, like, dying and shit like that. Like, objectively, we've seen them on TikTok doing it.
leftist representative.
Not to mention their fucking boat tours, so they can go and look at the bombs going off like they're fireworks.
Screams, music to my ears. Oh, one more time.
What a disturbed human being.
Well, to me, it's like, you might not understand from an outside perspective that emotion, so I understand being shocked at that, but also like, Hila's did a war crime. So I don't know where she gets to decide whether other people are or aren't like moral or not.
That's a disturbed human being.
This is you know.
Like going to do a raid, to do a war crime out of curiosity because you're bored, is a little more disturbing than being happy that in apartheid state civilians are potentially not going to be so happy about doing an apartheid because they might be afraid that what they're doing has consequences.
I really, what a sick motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't know Millhouse was such a scumbag. I thought he was.
Well, fuck you, Ethan. Anthony's cool. I'd rather have 10 Anthonys than 100 Ethans. I don't know. What am I saying? How do you make that into something that makes sense?
Just a goofball.
Oh, so he's actually funny, unlike you.
Fuckers, man. Why don't you go ايمن هالشعب they go do raves next to concentration camps وكسختكم واحد قايل بالشعب الزبر.
Absolutely, they do. I don't know why Ethan's saying what. It's well documented. Is that the first time he's heard of it? Hasn't he mentioned how on October 7 there was a music festival? What type of music does he think they were playing at the festival? It was a rave music festival, as far as I know. He's literally, I'm sure he's acknowledged the fact there was a music festival outside the concentration camp. Why is he saying what? As if it's new to him.
Who's doing rapes next to concentration camps? As far as I...
Raves, Ethan. Raves with a V.
No, there's Moss that did that.
We can't get rid.
Well, we haven't had any evidence of that because Israel won't let the UN investigators in to see if there were crimes by Hamas, sexual crimes by Hamas. Israel can start by letting in the UN investigators if that did happen. But also, we do know about the Hannibal Directive. So, although Israel hasn't brought any evidence or charged any Palestinians for sexual crimes, we do know about the Hannibal Directive. So if you're going to keep insisting that these sexual crimes happened, but then the state of Israel both won't charge any Palestinians and won't let any investigators, we're only left to assume that those were done by the IDF, right? Because you're saying that they happened, but the state of Israel can't prove it and won't let in investigators who can prove it. But you dead set that it happened. So if it did happen, but it wasn't by Palestinians, then who did it?
Rid of you fast enough. And I know a lot of people expect
Get rid of you fast enough? Once again, cut to the leader of Hezbollah.
Yeah, he's talking about the apartheid state and Zionism, not the actual people going away.
I thought we're not okay with ethnic cleansing.
No. Yeah, so that the Zionist state is the one doing the ethnic cleansing. So when he says that they can't get away fast enough, that's ending the ethnic cleansing because he's talking about the settlers leaving, not the Arabic Jews who were born there or whatever. They're not the ones on the plains. Like we've already gone over this.
Literally, Hassan.
They're not the ones leaving. So when he says you can't get away fast enough, he's talking about the ones with dual citizenships, etc.
Nasrallah said, quote,
It's not ethnic cleansing for the dual citizens to go back to the countries that they have dual citizenship with because they don't want to participate in an apartheid. That's doing an ethnic cleansing. If they change their mind and they're like, I don't want to do this ethnic cleansing anymore, I'm going to go home, that doesn't make it an ethnic cleansing that they decided to go home. You know what I'm saying? Wanting the people doing an ethnic cleansing to get out to, or doing a settler colonial project, to stop colonizing and go back to where they came from, isn't colonial, isn't ethnic cleansing.
It's good all the Jews gather in Israel so we don't have to hunt them down around the world.
That's why are you comparing that to Anthony? Like, he's literally called out Hezbollah and called out their anti-Semitism as well. So this, trying to conflate them like this is so bad faith.
The leader of Hezbollah, one of the political leaders in Lebanon, who was so tragically
guy that Hassan called bait.
brilliant and based, yeah.
Well, he was actually quite a stabilizing force that was able to maintain like peace in terms of there being ceasefires and not escalations and stuff. Like Israel would do like these wild, ridiculous things that would make people want to fight back much stronger, and then Hassan Nasrallah would like be like, no, like don't just go do that. Like he might have had like diplomatic paths or something more strategic or proper military target or whatever. So not to defend, like not saying that everything he said was great or anything like that, but in terms of what his actual impact in the area, you know, he wasn't one to just want to just attack Israel or anything like that. Like he was trying to have the least possible civilian casualties on both sides, and so that's why a lot of people in Lebanon felt like some sort of fondness for him, because he would constantly be able to de-escalate things and stop things from getting worse and that kind of thing.
The guy who so sadly perished in a bunker attack. It's just...
Is Ethan, like, he's like kind of making light of this joke, but like it was like 12, was like 6 or like 12 apartment buildings that weren't empty that got taken out just to get this guy. So he's glorifying in it, but it was an extremely immoral thing to do. That if they really wanted to, they could have done the work to properly infiltrate and assassinate him or something. They didn't have to kill like 1,000+ civilians, women, children, just to try and get the one guy. So you shouldn't actually be happy about him dying. Like, you can, even if you are a Zionist and you are in favor of the state of Israel, you shouldn't be happy with the way they killed him. Like, that doesn't make you look good.
Somebody asked, what do I mean it's a curse? It's like calling somebody like a
curse word.
whore,
Fuck you,
or
bitch.
it's kind of like a slut woman, kind of like curse type of word. It's a curse word.
Curse word. Not like magic.
No,
Not voodoo.
we don't believe in that.
We have evil
Or do they?
hands. Or
That's
evil
yeah,
eyes. All I know is this. They have these everywhere.
yeah.
Is Ethan about to do another Hitler salute?
I'm sorry.
Fast enough. I know a lot of people, like especially in the U.S. and in the media, and like and Arabs living abroad, have to hide their support for like the.
Really?
So disturbing.
Tell me more.
Now he's putting words into... Now he's accusing all the American...
No, he's literally talking about AB, dude. Literally, I think AB is sitting like 2 or 3 meters away from Ethan, and AB has to hide his support from Ethan. How can Ethan be so disconnected that he thinks so little of his own employees that there's one like literally like in spitting distance, and who has literally like, you know, had to hold back his opinion. Like he's even mentioned how like, I don't know, it feels to me a bit tone deaf. He's had to confront Ethan at times when Ethan went too far, you know.
Arabs of supporting terrorism, but having to keep it
Is
low-key.
he talking about like his friends, like Frogan? Are those the people he's talking about?
I don't know. I mean, he's just painting a pretty broad brush. Let's see.
Yeah, and like and Arabs living abroad have to hide their support for like the resistance or like around that. Like, no, we don't want anything to happen to Israel. We want the hostages to be safe. We want the hostages to be safe. You know what I mean? Listen, like we want our Palestinian brothers and sisters.
Yeah, what he's talking about is if you like live in the USA and you're like Lebanese or Palestinian, you can't necessarily just be like, woohoo, go Hamas or go Hezbollah, because even if you had like a moral, ethical, justified reason for saying that, it still might be something your government doesn't want you to say. Was that you're going to get cancelled, or is it going to come after you? You don't necessarily have the freedom, because America is the ones doing the war, doing the genocide. Like if you live in America, you're, you know, speaking out against your government when you support Palestine. When you live in Lebanon and you speak out in support of Palestine, that's something your government's also doing in support of Palestine. So you're not going against your government to support Palestine in Lebanon, but you are going against your government to support Palestine in the USA. If Ethan is able to understand this point, is another story.
just to be safer. I love just the freedom of being able to say, fuck Israel. I wish they got hit with more bombs, with more drones. Fuck that country. I hope it gets nuked. I love being able to say that.
Why would you want it to get nuked? Don't...
Okay, yeah, so it's I don't necessarily think Anthony wants it to get nuked, right? And I'm pretty sure he also backtracked on that. But the point he's saying is like the freedom of expression is like you can say things, even things that are out there, and even things you might not necessarily personally believe, but you have the freedom to say them, which is cool. But also, yeah, I don't think literally if you said to Anthony like, do you want Israel to get nuked? He'll say no, because obviously he doesn't want civilians to die and all this stuff. But that saying like you want Israel to get nuked isn't something people should say, obviously. But I can understand someone having that sort of intrusive thought and then in an emotion of anger saying it. But again, that wasn't his point. His point wasn't to say that that's what he wants, just to be clear.
Don't you want to live there? How much do you care about Palestinians? You want to nuke Israel? Where are they going to live, dipshit? Like, this is just the epitome. He's led by hate.
It's more of a metaphor. Like he was saying, being able to say it. He's not actually saying he wants Israel to get nuked.
Does this seem like a dude who wants peace? Doesn't to me.
No, he's talking about the apartheid state. So if you get rid of the apartheid state, you have peace. And it's tempting to want it to happen quickly. And what's the quickest way you can think of to end them, obviously? So that's the sentiment we're talking about. We're not talking about something you would actually go and do, you know? It's like when people say eat the rich. Are you going to be like, no, that's cannibalism. You can't do that. Where are you going to source them? Why are you going to the morgues? Taking it super seriously, like that's not a term or phrase, but like it's something someone actually wants to do.
It sounds like a person that wants the Holocaust to happen.
I mean, it is, the second Holocaust is currently happening to Palestine. So it is already happening again. So if he's expressing any sort of wish for Israel to go away, it's coming out of wanting a Holocaust to stop happening, not from wanting one to start.
There's pretty much 0% chance this dude isn't fucking a fan of the Holocaust, based on what he just said.
No, he's against the Holocaust. Why? What? He's spoken against anti-Semitism. He hates Germany, and he's spoken about how, you know, how it's the West and the Europeans that are the ones that come and want to do all the shit. Like he's literally said, like Arabic Jewish people weren't the ones with these colonial Zionist aspirations, right? That's something that comes out of the more western side, where Germany as a European country, Spain, England, Portugal, Belgium, all these settler colonial states, it's sort of like a European thing. And so the people that were coming from there are the ones who are wanting to mess things up or steal land or whatever.
Because that's what Jews are. We're just vermin that just need to be exterminated.
Yeah.
Yeah. This guy.
No. He's not talking about Jews. He's talking about Israel and the state of Zion, Zionist, the apartheid state and Zionism. He's the state of Zion. He's talking about the state of Israel, wanting that to go. He doesn't. He's also clarified this, and I don't know, like either clip jumping or haven't watched Anthony's video where he clarifies this point exactly.
It's actually worse than I ever dreamed of, Millhouse. Really is sick shit. But then even his friends here are like, yeah. Or the girl, at least. The guy didn't say anything.
Just slaughter Jews. Real funny, dude. Real fucking funny.
No.
Why would you want to nuke Israel? What about the...
It's the state of Israel, not the Jews, Zach.
West Bank. About Gaza.
Have they not heard of like tactical nukes? Like I don't want to be devil's advocate, but like nukes can have different sizes. Like you could potentially set ones off that didn't impact other places, but also again, it's a turn of phrase, and if we were actually to see something like that happening, it would probably be those bombs Israel uses that aren't radioactive but are just as powerful as a nuke anyway. Like that's also in reference, like this. I don't know if it was the same episode, but around that time, the IDF was using bombs on Lebanon or in Syria that were so powerful that people were picking them up on radar, not radar, earthquake measuring stuff, and people were wondering if it was actually nuclear because the explosion was so large. So that's the type of stuff probably also in recent memory in the time. Obviously, I'm not defending saying it, but what I'm trying to explain is Anthony's talking about getting rid of the apartheid state. He's not talking about killing Jews.
You know that nukes would destroy all that land, probably even bleed into Lebanon.
So I guess it would be all for the cause.
Well, it's like Nasrallah
To
said, we
sacrifice
want all
for
the
the
Jews
cause.
of the world together in Israel. So
It's like he misspoke or like used like phrasing that was like in hindsight not the best, that he could have chose better words and he didn't explain what he was saying properly, so you're able to interpret it this bad way because of that. But also, you know, it's like this is something Ethan will always do, is like he won't address the actual point someone makes. He'll find the one time they slip up or the one mistake they make. It's like very debate pro style tactics, but it's like you hyper focus on the one mistake someone made and then ignore the larger points, and then that one mistake they made, you misinterpret it. So within the context, maybe it does sort of make sense, and within the context, it's not such a big deal, worthy distracting everything over. But it's whether it's intentional or not, you like misinterpret it to make a bigger deal of it than it should be, so that you don't have to address the real point.
we don't have to hunt them down.
Yeah, they'll just sacrifice the Palestinians real quick.
Yeah, I mean, when I say that I don't want civilians to die in Lebanon and Gaza and the West Bank, I actually mean it.
I do too.
I mean, for whatever that's worth.
I hate seeing what happened, and like,
It's like, have they actually bothered to say like, hey Anthony, do you really want to nuke Israel? Was that just a turn of phrase? Was that just something you said flippantly in the heat of the moment, or is it something you actually want to happen? Because they're acting like it's something he actually wants to happen, and you know, I'll probably stop watching the Do Not Worry podcast if that was how he actually felt. But I so strongly believe that's not how he feels, because I've watched it and he's said many times and he's clarified he doesn't want civilians to die. And yeah, I guess this is just another example why I guess sometimes you have to be careful with your words, because right-wingers are going to focus on the one mistake you make and hop on about it endlessly and ignore everything else.
they wouldn't care whatever I say. They don't even want to hear it.
I don't.
Even though, when taken in context, the larger point, you look at all the things Anthony said and what he's been saying, even in that clip, in its context and all that, you come to the conclusion that he doesn't want civilians to die. He wants the least amount of harm done, the least amount of people dead. And that also means the state of Israel and its apartheid ending as quickly as possible. And he doesn't, it's not consistent with his opinions to want to nuke it. So you are hyper-focusing on something that is almost like self-evidently not his actual real position. And it's hard not to think it's bad faith to just like, they knew like he said it, so they were like, because also it's this one episode. Was this like, did Destiny find this? Or are they looking for like the worst thing he's ever said type thing? And now they're going to hyper-focus on that. Because also it's like, why this episode did they bring up this episode of the Do Not Worry podcast? Why didn't they bring up the one where he actually addressed Ethan? He made an entire episode directed at Ethan. He showed off all his Teddy Fresh stuff, but they won't bring that up. They'll bring up this, like, the worst thing he's ever said type thing as a way to try and undermine his criticism of Ethan, which is still valid, and which Ethan doesn't probably have a valid, like, actual defense against. But he wants to have the appearance of not being on the back foot, the appearance of having a defense, so he attacks in a bad faith way.
I promise you'll never hear me talking like that. Never. About anybody.
I'm sure you can find clips of Israelis being like psychotic, you know, Jewish people being psychotic.
That's so tone deaf. I'm sure you can find clips. the clips are circulating, well known. Like the two Jewish nice boys, or I don't know, two nice Jewish boys, or there's some podcasts. Like the clips are out there. Like you don't have to find them. This was Anthony slipping up in a heated moment. The two nice Jewish boys were saying it with their whole chest, repeatedly, and saying, "Oh, everyone will agree with it," and then fantasizing about having it in clubs, like trying to dance at a club and then look at the destruction of Gaza playing footage with you. Like, you don't have to look for those clips. They're not mistakes. They're not. You don't have to take something out of context to arrive at people being that way.
Sure, I mean, it's
crazy shit. But like
it's a
the
whole
people-
country. There's
yeah.
going to be all kinds of people there.
Yeah, look
you
at
know?
any, but I'm
Just
saying
like anywhere else.
I don't think Israelis are like that. I think for the most part they're like really just good people that want peace. Like, I mean, obviously there's
Really, Ethan.
insane people. Like you look at like the party that consistently gets the most votes is the Democratic, the left party. But they never win because they don't get coalition.
But that doesn't make sense. If they don't get enough coalition, that means they never had if you add all the people that would coalesce with them, it doesn't get you to 50%. So that still means more than 50% of the country is right wing, no matter which way you slice it. Also, he says the left party. I goddamn don't believe it. How do you see like who the government members are? Because he says national unity. No, that's just saying. Ethan's saying there's a leftist party, right? Oh, doggy's barking. Okay, wait, so this party's the leftist party is supposed to get the most votes, but not be able to have a coalition. Or what? Netanyahu gets the most. Is he talking about these guys? They're centrists. They're far-right, ultra-nationalist. IDF chief. Is it these guys? I don't know. They're conservatives, far right, conservative. I don't know. Social Democrats. Okay, so they arguably they're arguably leftist, but they only got 4 seats. Third largest party. This must be the one Ethan was talking about. I'm trying to see where any of the like policies are. Does this say which one? Populism, social conservatism, religious conservatism. So that's centrist, right? Because if you can't have both social conservatism and social democracy and be leftist, it includes religious Zionism, so it's actually right wing. So it's literally in the conservatism, so it can't be these guys. They're conservatives. He said there was a leftist party. So it's not them. Marxist-Leninism, anti-Zionism. Okay, cool. So he has a left, and then these guys are labor Zionism. That sounds super dodgy. No, there's no such thing as socialist Zionism. Stop, censor left. Okay, I don't care what these people say. That's not left. So there's one leftist party in Israel, and they're the ones with the least votes. So Ethan lied, basically, just to look into it. Once again, he lied. There's a sort of center-right party that's the third largest, but the only leftist party is the one that got the least votes.
Anywho, don't worry, Millhouse. Daddy loves you. I would love to see Hassan. Like, Hassan, do you have a problem with what he just said? Listen.
No, he's just a.
Obviously, Hassan's gonna say that he doesn't agree with what he said there. Like, nobody would. Like, he didn't. It's not something he said. Like I was saying, he didn't really mean it. Like, he's not gonna be like, yes, let's go nuke them. No, he didn't mean it. It was a figure of speech. And so obviously Hassan's not going to support it because not even Anthony supports it. He said it, but he doesn't actually want to do it. It's like when you're angry and you say something out of anger, it doesn't mean you actually want to go and do the thing you said. There's a certain level of emotional intelligence that you have to kind of engage with to be having these sort of conversations online. Like, you can't be this bad at understanding people while also talking about people.
Kid in Lebanon.
Listen,
and you need to understand how he grew up.
You don't have to read Mein
blah,
Kampf to be
blah, blah.
anti-Semitic. That was a great line of his. Let's see. All right, now we're moving on to denims.
Okay, I don't know. So that's basically them talking about the Do Not Worry podcast. And yes, as usual, pretty bad faith, but I'm glad at least. I'm glad at least, like, this time they actually said the name. Like, Ethan didn't, but Dan said it and Ela said it a few times. So yeah, but I think I want to take a break just now, and then after that I want to start talking about the South Africa and America situation with the way that they're sanctioning us. But just while I take a break, maybe we can just watch this video. Seeing as Ethan said that most Israelis are, peaceful people who are against Zionism and don't want the apartheid. So let's while I take a break, we can have a look at what people asked in Israel about Gaza and Palestinians think, and then see if that lines up with Ethan saying that, oh no, most Israelis are peaceful and don't want violence and genocide and stuff.
Israelis talking about Palestinians. We want to highlight the insanity of Israeli people. Do not worry, the podcast. So this, I think, is very important video for you guys to watch, just again to counteract a lot of the propaganda that you hear on channels like Loner Box or the H3 podcast. So here is a street interview. The channel, I'll get the name of the channel right now, but this person was walking around Israel asking people questions about what they think about Palestinians and stuff, and the answers are as shocking as you might imagine. So let's watch like the first 5 minutes of this. So the channel is called Ask, the Ask Project. Israelis, do you know how many civilians in Gaza have been killed?
כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
לא, זה גם לא מעניין אותי.
לא? למה?
לא מעניין אותי. אני הייתי עד 7 באוקטובר האמנתי בשלום ובשיח ובדו-שיח. אחרי זה הבנתי שאין עם מי לדבר. כולם שם מחבלים. לצערי הרב.
אבל ילדים, כאילו.
But the children.
לא, אני אומרת בכנות, לא מעניין אותי.
אתה יודע כמה חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה?
כן.
כמה?
כמה מדווחים או כמה? 35,000?
מה אתה חושב?
35,000? 30,000?
אני דווקא מהאום, זה פחות. 16,000.
16,000.
אוקיי. אתה מבין למה העולם כועס על ישראל?
כן, בטח.
אז מה אפשר לעשות?
פשוט לא להתייחס, פשוט להיכנס ברמב"ם.
אוקיי.
כמו לשפוט בני זוג מהצד, איך הם רבים, איך הם זה. תהיה בתוך הזוגיות, בלבל את השכל. שיהיה שבת שלום.
את יודעת כמה חפים מפשע?
Okay, first of all, like that lady's face. Like, you're telling me this lady isn't like inbred as fuck or something right now? Like, Israelis love mentioning that Palestinians are all inbred, Arabs are done. Like, what the fuck is this? How does this result? How does this come out of a womb, not caused by some fucking inbreeding or some shit? Anyways.
פשע נהרגו בעזה.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול
You
למה?
want to answer, you ugly ass bitch?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם.
Oh, no innocence in Gaza.
אבל ילדים אבל, נגיד.
הילדים... מסכנים, אין ספק, אבל הם לא יגדלו להיות ילדים חפים מפשע, לצערי. אז לכן אני לא יכולה לענות על זה. החינוך, לדעתי, הכל מתחיל בחינוך. ואם החינוך הוא בעייתי שם, כל עוד המצב הוא כמו שהוא היום,
Yeah, she doesn't want to shut the fuck up now.
המצב לא ישתנה.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs.
Children grow up to... Lady, do you know that Arabs aren't like just like... Children can be Arabs, you dumb fucking bitch. Dumbass Miriam, you fucking racist fuck living in Israel. Go back to fucking New Jersey, you fucking C-word. Kids grow up to be Arabs. Yeah, Arab kids grow up to be Arabs, you dumb fucking bitch. What the fuck kind of common is that shit, bro?
I know, I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
Do you understand why the world is
Oh my god,
So
casualties? What the fuck? 35,000 casualties?
Because they keep seeing so...
Overall, the world does not really understand what's going on here. They do not understand, grasp the concept that Israel was attacked. And Palestinians, there is no such thing as Palestinians. They're Arabs who have many countries to flee to and nobody wants them to. But if we do call them Palestinians, their parents use them as human shields to gain sympathy.
Human shield.
The natural instinct of a Jewish mother is to protect her child.
Yeah, only Jewish mothers.
Palestinian
No one else.
women
Palestinian women do not have that.
How do you know this?
From years of living here.
Can you give an example of something you've seen?
Yes, these Palestinian mothers hate their children.
As I said, my memory died and went to heaven, but I read newspapers.
Maybe you should fucking, D-word and go to heaven with your memory, you fucking piece of shit. Genocidal fucking bitch.
Fuck.
Bitch. Let's continue.
Day. And I've read many different stories where the woman took her child and put her in front.
Oh, you did? Sure you did. You did?
Sharing
That's lovely.
sympathy with her readers around the world. And it does. It is successful for them.
Do you know how many civilians have been killed in Gaza?
I know the rumor has been talking about 50,000, but I know, I'm also informed that the formal number is a little lower than that.
Anyways, aren't these great people, folks? Israelis, our neighbors, next door neighbors. They just kill, they put their children in front of the bombs and human shields. Fucking crazy, bro.
The average Israeli. They want us to make peace with those people. That's crazy.
Do not worry. The podcast
Okay, just need a bit more time. So
شفت شوي عن هذا الرجال أظن ما أدري من هو تخيل محتواك زفت لدرجة تستخدم اسمي وتاخذ 17,000 مشاهدة.
Ethan Klein called me a rat on the latest episode of H3H3.
Ethan Klein.
Don't worry, the podcast. Ready to talk about more Ethan Klein?
Okay. I'm back. So now
the pressure campaign on South Africa is full and unrelenting, with the executive order charging that the disproportionate violence against racially disfavored landowners. It further accuses South Africa of taking aggressive positions towards the United States and its allies, including by accusing Israel, not Hamas, of genocide at the International Court of Justice, while reinvigorating its relations with Iran to develop commercial and military and nuclear arrangements. The order states that it will be the policy of the United States that as long as South Africa continues these unjust and immoral practices that harm the United States, Washington would no longer provide aid or assistance to South Africa, and that the United States shall promote the resettlement of Afrikaner refugees escaping government-sponsored race-based discrimination, including racially discriminatory confiscation. The order instructs the Secretary of State and the Secretary of Homeland Security to prioritize humanitarian relief in mission and resettlement of Afrikaners in South Africa who are victims of unjust racial discrimination. Trump ordered all executive departments and agencies to halt foreign aid or assistance delivered or provided to South Africa, but does provide a carve-out, saying that heads of agencies may provide discretionary aid if deemed necessary and appropriate. Earlier this week, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said he would not be attending the G20 foreign ministers meeting in South Africa later this month, accused of things and attacked the G20 theme of solidarity, equity, and sustainability, a position that the South African-born presidential advisor Elon Musk has endorsed. President's Parliament that the nation would speak with one voice in defense of its national interests, and that the country would not be bullied, as the relationship now between South Africa and Washington reaches a new low. Shervin Bryce-Pease, SABC News, New York.
So, yeah, there's that's basically the other topic I wanted to cover, where Trump has signed an executive order where they're saying that it's basically promoting the whole white genocide nonsense.
From MBS of Saudi Arabia.
I have more to get onto that, but we'll just go over this other video about Trump by the Humanist Report.
Denouncing what Donald Trump has said. We have heard, obviously, from Islamic militants, from the Palestinian Authority to Islamic Jihad to Hamas, who have all understandably denounced what Donald Trump has said. We have heard Iran denouncing what Donald Trump has said. Even from Egypt and the foreign minister, not necessarily directly addressing, but instead saying we will continue to rebuild Gaza. But across the Middle East, there is a real deep dissatisfaction and anger with what President Trump is proposing.
You know Trump went too far when he did something so morally reprehensible that both Iran and Saudi Arabia are on the same page about how bad it is. But it's not just the Middle East who condemned Trump's plans to annex Gaza. The rest of the world was also up in arms, including countries, by the way, that were complicit in the displacement of Gazans in the first place. Now, Jake Johnson of Common Dreams reports, quote, any forcible transfer in or deportation of people from occupied territory is strictly prohibited. Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner Commissioner for Human Rights said in a statement. Jake Johnson goes on to explain how France's foreign ministry warned that this would be a serious violation of international law, and Germany's foreign minister echoed that same claim, saying that it would be illegal, and added it would also lead to new suffering and new hatred, she warned. There's more. The UK's prime minister broke with Trump on this issue, and as Al Jazeera reports, other European leaders also condemned Trump's move, including Spain and Ireland. Turkey has condemned this move. Leaders in Canada have condemned this move.
One thing I'll mention, it's kind of interesting because, like, Biden would have basically kept going, or let's say Kamala won. The thinking is that she would have just kept going with allowing Israel to commit the genocide, allowing Israel to annex and take over Gaza and occupy it and stuff like that. All these countries were on board with that, with Israel doing it. Now that Trump is saying he wants the US to do it, these countries are all finding their backbone to say, no, that's wrong. But they were okay with it when it was being done still by the USA, but via the proxy of Israel, not directly. So it's interesting, the issues with the USA getting involved directly, it seems.
Brazil, Japan, Australia, international human rights organizations, they've all forcefully condemned this move. But there is one country that's with us, and of course, it's Israel. We are the state equivalents of Thelma and Louise, and both the United States and Israel are driving right off that fucking cliff. Spoilers, I know. Now, when you move away from the issue of Gaza, it's not lost on the rest of the world as well that Trump's quest for global conquest is contributing to our diminishing reputation. Panama is bracing for war because even though they're optimistic about striking a deal with Rubio, who they view as more reasonable, Trump doubled down on his military threat towards them. And we haven't even touched on his threats to Greenland, as well as his threat to conduct military strikes in Mexico on cartels, and the back and forth on tariffs with North American allies. And just to give you a sense of Trump's mentality, so he was asked about Iran's alleged attempt to assassinate him, and just listen to his response to that.
Iran and their proxies who have threatened to retaliate against you and your team by killing you guys for taking out Soleimani.
Well, they haven't done that, and that would be a terrible thing for them to do, not because of me. If they did that, they would be obliterated. That would be the end. I've left instructions. If they do it, they get obliterated. There won't be anything left.
Now, to be fair, I don't expect Donald Trump, or the United States for that matter, to do nothing if Iran were to do something like this. Because, of course, we're allowed to assassinate their officials with impunity, but they're not allowed to retaliate. But he says that he's given the orders to obliterate them, his word, to the point where there'd be nothing left. So I guess that means that all 89 plus million Iranians would presumably be murdered, even though they'd have no control over the actions of the perpetrator in that hypothetical situation. Now, I think that most people, with the limited time that we all have...
Yeah, like, it's also interesting, I guess, to me that Trump is, I don't know, what is this, like a dead man switch type scenario? But, like, let's say that he does get assassinated, right? How come, why would people have to continue following his orders? Like, he says he's given the orders, right? But I'm just saying, like, if he was dead, even if the order says, if they kill me, do this, you have to follow that order, in theory, when he's alive, but then once he's dead, why? He's not alive to have the authority to make you do it anymore. So I don't know if that's something that can actually exist, where, like, someone can say, like, do this. The president can say, here's orders for if I die. It's more like whoever takes over has to agree with those orders, right? Or is this like some contingency plan that kicks in automatically? But then it's like, if the contingency plan is effectively, what would it be, equivalent to on the least bad scale, genocide, but on the worst scale, like the end of the world, because it could start World War III and like nuclear. And then it's like, I would say the person doing it, following through on the order, is guilty, because if Trump's dead, why are you still doing what he says? That doesn't make sense to me. Or if a new person takes over and they agree with what he wanted and then do it, then that's the person guilty. But if you do something, someone says, if I die, do this, and then they die, and then you do it, that's your choice. That you're not doing it under their authority, because once they're dead, their authority goes away, and then you do it after they're dead. So you might be doing it out of your own personal desire for revenge or something, but yeah, it feels like also if someone was like potentially ordering things that aren't a good thing, you know, so you wouldn't just want to do anything they said. Like if they died, then the whole immunity nonsense isn't there, so you'd want to question all the things. Yeah, you know, to me it just doesn't sound like an order that can possibly be actually implemented without the person implementing it agreeing to do whatever the thing to be done is. It's not just something you can automatically, you know, what is there, like, it's like a heart rate monitor, and then if his heartbeat stops, it automatically triggers the nukes to fire? Or is there actually still people that have to make the decision? Because if there's still people that have to make the decision, and the person who gave you the order's dead, just don't do it. Especially if it's genocidal, it will potentially end the world. I don't know. At that point, it's just another example of why it's ridiculous to even have that much power to start with in like one person's hands, but also like to even have like these weapons is kind of ridiculous. It's like storing, you know, a huge like oil tank of petrol in your house. Like, why would you? It's dangerous just having them around. Oh, anyway.
Have in this world would want to leave it in a better place for their children and grandchildren. Trump, however, wants to leave it worse off. He'd want genocide and a potential world war to follow his demise because he thinks that his life is more valuable than the lives of 89 million Iranians. This is a truly demented, psychopathic mentality, and while I don't expect anyone to be happy about the prospect of their own assassination, obviously, it's certainly a choice to vocalize that comment, right? Not to mention, he's not a young man. So when eventually he passes away at some point, are we going to have to worry about his cultists' theory about how Iran was responsible even if they weren't? Will that lead to Republicans using his death as a justification to invade them one day? I mean, these are questions that we wouldn't have to entertain if America didn't elect so many fucking psychopaths. But this unhinged behavior is why the world is turning on us. We are becoming a pariah internationally, and rightfully so, because we pose the biggest threat to international peace and stability by far. We blatantly disregard international law and helped usher in a return to the days where might makes right. And to be fair, it's been this way for a really long time, not just Donald Trump, right? It's just that the facade has really slipped away now to the point where even Americans are beginning to see what the rest of the world has always at the UN Security Council in defiance of international law. We have made it so that way international law means shit. It means nothing. The rules are dictated by the strongest, which is us, conveniently. So if we say something is good, it's good because we make the rules because we're the strongest. What are you going to do? Challenge us? We have all the weapons in the world. We're the biggest military, biggest economy. You can't do shit. That's why America can get away with all this. There's an effort right now to...
But one thing that they get wrong in America, because while you could argue that it's true that you can't necessarily take them on, because they do have enough power and weapons and stuff that, you know, taking them on will end up in it being worse for you. Lost my train of thought.
In the world. We're the biggest military, biggest economy.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it's kind of true that you can't necessarily take the USA on or, like, try to invade them or something like that. Not without, like, almost everyone else in the world teaming up. But, what Americans think is they take their ability to be that sort of defendable, or like the inability to like attack them. Essentially what they do is they take that and they project it out to think that not only can nobody take them on, but that they can take on anybody. And then that's where they make the mistake, where they get like arrogant or hubris or whatever, because yes, their strength or whatever might put them in a position where you can't necessarily take them on, but then they think they can take on anyone else. They think they can just go take the Panama Canal, or take Greenland, or take the Gaza Strip, or whatever it is. They think they can just do that, but then every time they try to do these things, they fail. You know, they try to take, you know, if they war in Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, they continually fail against the insurgent indigenous populations. So they allow the arrogance in that no one can attack them to lead them astray into thinking they can attack anyone they want to, and then they fail, and then they never learn that lesson. Like, yes, you might be powerful enough that people can't attack you, but you're not so powerful that you can just attack anyone you want. And so they try to do that sometimes, and then they lose. And that's basically, I feel like, what's going to happen. Because it's like, I don't know about Greenland. Maybe they can capture Greenland. But people in Panama aren't going to give it up easily. And I don't see how, if Israel couldn't take the Gaza Strip, I don't see how the US would be able to. And Trump is saying that they wouldn't like use US troops, I think. But it's like, then whose troops? Because Israel can't do it. Like, they tried and failed. You can try and get another NATO country that's less equipped than the US to do it and fail. Like, the idea, it's like there's a fundamental problem of trying to take people out of their own land and then those people fighting back. And you can't, you have to, like, you know, kill like 100% of those people or close to that for the threat of the resistance to go away. But that's not feasible in Gaza. So, yeah, anyway.
You can't do shit. That's why America can get away with all this. There's an effort right now to sanction the International Criminal Court by our politicians for daring to issue warrants for war criminals in Israel. That is how rogue we've become as a country. And the reality is that if we were not the largest economic and military superpower in the world, we would be cut off from the international community and we'd be sanctioned if Trump actually did follow through with his plan to annex Gaza. And to add insult to injury,
yeah, so we're gonna get back to the whole South Africa scenario, right? But I feel like it's kind of relevant to this topic because I feel like the reason why Trump's coming after South Africa right now is because when Israel started to do their genocide in Gaza, they posted on social media about what they wanted to do. And then South Africa took what they were saying on social media and took that to the International Court of Justice or whatever. And they're like, look, here's intent to commit genocide. Here's them saying they want to do it. What is Trump saying the US is going to take over an ethnic cleanse Gaza? It's the same vibe, and he's saying it in videos, interview, whatever, press conferences, TV, tweets. So in theory, South Africa could just take all the stuff Trump's saying, go back to the ICJ and be like, cool, Israel wanted to do this, and, you know, we found them guilty. Here's Trump wanting to do the exact same thing, and now Trump gets their arrest warrant, not just Netanyahu. And Biden never really had, I guess, the audacity to openly state that America was directly involved. He just wanted to try and get them as involved as possible, but not to the point where it was literally the USA trying to own the land or something. So that's maybe why he might avoid the claims, because it was via Israel, even though I personally think he is complicit and responsible for the genocide, but he might get away with not getting like the ICJ after him because of the way he pretended to be against it. But by Trump saying that he's in favor of the ethnic cleansing out in the open like that, it's like, I don't know if we will go to the ICJ and be like, he has intent to commit genocide. But in theory, if we were consistent, we would. So maybe Trump's trying to come after South Africa is a way to put us on the back foot so that we are too busy worried about all these other fringe nonsense issues that we don't feel courageous enough to actually take him to the ICJ.
we're not just the laughingstock of the world. Our politicians have their heads so far up their own asses that they actually think the evil things that our empire is doing makes them look good, to the point where they want to put their names on it. For example, after Trump announced his plan to take over Gaza, Republican Nancy Mace tweeted, "Let's turn Gaza into Mar-a-Lago," because I guess this is just one big fucking joke to them. And I should note that there's at least one
And again, it's that hubris of thinking that just because you can't take them on, that they can take in on anyone. But it's like, you know, they can't just go, just make Gaza into Mar-a-Lago. Like, what are you talking about? There's people living there that don't want to leave and that are going to fight you. Okay, so now I'm here again with a bunch of sand. Try and fix it.
Democrat who supports this idea, John Fetterman, who blames Palestinians for their inability to govern and not the country. That goes without saying. But these people are sick, sadistic sociopaths. And their presence in our government is a sign of our moral decay and indicative of the fact that the American empire is on its deathbed. Healthy countries don't elect politicians that openly relish in other people's pain and suffering. And the fact that there are so many other unhinged barbarians like Nancy Mace and John Fetterman, it's It's so much more than an international embarrassment, right? It's not just that I'm embarrassed to be an American because of the way our politicians act. It's a plague upon the entire fucking human race. That's how despicable I find this. But we've fallen so far as a nation that politicians have the audacity to defend ethnic cleansing on national TV with no pushback, by the way.
I think he's telling the Middle East that the last 50 years of doing things was not a correct way of doing things, and that his operations have not worked. He's also telling the Middle East that he wants to be transparent with the Palestinian people. Gaza today is uninhabitable and will probably be uninhabitable for at least the next 10 to 15 years. That's how much work has to be done there. So
like it's such BS when they say that stuff, because it's like, okay, maybe you could argue it's uninhabitable from one point of view, but from another, doesn't that imply that people can't live there? But they are living there. And he's like, you won't be able to live there for 10 to 15 years. They are already living there. Yes, they might have to be living in a tent or something or whatever, but they're already rebuilding, cleaning up and getting back with things. It's not going to take 10 to 15 years to clean up. Maybe if you were trying to build everything back to the way it was before, it would take that long. But for people to just be able to live their daily lives isn't going to take 10 to 15 years, and they're already rebuilding that. So if they actually care about it getting rebuilt, just give the money to Hamas, who's doing the rebuilding, let them continue and do it better. But no, that's not what they want.
Are other countries in the region, Steve, because you have been, deep into the negotiations on all sides, are they willing to step up, help this population, and rebuild the area and demilitarize it?
I think everybody wants.
So there is telling, because it's like the other nations around them asking whether they're willing to step up and help rebuild is a good question to ask. But then he throws in and help demilitarize. Why would you want to do that? Now, they have just been the victims of an invasion and a genocide. So they need their military to protect them from Israel. Why would you want to demilitarize them? If anything, when, let's say, you go to a one-state solution, right? You would need to have a military for that one state as well. And it would be formed up by, whatever the previous military people were, potentially. So you kind of need them to not be demilitarized. The only time you'd need them to be demilitarized is if you want them to not be in control of their own land. If you want Israel or the US or somebody else or these other countries that are helping, if you want them to be in control and own it and govern it, then maybe you'd want to demilitarize it. But that shouldn't be what you want. You should want it to be self-governing, including have its own military. And out of any place in the world, we have enough proof that they need the self-defense of the military more than anyone else. So it's kind of cruel to be talking about demilitarizing them, if you ask me.
Wants to see peace in the region, Sean. And peace in the region means a better life for the Palestinians. A better life is not necessarily tied to the physical space that you're in today. A better life is about...
Well, if we're talking about a better life for anybody, anywhere, then he's correct. It's not tied to the physical space. But the mistake he's making is that he literally just said Palestinians, right? So he just used a word that ties them to the land. So they're tied to the land because you used the word that refers to the land where they come from. That's their connection. The Palestinian people are tied to the land of Palestine. So other people might be able to be happy anywhere in the world, but surely Palestinian people would be most happy in Palestine because that's literally where they live and are from and have family and culture and can self-govern and all that kind of stuff. Like, you know,
lot better opportunity, better financial conditions, better aspirations for you and your family.
Just so we're clear, you heard Trump's Middle East envoy explicitly make the case for ethnic cleansing on national television. And I'm assuming that most of the baboon-brained boomers who were tuning in didn't even think anything of it. But this shouldn't be a surprise to any of us, as disgusting as it is, since politicians and public figures have spent the last year or so defending a fucking Holocaust in Gaza. So I guess to them, they actually think that they're being humane by ejecting all Gazans from their homes. These people are such fucking monsters, and there just aren't words to articulate how gross they are. But let's look at another clip where a Fox News propagandist is going to actually describe Trump's conquest.
also, I guess there was like a video from that I saw where it was like I don't know, maybe this one.
Our chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell reports from Jordan tonight on the heels of his exclusive trip inside Gaza.
Tonight, as Palestinians return home in Gaza by the tens of thousands,
We made it. We've survived.
relief for many has now turned to anger after that bombshell announcement from President Trump that the United States should seize control of the Gaza Strip.
You wake up on a slap on your face after knowing the solution of the President of the United States to us. Just leave your homeland.
We've been following 22-year-old Tala Hatsalah's story since the beginning of the war. Tonight, Tala says Palestinians will not leave their homeland.
It's a Palestinian land, and Palestinians have the right to decide what they want and need from this land.
ABC News getting reaction from Palestinians at refugee camps throughout Gaza.
بالله يا راجل الواحد بالمخرج بيضحي بدمه عشان يضل بقلب ارضه. لو بنموت هنا ما هذه بلادنا، الغريب هو اللي يطلع، احنا بنطلع.
هذه ارضنا ووطننا واحنا صامدين فيها باذن الله. وهذه ارض فلسطين، فلسطين هي بلد اهل فلسطين من الابد الابد. ما بنقدر نطلع منها مهما يكون نقدرش نطلع منها.
And we're the first American news team.
So yeah, basically that's enough to show you, I think, that they do want to stay, and you can see them getting back to their lives. None of this 10 to 15 years and they can't live there. They're already living there, they don't want to go, and they're already rebuilding and getting back to life. And if you want to make their lives better, you can send them money, you can send them aid and all that stuff. But don't talk about moving them somewhere else or taking 10 years or demilitarizing. Those are not things that are going to help. That's ridiculous.
As bold ideas, and then a GOP congressman is going to spin said bold ideas in an attempt to sanewash them.
Trump's bold ideas are just happening with such a rapid pace. It's unbelievable. From Greenland to the Panama Canal to the Iron Dome that he wants in America to now the U.S. potentially taking over the Gaza Strip. I want to get your take on all of this. Do you really believe that the U.S. can achieve taking over the Gaza Strip, even as you've got other regional countries saying, well, we need a two-state solution?
Well, first and foremost, the two-state solution has been something that they always talk about at the UN or any model UN class in any high school in America. But it is not functionally possible. Who is Israel supposed to actually negotiate? The Palestinians?
So yeah, I would agree, because a two-state solution requires, in the one we're talking about, right, requires Israel, the apartheid state of Israel would be one of the two states. So that's fundamentally flawed and cannot work, because you have another territory that Israel's going to be encroaching and trying to take over, like they've always been trying to do. Even now, they're going into Syria, they're going into Lebanon. They don't respect borders, at all. So even if you did have this two-state solution where Israel had borders, it's not going to respect them. So, you can't have a two-state solution. in what this guy's saying, who's Israel supposed to negotiate with? Well, I mean, they can negotiate with Hamas. They can negotiate with whoever the Palestinian resistance or whoever the Palestinians vote for. Like, that's not an issue. If they stop bombing and they stop doing an apartheid, well, they could stop the apartheid to start with. But let's say they just stop their bombing, let the people live and get the aid in that they need. Those people can then have an election, vote for a government, then you have someone to negotiate with. It's not that hard. If otherwise, until then, you negotiate with Hamas. What's the issue? I don't understand the problem. There's people that you can negotiate with. But if the people you're negotiating with are saying the state of Israel shouldn't exist, they're not wrong. And maybe, you're trying to negotiate something that shouldn't exist into existence, then you might fail at doing that. Not because there isn't anybody to negotiate with, but because you're trying to negotiate something that shouldn't. It's like, who can I negotiate with to destroy Earth? It's like, you just don't destroy Earth. Like, just don't have an apartheid. Don't have the state of Israel. You don't need to negotiate. The state of Israel shouldn't have negotiating power because nobody should see it as legitimate enough to negotiate with. That's the issue. Hamas is more legitimate than Israel.
Palestinian Authority? I don't think so, because their leadership is significantly older and there's no clear line of transition to who's going to take over next. So you can't cut a deal with them. I think.
Who gives a shit what their line of succession is? It's how is it up to you to decide? Oh, we think their people are old and we're not sure, so how can... No, bro, you just, if that is the people to negotiate with, negotiate. Let them have the lines of succession sort out themselves. It's not on you to figure all that stuff out. What are you talking about? Jeez.
I think that what President Trump is talking about is working with Israel and other allies and friends in that region in order to clean.
Well, Israel shouldn't be an ally and a friend. That's your first problem. You shouldn't be friends and allies with an apartheid state.
Gaza up under U.S. leadership.
Yeah.
Not direct U.S. decision making, but U.S. leadership.
Okay, first of all, that's not what he said. He said he's going to take over Gaza, which implies annexation. Second of all, if politicians wanted to clean Gaza up, they could start by not supplying Israel with the bombs that they're using to dirty Gaza, if that's the analogy that we're going with. We're about to send them another $1 billion of our tax dollars for bombs and bulldozers. So if you really want to clean up Gaza, why not start that process right now? See, Byron Donalds is full of shit. He is one of hundreds of politicians that has repeatedly voted to fund the destruction of Gaza. So for him to talk about it as if a storm or some inexplicable tragedy hit Gaza is pretty fucking patronizing. Gaza was deliberately destroyed. You gave Israel the bombs to do it, you murderous piece of shit. So fuck you and fuck all of your colleagues who have blood on their hands too. And I can't stress enough how morally reprehensible the prospect of cleaning Gaza up for other people to live is. Like, that's their fucking homes. Nobody else has a right to it, nor should they be told that they're not allowed to go back to their homes. And MSNBC's reporter that we heard from at the beginning, she actually made a really amazing point, and she talked to Gazans, and they explained why this is our fucking homes, and it's important to us. We want it. You don't get to tell us to leave.
We can't leave our homes. How you dare? How dare you to say you should leave your homes? We can't. This is Palestine, and we Palestinians are the only ones who have the right to live here and never to leave it.
We will never leave our town. Palestine for us, this is never changing.
I mean, there are people live there. There is Gazan civilians who lives in Gaza. I don't understand the idea of just taking over.
Richard is right.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to go, and those are just the civilians, but obviously there are resistance forces that are not going to want to go by resisting. So what is the plan? To go and send US troops into ambushes?
Is that it feels as if Donald Trump is forgetting about history. One of the reasons why Hamas, Mika, came into power in 2006 is because Hamas essentially promised infrastructure, right? They promised schooling, they promised food, they promised aid. The person, the people, the organizations, the country that will win the hearts and the minds, for instance, of the Palestinians remaining on their land will be the people that are providing them with the infrastructure, the aid, the food, the water that they desperately need, and the infrastructure, for instance, to rebuild. I just want to say one final thing, right? As we were looking to Los Angeles and the wildfires that happened there in the Palisades, you saw major destruction and people.
So again, it's like if you look at like Gaza, and she's saying like the people are gonna want basically to be led or governed or whatever by the ones helping them with infrastructure, with getting food, like all that stuff. Like if you look now at Gaza, like when they've returned to their homes and stuff, and it's like you do have like Hamas militants like helping with rebuilding and cleaning things up and stuff. So as far as I know, they are helping with getting the infrastructure stuff back going, getting operational again. So from that logic, then they probably are still supported by the people.
Were incredibly upset over losing their personal belongings and their homes. But it was really about the community, right? The churches, the schools, the coffee shops in which so many of them convene. These Gazans have walked, marched, driven thousands of miles, right, back to their homes in North Gaza after this ceasefire to commune in rubble because this is their homeland. This is where they want to remain, not because of the structures in which they have lived in Mika, but because of the community they have been surrounded by, the families and the people they know. And that, it seems, is something that is being lost by both the president of the United States.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like, if you have like maybe people like Trump or like in USA, white people might not understand the concept that much because they kind of live like very isolated, siloed lives, separated from each other, not really in proper community, not really speaking to or knowing their neighbors. So the concept of like a community and stuff like them, it's like, oh, well, who cares if you move? You just move to another place and you'll just be a isolated silo in this new place, and that's no different. That for people who actually do live in community, who have like strong ties between their neighbors and stuff, to them it actually matters that you're living in your community with your neighbors, and you're going to want to still live with them because you've got each other's back, you know each other, you friends, your kids are probably friends, like all that kind of stuff, like, and you live next to each other wherever it was. So if all your houses get bombed or something, but it's like, to start off with, how do you connect with those neighbors and all those people again? It's to go back to that place and then see if you can, as a community, try to rebuild. So, yeah, to me, that is kind of what makes sense for people to want to do if they have an actual community. If you're not living in an actual community, then maybe it's not that important and you can just be like, well, I'm just going to start again somewhere else, which is also fine for you if that's you. But I'm just saying, I think in general, like the Western or American people are the more isolated, living individual lives, and people in Africa or Middle East or whatever aren't necessarily like that. They're more community minded and stuff like that.
States, along with Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, Mika.
And that right there is what these politicians will never understand, because they don't have the emotional capacity to love. Their hearts are cold and their souls are dead. So they have no way of empathizing with Palestinians in Gaza, or any other human being for that matter, and they simply can't comprehend how someone's homeland isn't just about geography, but it's also about community and identity and the collective struggle. And the reason why it's so hard for them to comprehend this is because they are sociopaths. And I'm not using that term as a pejorative. I think these people are literally sociopaths in the clinical sense of the word. And side note, I've got to say, I'm really pleased to see this segment on MSNBC, specifically Morning Joe, because back when Biden was president and students were protesting his complicity with genocide, Morning Joe went out of their way to smear those students.
Tell us about this change.
Yeah, so when we entered Hamilton Hall, this is not what students bring to school. Okay, this is what professionals bring to campuses and universities.
Don't think so. As a matter of fact, that bike chain was sold by the university, you dumbass dipshits. But hey, I'm happy to see this sudden change of coverage. Welcome to the resistance again, Joe and Mika. But don't think that we've forgotten or will ever forget the role that you played in whitewashing this genocide and attacking people brave enough to speak out against it. Again, I'm happy to see you change your tone now that Donald Trump is president, but genocide should not be a partisan issue. And the fact that it is to you, presumably, speaks to your immorality. And I'm sorry, I feel like I'm going crazy. Like, I just have to stop for a moment and point out that, like, I shouldn't have to explain why genocide is bad. I should be talking about healthcare and high-speed rail. But instead, I feel like I'm forced to teach Ethics 101 to our caveman-ass politicians and pundits, although cavemen probably had a better sense of morality than the politicians and pundits that, you know, we have today. So yeah, it's just frustrating. But as hopeless as things are, I don't think that you should give up. And I hope that my frustration doesn't make you feel like, oh, it's too bleak and we should give up. In fact, people around the country are mobilizing and organizing peaceful protests. And the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is already softening Trump's stance, saying that it's not necessarily annexation we're talking about per se, rather it's an offer. Now, whether or not Trump comes out and contradicts him, that's something that we'll have to wait and see. But listen to what he had to say.
Gaza has been severely damaged. If you look at the aerial imagery, you see what's happening. The billions of dollars that are going to be required for reconstruction are enormous. Some areas have been rendered unlivable now and for the foreseeable future. And so what President Trump announced yesterday is the offer, the willingness of the United States to become responsible for the reconstruction of that area.
Well, we'll see what Trump has.
I don't know where they think they can say whether something is like safe or livable, because hasn't Trump been all about like deregulation, not like pulling out of the World Health Organization, like all this kind of stuff, cutting US aid? Like, they're not the people who can tell, you know, they're not in a position to be able to tell. They've disentangled themselves from like the professionals in a sense. So when they say, oh, they're looking at the aerial footage, or Trump was like, oh, I saw the pictures, it was better than if I was there myself, that is just BS, nonsense. They actual professionals aren't necessarily saying, because if someone is living on a piece of land, saying it's unlivable can't possibly be a professional stance, right? I don't know.
To say about that, because Trump has repeatedly doubled down on the insanity and contradicted Marco Rubio after he tried to minimize Trump's insane comments. But I love how they're finally admitting that Gaza has become uninhabitable. I mean, this is what we have been saying to you for more than a year. And as things continue to get worse, politicians like Marco Rubio refused to stop making them worse. He refused to stop sending Israel the bombs that they were using to drop on the heads of children in Gaza. And when he was confronted about his complicity with genocide from activists, look at his smug-ass fucking response.
Are you filming it? So I want you guys to get this. I want them to destroy every element of Hamas they can get their hands on. These people are vicious animals who did horrifying crimes. And I hope you guys post that.
A fuckface. What ended up happening was the IDF terrorists who you gave the bombs to ended up destroying every element of Gaza that they got their hands on, not Hamas. Hamas is still very much a thing. And if Israel is ever able to get rid of Hamas, then Hamas too will emerge shortly thereafter, because there's going to be a lot of angry, pissed off, radicalized people who are going to want revenge for the deaths of their family members. Now, on a more positive note, I guess, it's a little encouraging to see Democrats finally.
And I mean, didn't Hamas like double, like they got so many more recruits now that all the ones who supposedly got lost have been replaced plus more or something. So if the goal was to get rid of Hamas, and now we're saying, well, if you did get rid of Hamas 2.0, it's like, I do agree with that, but at the same time, Hamas 1.0 is still there and is stronger than ever. So you still need to show any ability to get rid of them. That hasn't been proven to be able to be done yet.
Finally speak out against what's happening in Gaza after funding their destruction for more than a year now. You know, looking for the silver lining where I can find it. And I'm even pleased to see some Republicans speak out against Trump, even if their criticism is tepid at best. For example, Rand Paul tweeted, "I thought that we voted for America first." Yeah, well, I mean, what are you going to do about it, Rand? You're going to invoke the War Powers Act or hold him accountable in any way, shape, or form aside from a tweet? Don't think so. Additionally, Politico reports that GOP lawmakers like Tom Tillis are confused by his plan to take over Gaza. Okay, great. They're confused. I mean, why don't you take his dick out of your mouth for a second and just call it what it is? It's a war crime. I mean, all these lawmakers are like 95 years old and they're worrying about re-election, so they don't want to offend Donald Trump and his cult base. Have a fucking spine for once in your life. I mean, I say that as if they're opposed to what Trump is doing, but in actuality, most of them support it ideologically and politically. Now, I'm sorry I said that that was a more positive note, but it's just so hard to be optimistic at all when the situation is so bleak, and the best pushback that we get from Democrats are objections on procedural grounds and Republicans politely pointing out that this seems a little bit antithetical to his America First message. I mean, he doesn't care about decorum or procedure or the Constitution. He doesn't care if saying one thing and doing another makes him look like a hypocrite. He doesn't care. He's using his power. And the people who have power that Americans also gave power to need to wake up and use their power to stop him. Because guess what? He's not a king. He can't do whatever the fuck he wants. Is it really that unreasonable to expect? Politicians to use the power that we gave them? I mean, it seems like the only people capable of actually wielding power and getting things done are the most evil ones, with no remorse for the pain and suffering that they're causing. I mean, why can't the less bad politicians be as effective or even half as effective as the most evil ones? It's so frustrating. But that right there is the state of American politics. We are an international laughingstock, and we absolutely deserve to be.
Cool, well, that's the Humanist Report. talking about some of the stuff Trump's been saying, but like now what I wanted to get on to was just the South African side of it. So we did have our State of the Nation address, which is like, I think it's like once a year, where the president like addresses the nation and explains how the country's doing, I guess. Yeah. So I thought I'd have some South African coverage. Zina, some South Africa.
Yes. Speak of the work that over issues such as.
So I'm gonna just watch what the State of the Nation was, and then we'll watch it fast-ish, and then I want to watch some of the responses to it.
Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Toko Didiza, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, Mr. Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Paul Mashatile, Chief Justice of the Republic, Mandi Samaya, and Judges President, former President of the Republic, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, former President, former President Abu, Dean of the Diplomatic Corps, Calvin Louis, I have directed.
Okay, so then he's just saying they're gonna fly.
They lost their lives so that the guns.
He's gonna fly the flags at half-mast for a week because of the people from our army that were killed in Congo, and he was just mentioning all their names and stuff.
On our continent may be forever silenced, so we salute them. My fellow South Africans, this State of the Nation address is taking place as we celebrate 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter at the Congress of the People in Kliptown in 1955. The Freedom Charter is the cornerstone of our democratic constitution. It sets out a vision of a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous South Africa. It also sets out a vision of a country in which government is founded on the will of the people of South Africa, where the land is shared among those who work it, where the people share in the country's wealth, and in all that the country produces and are all equal before the law. It is this vision that continues to guide us as we work to build the nation that we all want. It is the spirit of the Congress of the People that inspires us as we prepare for a national dialogue in which South Africans are once again called upon to chart a new path for our country. We must chart this path in a world that is rapidly changing. It is a world of both interdependence and competition.
I don't know, he's kind of overhyping this whole national conversation, new world thing. Like, what's there to have a conversation about? What's it's like, oh, I think maybe he's trying to reach out to the pro-US people in the country, because for them maybe it might feel like charting new territory for us to like break ties with USA or whatever, but in essence that's kind of
of cooperation and conflict. It is a multipolar world in which new countries are emerging to play a greater role in global affairs. We are seeing intensifying competition over issues such as trade, technology, and influence in global institutions. There are global fundamental shifts underway that affect every aspect of human life, from the growing impact of climate change to rapid advances in artificial intelligence, geopolitical tensions, and violent conflicts. In the face of these challenges, we are witnessing the rise of nationalism, protectionism, the pursuit of narrow interests, and the decline of common cause. This is the world that we, as South Africa, a developing economy, must now navigate. But we are not daunted to navigate our path through this world that constantly changes. We will not be deterred. We are, as South Africans, a resilient people, and we will not be bullied. We will.
So I guess he's just basically referring to Trump and the USA. They're saying that we won't be bullied. They're the ones trying to bully us at the moment.
We will stand together as a united nation, and we will speak with one voice in defense of our national interests, our sovereignty, and our constitutional democracy. by standing true to our values, by harnessing our unique strengths and endowments, and by forging a common purpose, we can turn these trying circumstances to our advantage and propel our country forward. As South Africans, we stand for peace and justice. We stand for equality and solidarity.
I mean, that was like kind of a bit too brief maybe to really pick up, but in essence the message was that like the problem the problem is an opportunity or whatever for a new solution, that by sort of replacing reliance on the USA for trade and humanitarian aid, we put ourselves in a better position overall than when we had their aid and assistance, because theirs comes with strings attached and they actively trying to harm our national projects and scaremonger and stop us from implementing things that literally the USA already has implemented themselves, but for some reason we can't do it.
We stand for a non-racial future, and we stand for democracy and tolerance as well as compassion. We stand for equal rights for women, for persons with disability, and for members of the LGBTQIA+ community. We stand...
I feel like it's cool that they mention that, obviously, but also like it's also just kind of a bit of a dig at Trump, because how America's been so queerphobic. And like I've been saying to American audience, if you're a leftist or you're LGBT, especially trans, and you don't want to stay there and deal with all that stuff, or you are worried about your security in the future, like look into moving to a country that already has strong protections. And so South Africa is one of those, or Brazil. And if you move to a country that's in BRICS, then you're not going to be in so much of the reach of the USA's nonsense. Because let's say you go to like Australia, then the USA is like, no, you're trans, you're not allowed being trans in Australia, send them back. And Australia's going to be like, okay, fine. You know. So I'd say you want to go somewhere that's not necessarily that close to the USA. And there's quite a few places that have decent protections, but that to have decent protections and not be close to the USA, that's kind of like, yeah, South Africa, Brazil, in terms of the more bigger political players, I'd say, because otherwise it's like, you know, France, or sorry, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, you know, these places may have like the LGBTQ in most places in Europe, at least, I don't know, but you could say there's protections there, but then they're also friends with the USA, so big whoop. Whereas like South Africa, we're not super big friends with the USA, but we still have LGBTQ protection laws, so like, yeah. I don't know why you'd want to live there. I mean, obviously you have your reasons. I just say I don't see the appeal of living in the USA.
For our shared humanity, not for the survival of the fittest. So this evening, let us speak of the nation that we want. Let us speak of the future that we want to build. Let us speak of the work that we as South Africans must do, and the work that we are doing to build that nation and to build that future. We want a nation united in its diversity. At many difficult moments in our past, we found strength in working together towards a common goal. Through partnership, we brought peace and democracy to our country, which was once troubled. We overcame apartheid, a crime against humanity that denied people their human rights, that deprived them of the land and livelihoods, that sought to strip them of their dignity, that humiliated them. Through partnership, we overcame a devastating pandemic and rebuilt our country in the wake of state capture as well. Together, we have built durable institutions that support...
So basically here, it's kind of like he's like doing like, kind of like South Africa's greatest hits. Hey, this is all the stuff we've done. Hey, look how cool we are. But where that comes off slightly tone deaf is the fact that the ANC has been in power all this time doing this stuff, but then there's also so much criticism about how things have been done and things taking too long and not. And while it's true that they are kind of still going in the right direction, just quite slow, but this narrative he's building makes it sound like it was all like rainbows and, you know, look how great we've done, without actually acknowledging that there have been issues, and it hasn't just been the ANC hasn't been necessarily done the best job of doing all these things that he's saying that we've done. So yeah, it's more about the tone deafness of him saying it, where he's projecting the image or the identity, the South African national identity or whatever. But yeah, the fact that he's the one who has the power to do things, and then a lot of people argue things take too long. So that's the criticism there, I guess.
Support our democracy, that protect our fundamental rights and promote the well-being of South Africans. We have built meaningful partnerships between government and business and labor and civil society and other social partners to drive growth and development. These stand as models of cooperation for the rest of the world. South Africans are continuing to work together to confront our country's challenges and build a nation that works for all. Guided by the wishes of the people as expressed in last year's elections, we have formed a government of national unity to give expression to our culture of cooperation. As political parties, we have set us.
And that's a little bit of narrative building as well, because if you look at the results of the election, the ANC lost a whole lot of votes, but their votes went to the MK party. And this government of national unity he's talking about, you know, it's a coalition of political parties, but it doesn't have the MK party in the coalition. So if you can think of it this way, that previously the ANC had enough power or enough votes to automatically have over 50% and not need to have a coalition. And so what brought them down below 50%, what they made them go from not needing a coalition to needing one, was votes going to Umkhonto weSizwe, MK party, not to any of the other parties. The parties that form part of this government of national unity, or this coalition of political parties, they didn't get gains from the ANC losing. The ANC's, so they essentially, most of them, essentially, they're within the margins, you know, none of them really did better. It was only the MK party really that got the gains from the ANC losing. So in reality, what the people's mandate would have been was, we want the MK to be in power. If you do a coalition, it needs to be with the MK party. That was the people's mandate, if you look at which party they voted for. To go ahead and create this so-called government of national unity without the MK party part of it, you can't then go and say that you're fulfilling the mandate of the people. The people's mandate wasn't just do a coalition. We don't care which one. Any coalition will do. No, the people's votes went from ANC to MK. So to form a coalition without the MK, while that still gives you enough percentage or whatever to be in power, it doesn't give you enough to claim you have the mandate of the people, especially if all the parties' votes numbers basically didn't change, except for the ANC's going down and the MK's going up. You can't then exclude the MK, and then still have the People's Mandate, because the People's Mandate would have been ANC plus MK plus maybe the DA, if it were, and maybe the EFF. If you had those four parties together, then you could actually call it the Government of National Unity, and that would have been similar to what happened when the apartheid first ended and they first had something called the Government of National Unity, and it was basically all parties with a certain amount of support automatically became part of the coalition. It wasn't just the ones we pick and choose. And everyone agreed to do that. No one agreed before the selection, let's do it that way. So, yeah, that's kind of just him trying to make things sound good. Make it sound like, in a way, that's kind of what Trump does, where he keeps saying he has the mandate of the people, but he got like a fraction, like 1 or something % more votes. And it's like, most of the people didn't vote. It's like, you don't have a mandate of the people, you have the mandate of a small amount of people. Anyway.
Aside our differences and agreed to work together for the good of all South Africans. In the last week, we have adopted the Medium-Term Development Plan, which sets out a clear and ambitious program for the next 5 years. The actions contained in the Medium-Term Development Plan will advance our 3 strategic priorities. Firstly, to drive inclusive growth and job creation. Secondly, to reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living. And thirdly, to build a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Our most urgent task is to grow our economy so that we can create jobs, reduce poverty, and improve the lives of South Africans. To undertake this task, we need a government that works for the people. We need a state that is capable, competent, underpinned by a professional...
I mean, that's just basic social democracy talk,
Public service. South Africans want a state that treats all people with dignity, humility, and respect. A state with leaders who are prepared to serve our people with complete dedication, and public servants who are ethical, skilled, and properly qualified. To achieve these objectives, we are strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission in the appointment of key people who direct the affairs of our state, such as Directors General, Deputy Directors General, Chief Executive Officers of SOEs and board members and other senior positions. We will introduce a graduate recruitment scheme.
So it's like, how Elon Musk is going in and trying to get rid of anything that even smells woke, and it's like, we're like setting up a some position for someone to go in and make things more woke, or more like inclusive and stuff, more diverse. It's like we're going more woke and they're going less. It's like, and it's because of he doesn't give them the credit, the MK party and like the EFF. They're not part of the GNU. They don't get the credit, but they are basically why we do that instead of what America does, because we have people to the left, and the people on the left, the movement of people on the left is larger than the movement of people on the right. Now, this whole Trump Afrikaner thing, we're going to get to the people on the right, but for the most part, South Africa, you could say, is the people are more on board with social democracy than like something more authoritarian or more neoliberal or whatever. Like, in our sense, that's like what we don't want to go back to. We don't want to go back to a system of inequality based on people's identities and stuff. So we're trying to build our new national identity on not being that, you could say, which, is cool to some degree, but also it's this is just um, you know, superficial stuff. It's just like the national identity is not, you know, it's belaying the fears of the reactionaries, you could say, but it's not anything actually meaningful or like. So it's good to have this rhetoric, obviously, as opposed to Trump's rhetoric.
Our people live and work. In many cities and towns across our country, roads are not maintained. Water and electricity supply is often disrupted. Refuse is not collected, and sewage runs in the streets. In part, this has happened because many municipalities lack the technical skills and resources required to meet our people's needs. Many municipalities have not reinvested the revenue they earn or collect from these services into the upkeep of infrastructure.
It's like, okay, sure, you can point that out, but also that was all the ANC, like his party, that wasn't doing things properly. So, guys, you're telling us that they've been messing up, but also, like, can you say sorry or something? Like, you're the ones who did the messing up.
Starting this year, we will work with our municipalities to establish professionally managed ring-fence utilities for water and electricity services to ensure that there is adequate investment and maintenance.
Okay, professionally managed ring-fenced utilities is like the word salad way of saying privatization. Like, they're trying to potentially add some privatization into the water and electricity, which isn't a good thing. Now, electricity, we kind of desperately need electricity, and there's certain ways you can do it where they need to either allow it to be done through the government-owned company, or people are going to want to do it privately, like solar on your roof. Like, if there's only one company and the government owns it and they don't want to let people hook up solar, then what do you think? People are going to start saying, well, let's privatize it. So I'm not saying it needs to be privatized, but what I'm saying is it needs to have that kind of thing where there's like people are able to build their own solar, even if that means plugging it back into the grid and making money off of that. And even if that means some people can do that as a business, whatever, that's fine, because we need the electricity and stuff like that. And then your government utility, whatever, is like the platform that we're all running on, right? So that's still fine. And I think he talks about our rail system working like that, but still, the problem comes in with the fact that the national, or the state-owned entities are also the ways that the government can give like jobs and stuff to people. And so when you privatize stuff, then it's, you know, how do you know that it's going to help out the poor people? How do you know? So it's kind of a can of worms, and it would be better if they didn't necessarily open up privatization, but just fixed the incompetencies with the state-owned entities. That would be better. And even if you have to break them up into different state-owned entities that can be run professionally or whatever. Like, it's like, while it's true that corporations sometimes have logistical capacities, at the end of the day, that's serving only one purpose, and so they will take shortcuts. Look at like the UK. I think they privatized the water there, and now like there's like sewage in their pipes or some shit. Like, we do, especially things like water and electricity. Like, we shouldn't be privatizing it, and that's why I say like that the ANC is like social democrat, but they kind of like excuse me, they kind of like just centrist here, but then we have parties that are further left to them, like the FF, like MK, who want to do things better, to fix stuff and not just privatize, but actually implement things in. Because the thing is, like, a government can at the end of the day, a government can do things efficiently. If a corporation can, then a government can. Because who's doing it? It's not like you're going to another country. It's the same people doing the same jobs. Just it's the governing structure and the incentive structure behind it. So with the incentive structures in the corporation might lead to a level of accountability due to people who are paying, not getting the service they paid for. That's going to be a problem, and there's channels to address that because they're a company, so they're breaking like regulations and all this. But the thing is, you can still have that same accountability for the government, but you have to put it in place. It's not, you can't piggyback off the corporate law or whatever. You have to create ways to keep it accountable, and that's the type of stuff you should be doing rather than just handing it over.
Many of the challenges in municipalities also arise from the design of our local government system. We will therefore undertake extensive consultation to develop an updated white paper on local government to outline a modern and fit-for-purpose local government system. We will also review.
I don't know what he means by that, but I'd be curious to see what it is, because it's like, are they going to make it easier or harder for local governments to have autonomy or agency? If they're expecting them to adhere to like a generalized standard harder, that might be bad. If they're giving them more flexibility to have a catered solution for their context, then that could be good. So I don't know what they're talking about or thinking about with this new white paper for local government, but I definitely want to check it out when it comes out.
The funding model for municipalities. We will do so because many of our municipalities truly do not have a viable and sustainable revenue base.
So one thing I would agree with is that you shouldn't be trying to fund your municipalities based on taxes. So if what they're talking about here is to decouple tax revenue from like municipal spending, which moves us closer to like the modern monetary theory way of doing things, and less like running things like a business, that would be good. That would be definitely a good thing, because we do not need to have government stuff running like a business. So let's just hope that's what they have in mind.
We will work with traditional leaders in the implementation of local development programs. We will also seek to work with our traditional leaders in ensuring that they continue their own work as we give them the recognition as the natural and indigenous leaders of our people. We will expand our support to municipalities that require assistance, drawing on the lessons of the Presidential eThekwini Working Group. We are seeing...
Yeah, so you want to have... the eThekwini is like another name for the city where I live, Durban. But so we had like some big floods here, and like it washed some roads away, and there was like water pipes that got damaged and power lines. This was like a couple of years ago, I think. The ultimate conclusion, I guess, we came to, our country, or word on the street or whatever, was that, you know, it's just a climate change related thing. But then they like, also there was like a lot of issues with Durban municipality itself, just not being well organized, and so not really able to respond well to the natural disasters and stuff. So yeah, this whole like working group thing I think he's talking about, it's like coming in and trying to address some of the issues and get things to run smoothly again. And so he's basically saying like they want to do that now, but like over across everywhere. So that has like its pros and cons, I guess, because it's like obviously the pros are like you can maybe get better customer service and stuff, like establish standards for that, and deal with like issues of corruption maybe. So there are definitely like pros to that kind of stuff, but then you also run the risk of the the state like taking more power, you could say, like tolerating things less. So one thing, like you could think of like people who haven't paid their electricity bill. Now in theory or technically, you could argue it's efficient to cut them off if they haven't paid or whatever. So in some ways, like a lack of efficiency can almost be like used by the bureaucracy to do more good than it otherwise would normally do. But then in the process of trying to get rid of, so it's the same thing that allows the flexibility for you to have the corruption be there, is also the same flexibility used by other non-corrupt politicians to do like the good stuff. Oh, I don't know if I'm doing this right. It was 6, 4. Oh, I think I did it wrong. Darn it. Yeah. I missed one. I think. Darn it. Why am I doing it like up here anyway? But okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But then that actually goes 1, 2, 3, 4. And then this one is supposed to be the 6. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then 12 over there. I was like, I was like looking at the mini map, and I'm like, okay, there's something looking weird. Like my circle isn't looking super circular. Like what's going on? So, and I tried to double check, and yeah, I think I was a row short on that side there. So yeah, I'm going to let Mr. Ramaphosa keep going. Wow, how much sand? Where's it all going? Oh. Okay, whatever. It's like the never-ending sand hole. I can just leave this other sand that's on the inside, but that's a mistake, but on the inside is fine because it's going to get filled in anyway.
great progress in Etegwini as we implement the district development model, which enables all key role players, as in government, business, labor, and community-based organizations, to work together. As we work to reform the public service and build the capability of the state, we will harness technology to transform the way government works. We will invest in digital public infrastructure to give South Africans access to government services anytime, anywhere through a relaunched government gov.za platform. At the heart of this transformation will be the implementation of a digital identity system. Now, these measures will in the end transform the relationship between citizens and government and create one government that is accessible to every person at a touch. We want a nation with a thriving economy, an economy that benefits all. To create this virtuous cycle of investment, growth, and jobs, we must lift economic growth to above 3%. To achieve high levels of economic growth, we are undertaking
I'm going to come back to the point about the government thing. I'm just grabbing myself some food as well.
massive investment in new infrastructure while upgrading and maintaining the infrastructure that we have. We're developing innovative ways of funding infrastructure. We are engaging local and international finance institutions and investors to unlock 100 billion rand in infrastructure financing. A project preparation bid window has been launched to fast-track investment readiness. This includes revised regulations for public-private partnerships, which will unlock private sector expertise and funds. And government will spend more than 940 billion rand on infrastructure over the next 3 years.
So, I don't know, this part's kind of interesting because it's like, in a way, it's sort of like modern monetary theory talking of like spending on infrastructure big, but then they kind of want to do it through private partnerships, not necessarily via like the government doing the construction. So maybe it's a bit more business friendly than a full-on like government spending on the infrastructure. We don't have like the money, I guess, as a government, but we could, you know, budget it through modern monetary theory. So I don't like the idea of us doing it via these partnerships. I don't mind the contracts going out to companies and stuff, but at the same time, like, you could develop like a South African like government-based like Corps of Engineers type thing, and have it be like a government-run construction thing. Like, so yeah, I don't know. This constantly handing things to business over and over is another reason why you have parties like to the left of the ANC that criticize them, because, you know, it's like, yes, they're a social democrat, but they're not really doing things, they're not using their power to do the most good possible. They're using it to try to walk a line between business and public, and, you know, public and private, to give us our you know, rights and fairness and freedom and diversity, to also give business everything it basically wants as well, or to try and find a good balance between the two. And that's not sustainable, and so that's why the ANC has been losing votes every election, because you don't have anything to fight for there. It's like, so people want you to use the power to actually do things that will make their lives better, and not have a regard for the business interests. Because at the end of the day, businesses should exist for society, not the other way around.
Now, this includes 375 billion rand in spending by state-owned enterprises. This funding will revitalize our roads, and it will modernize our ports and airports, and also power our economy. Through the infrastructure fund that we launched some time ago, 12 blended finance projects worth nearly 38 billion rand have been approved in the last year. These are projects in water and sanitation, student accommodation, transport, health, and energy as well. Construction of the M10 bridge in the Eastern Cape the construction continues. This bridge will rise above the river between Port Edward and Lusikisiki and will become the tallest bridge in Africa. The Podihadi Dam in Lesotho will feed 490 million cubic liters of water a year from the Lesotho highlands into the Vaal River system, securing water supply to several provinces.
This water scheme thing has been talked about for ages. Like, he's kind of taking credit for it, but it's been in the works for a long time.
For years to come. Working with international partners, we are revitalizing small harbors, unlocking economic opportunities for coastal communities. We're also looking very closely at the harbor that we will build in the Northern Cape, in Bochubai, because that is going to be a game changer for the Northern Cape. We are steadily removing the obstacles to meaningful and faster growth. The economic
I'm curious where this place is that he wants to build the port. So it's over there, but now, 60 kilometers north of Port Nolloth. Port Nolloth is a place I've been to twice. So yeah, it's 20 kilometers south of the border, so it's like right on the border of Namibia and South Africa. So I wonder, the port, maybe it's to make it easier for stuff in the port to get sent through to Namibia as well. But yeah, I mean, it can't be a bad thing, because then there's less trucks that have to go up Cape Town to take the stuff up there to Namibia. And, you know, so it's like probably more efficient to just offload the stuff straight into the port there. So yeah, I guess that's cool.
Economic reforms that we are implementing through Operation Vulindlela have created a new sense of optimism and confidence in our economy. Investors are looking at South Africa with much more interesting eyes as they see the reforms that we are implemented through Vulindlela. We have made progress in rebuilding and restructuring a number of our network industries. We are seeing positive results in the improvement of the functioning of our network industries, as well as the investment opportunities that are opening up and are being taken up by investors, leading to job creation. Working together with business, labor, and other social partners, we must now finish the work that we started. Over the coming year, we will initiate a second wave of reform to unleash more rapid and inclusive growth. Our immediate focus is to enable Eskom, Transnet, and other state-owned enterprises that are vital to our economy to function optimally. We are repositioning these entities to provide world-class infrastructure while enabling competition in operations, whether in electricity generation, freight, rail, or port terminals. We continue with the fundamental reform of our state-owned enterprises to ensure that they can effectively fulfill their social and economic mandates. Now, this includes the work underway to put in place a new model to strengthen governance and oversight of our public entities. We will ensure public ownership of strategic infrastructure for public benefit while finding innovative ways to attract private investment to improve services and to ensure public revenue can be focused on the provision of public services. We are in the process of establishing a dedicated SOE reform unit to coordinate this work.
Like that's kind of like sums up like their strategy or whatever as a party is like try to do the socially like try to do the thing that is socially good, or the social democracy, or the human rights, or social, like work on that, and then be innovative and try to come up with creative, fancy ways to bring the private sector on board with it and help you monetize it. And like, yeah, it's so centrist from like within capitalism, you know.
The measures we have implemented through the Energy Action Plan have reduced the severity and frequency of load shedding, with more than 300 days without load shedding since March 2024. Now, while the return of load shedding for 2 days last week was a reminder that our energy supply is still constrained, we remain on a very positive trajectory, whether people like it or not. We now need
I don't know why he's being sassy all of a sudden over there.
to put the risk of load shedding behind us once and for all. And the Minister of Electricity will speak about it in about 2 weeks or so when he presents to Parliament. We need to put that once and for all behind us by completing the reform of our energy system to ensure long-term energy security. The Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, which came into effect on the 1st of January, marks the beginning of a new era in our energy architecture. This year, we will put in place the building blocks of a competitive electricity market. Over time, this will allow multiple electricity generation entities to emerge and to compete. We will mobilize private sector investment in our transmission network to connect more renewable.
Yeah, with the some stuff I think would be good, like right now you can't get like solar panels on your roof, and then if you make extra electricity not using it, sell it back into the grid. Like you can't do that now. And if you were able to do that, you'd make it that a lot of people could afford it to do solar then. It would make it way cheaper to do solar. And then you could have tons more people get solar. And then electricity gets cheaper. And then we can use more of it to make more stuff. And the prices will go down of everything else if the price of electricity goes down. So I think electricity is the one thing where it's like we kind of can't have too much of it, because like we can also send some to our neighbors and sell it to them and stuff. So yeah, that would be cool to allow that. But then it's like, where do you draw the line? Like at what scale? Because at a certain scale, it does become like a competitor to the national state-owned enterprise, right? So they're trying to draw a line of like where you can do some electricity generation, but not like at a huge scale. Maybe you can do some transmission lines, but not like the main lines or whatever.
Energy to the grid. The Minister will tell us that we still need to install 14,000 kilometers of transmission lines. We therefore need to mobilize finance from a number of sources to enable this to happen. As we reform our energy system, we are continuing to build successful.
So yeah, there again, where we're not doing modern monetary theory where we could, because he says we have to get all these different revenue sources, but we don't need to, because we're talking about water, electricity, roads, things that will always pay more back than you put in. Whatever infrastructure you spend, you get it back by the value it adds to the economy to, even if you did go into debt, but obviously modern monetary theory, you can cancel the debt out. But even if you didn't have that and you did want to respect debt, it would still be worth doing it via public debt, whatever, rather than private financing, in my opinion.
Multilateral partnerships in the global effort to halt the devastating impact of climate change. Our just energy transition is gaining momentum. Over $13 billion have been pledged by the international community, and significant private capital is being invested locally. We are determined to meet our carbon reduction commitments and will do so at a pace and at a scale that our country can afford. We are revitalizing our port terminals and rail corridors through the Freight Logistics Roadmap, which was adopted by Cabinet, leveraging private capital to restore our logistics infrastructure to world-class standards.
Once again, utilizing private capital. It's like, it blurs the line, because it's like, these are things the government should be doing. It's like, we shouldn't be needing private capital for public infrastructure, you know. I don't think that, like, they maybe don't have the boldness to do modern monetary theory, and that's why they're looking for financing like that. But it's all going to come with strings anyway, so hopefully it doesn't come with too many strings.
Transnet's performance has stabilized and is steadily improving. We released a network statement in December last year, which for the first time will enable private rail operators to access the freight rail system that will continue to be owned by the state. Open access to the rail network will allow train operation companies to increase the volume of goods transported by rail, while our network infrastructure remains state-owned. This will ensure that South African minerals, the vehicles that we manufacture, our agricultural produce, reach international markets.
So it could be like where it ends, but obviously it's a bit of a slippery slope where you like halfway privatize a thing. Who's to say it won't get fully privatized in the future? But let's say it stops there and it stays with just us owning, or the government owning the infrastructure, the rails, but then private companies are able to have like their own trains running on those rails, as long as they're properly regulated so that they pass safety standards. That seems like an okay thing to me. Like, the government owns the roads that we use our own private cars to drive on. So I think the government owning it's a good thing, because then they can do things like monitor for like contraband or whatever, and not get super corrupt and like start hiking prices up and start all that stuff. So if the base price by the government is to use the rail is that's essentially where the monopoly is, right? Then you could have multiple different train providers competing and having the same cost to use the rail. It would be on them to be more profitable. So in a way, that does sort of try to combine the best of both worlds. Like, it's like new innovations in social democracy, technology, whatever. But you get the government to do the part where the government really needs to do, and then you let private business do the rest. And I guess that could be described as like not necessarily the ANC, because others, like obviously Nelson Mandela, and then there was like Jacob Zuma. These are people who have not really shown us that style of ideology. But this is also Ramaphosa in his second term, so he's probably now trying to really implement his personal ideology, which seems to be this attempt to innovate at social democracy from like a poor country perspective. And it's a dangerous game, you could say, because we're dealing with privatization, and there's a chance that things get implemented in a way that's helpful for the country. But that's not necessarily the way that's just going to happen, because things tend to happen not the right way here first, and then everyone complains, and then we do it the right way. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get all this stuff right the first try. And also the way we do it almost matters as much as whether we do it.
Securing jobs and earning much needed revenue for our fiscus. New cranes and other port equipment are being commissioned to speed up the loading and unloading of cargo and reduce waiting times for ships in our various ports. As we forge ahead with the reform agenda, an urgent priority is to ensure a secure and reliable supply of water across the country. Many people in our cities, towns, and villages are experiencing more and more frequent water shortages as a result of failing water infrastructure. It is impossible to live without water, as we all know, and it is impossible for the economy to grow without water. We're therefore taking a series of decisive actions to resolve the water crisis, to enable our people to get water where they live, whether in townships or in the rural areas. We are investing heavily in...
Okay, so I just wanted to, before he gets to the point there, I just wanted to mention that the water rights stuff issue in South Africa is quite wild, as far as I know, in terms of how easy it is for business or how easy it is for business to get and hold water rights. So it's like we have a lot of water underground or whatever in the country, but a lot of it is owned privately, and a lot of the people who own it didn't pay all that much for it, as far as I know. Well, when I say own, it's like the rights to extract the water. And it would be like you can extract this much per day or whatever, you know.
Expanding our water resources. Wherever one goes in our country, we often hear our citizens raising the issue of water continuously. So we are raising this issue to a much higher level. And like we did with electricity, I know and I am hopeful that we will resolve the water crisis that we have. Loko famba uya atindaweni to tala. Ukuma ku ri vakhegulu va rila hi yona mhaka leyi ya mati. Va ku byela ku ri hi hava mati, hi lava ku ri hulumeni a hi tisela mati, hi ta swi endla sweleswo. Hi lava ku ri mi tiva kahle laha mi nga tshama kona ku ri mati a ta va kona, hi ta wa tisa mi wa kuma. To date, the Infrastructure Fund has secured 23 billion rand for 7 large water infrastructure projects. We have ended delays in major water infrastructure projects like Phase 2 of the Lesotho Highlands Water Project and the Umkomazi Dam. Work is underway to prepare for construction of the Ntabelanga Dam on the Umzimvubu River to supply additional water for domestic use as well as for irrigation in the Eastern Cape. Within the next year, we will complete the establishment of the National...
Yeah, okay, so just to add a little bit of perspective there. So like, you know, it sounds great. He's like, we're going to do this, we're going to do this. Like, these are all things that like have been on the go for a while. Yes, it's good that we're doing them and we should finish them, but these things have also taken a long time. And the way he's saying it kind of makes it sound like doing this and this and this and this. Like, these are things that, you know, we've been trying to do for a long time. And they didn't magically speed up or anything, you know, they've been going at their pace.
Water Resource Infrastructure Agency to unlock much greater investment in water projects. Through the Water Services Amendment Bill, we will introduce a licensing system for water service providers and remove licenses where providers do not meet the standards for quality drinking water. As part of our reform agenda, we will ensure that our focus on water is intensive and it speeds up. As we move ahead with our reform processes, we will continue to enhance our visa system to make it easier for skilled people to invest in our country and to grow tourism. This year, we will launch...
He keeps jumping around from topic to topic. It's like, we're on water, now we're on visas. But yeah, so I don't know. We'll see what happens with the water stuff. It's like you got to see what the actual policy is. It's just saying they're going to do something about it. And now also with the visas, it's like, again, it's like he's basically saying like, we really sucked at all this stuff, and now we're doing okay at it. But it's all stuff that you should have been doing okay at anyway. So it's great that you don't suck anymore, but that's not necessarily something to brag about. You know, maybe it's something to feel an achievement yourself or your party for going from sucking to being competent or whatever. But the people are wanting a little bit more. They don't just want you to like get your shit together. They want to see stuff change on the ground, not just from, oh, now you're organized better, but I'm still don't have like the stuff I need. You know, that's what people, and it's like, will the stuff that's being spoken about get all the way down to the people on, you know, or is it going to be spoken about and then take years, and then the money, and it's like you hear about it and it never happens, but the money got spent, but no one knows where the money went. You know, is it going to be another one of those? Like, we have to see the progress with our own eyes to believe it, because of how many times you hear about things and then it's like vaporware. But maybe, I mean, well, the thing is now with the coalition is like that they do have other parties working with them, parties who also look bad if they screw up. So maybe the teamwork can make their dream work. But then once again, still only delivering like minimum, and people are wanting more. And like we'll get, I think he might mention it, but like our expected growth with the GDP, like he says 3%, and then a lot of people are like, well, it to actually start making a dent in unemployment, it needs to be 5%. But also it's like, can we at least hit 3%? Because like we didn't hit 3% last year. It's like, I'm glad they're saying it needs to be 5, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. I want it to be 5 too. I want it to be 5, if not 5, 3. But like, that's the thing, is like, you can't just say like, this is our goal. And in some ways, I guess maybe it's good that he said the goal was 3 and not 5, because maybe he actually does have a plan to achieve 3. And if he said 5, it would have just been blowing smoke up our asses. Even if that's the number we need, you can't just say it because we need it. You actually have to be able to deliver it. So maybe they can deliver 3. So we'll have to see. But it's also, there's so much that's not in our control, and you kind of have to do a bit more. This whole like walking a fine line between public, private, and, you know, not spending too much yourself, but it's like that way of doing things doesn't necessarily get things, get you through like disruptive global events. You know, then you get hit by those, and you suffer from them, and you haven't been doing things, you haven't been doing your own thing. You've been tying yourself to business. So when business gets hit, you get hit, if that makes sense. Hopefully.
Launch the electronic travel authorization system to enable a secure, fully digital visa application process. Now, this system will use artificial intelligence and automation to reduce the scope of corruption and enable rapid turnaround times for tourist visas. We have cleared over 90% of the backlog of more than 300,000 visa applications. Now, in many ways, these changes that are underway, these reforms that were
I honestly don't know how they're using AI to get through the backlog of visas. Like, are they letting the workers use ChatGPT? Or, you know, be like, help me figure this out? I don't know.
implementing send a very strong message that South Africa is indeed open for business and tourism. As we open for tourism, the Chinese market, the Indian market, the market in the Middle East, the market in Europe and all over are waiting to come as tourists to our country. We want a nation in which prosperity and opportunity is shared by all. For many decades, our economy has been held back by the exclusion of the vast majority of South Africa's people. Black South Africans were deprived of land, of capital, of skills, and of opportunities. Our economy was starved of the potential that it has. And this is why we need to transform our economy and to make it more inclusive. That is why our focus is on empowering our people, on empowering women and persons with disabilities, because they were deliberately excluded from playing a role in the economy of their own country. And we will set up a transformation fund worth 20 billion rand a year over the next 5 years to fund black-owned and small business enterprises. We will fast-track the regulations of the Public Procurement Act to ensure that businesses that are owned by women, by young people, and persons with disabilities receive equitable opportunities in government contracts.
I mean, that type of thing, especially like the small businesses, like if they properly do give them funding, they'll be good, because a lot of the economic empowerment we've had has been not broad-based, though it was meant to be. It's gone to like specific, like, oh, you the CEO, and so you earn 50%, and then like, but all the workers are still earning the same thing, type thing. Just because the owner's black didn't necessarily translate into poverty being alleviated, other than just for that one black person, obviously. So the small businesses are where you make the real difference, not the big businesses, because the big businesses will just have the ticks checked to get whatever government contract, but then still do whatever they can to cut corners and stuff like that, whereas a small business is more likely to be properly involving those people. Like in a small business, you do more as a person individually. In a big business, you kind of have, you just one cog in the machine. So yeah, I think it can make more difference expanding how many, allowing people to start small businesses and allowing those businesses to grow will make more difference to the economy than just trying to say only 50% black owned companies get contracts. Like, that's fine on its own, I guess, but if it's just being done with big contracts and big businesses, and you never then trying to grow the bottom, like, you know, like people who are unemployed to start a business themselves, not just try to get a job because you gave a big business a handout and then they have a couple more jobs open, but to allow people to start their own entrepreneurial new thing, that will do more good, I think.
And we have started and will continue to train women entrepreneurs to enable them to compete for government tenders. In November last year, we launched the National Skills Fund Disabilities Program. In its first phase, this transformative initiative will empower over 10,000 persons with disabilities through tailoring training for them and through ensuring that they get stipends and specialized tools. This part of the work we must undertake as business, as government and labor and civil society to enable people with disabilities to play an important role in the economy of our country. For far too long, they've been relegated to the back rooms of everything. Through these programs, we are not only righting a grave historical wrong, we are unleashing the potential of our economy for sustained growth. We want a nation where there is work for all, where every person can earn a decent living and realize their potential, where the rights of workers are protected and working conditions are improved, where women and men receive equal pay for work of equal value. We need to ensure that growth creates jobs for all, and especially for young people. The success of the presidential employment stimulus shows how public employment programs can create meaningful work that generates a wider benefit and contributes to sustainable employment. The employment stimulus that we introduced during the COVID period has created almost 2.2 million work and livelihood opportunities through innovative models that provide high-quality work to participants. The Social Employment Fund has created over 80,000 jobs this year. It has supported more than 12,000 participants to enter entrepreneurial activities. During the past year, young people secured 235,000 work opportunities through the National Pathway Management Network. And this is underpinned by the SA Youth Mobi platform. We now need to build on these innovative programs to create jobs for young people at ever greater scale. And to create jobs, we must leverage our unique strengths, as well as our unrealized potential to build the industries of the future, as in green manufacturing, renewable energy, electrical vehicles, and the digital economy that is also driven by artificial intelligence. This year, we will finalize a modernized and comprehensive industrial policy that drives economic growth. We will achieve this ambition by focusing on the opportunities in localization, diversification, digitization, and decarbonization. We're working towards the full implementation of the African continent.
Wait, I have to get back to that. That was a good soundbite.
Diversification, digitization, and decarbonization.
Localization, diversification, digitization, and decarbonization.
Buzzwordification. Of the African Continental Free
The full implementation of the buzzwordification
trade area, which will tear down the barriers to trade on our continent. As the most industrialized economy on the African continent, we are positioning ourselves to be at the center of this new growing market. We are harnessing the sun and the wind to make our country a leader in renewable energy and green manufacturing. With an abundance of cheap green energy, we can produce products that are competitive anywhere in the world and create hundreds of thousands of new jobs in this process. We are making sustainable use of the rich abundance of the South African earth by supporting our farmers, improving our logistics network and rural supply chains, and opening new export markets for products that we grow or produce. We can significantly expand our agricultural sector. We want South Africa to be leading in the commercial production of products such as hemp and cannabis, a product that is so well known in the Eastern Cape and KZN.
So yeah, shout out to cannabis. And in KZN, that's where I live, so maybe if the thing is like, there's a whole thing, because like constitutionally we got like this ruling that said we have the constitutional rights to grow and use, okay? They didn't rule that we had the constitutional right to buy and sell. And so it got into this like halfway point where it's legal to grow and use, but not buy and sell. I guess you could call that decriminalized. But now there was supposed to be some law, like part of that ruling was that they didn't straight away legalize buying and selling, but they said that we need to then pass another law that deals with that, basically. So this is the second law now that's trying to be passed or whatever. I don't think it's finalized, but the idea there is that if they can make it so that small, like literally you at home, if you can literally grow like a wheat plant and then, you know, process it and whatever, and then sell whatever you grew to your friend or to your neighbor next to you in the street, like now maybe they would say you need a license, and so then if they say that, then is the license something everybody, like your everyday person, can get, type thing? Is it just that, or do you have to pay like a bunch of money to get it? So we don't know exactly what the law is going to look like, but if it ends up being that you have to be like a business or you have to pay a bunch of money for a license, then that's kind of going to get appealed again, because that goes against the crux of the matter is that it shouldn't be illegal, because that's a colonial apartheid style law that came to place. So there's people that were using before the white man, and so that's why it's fundamentally not okay for us to make it legal, basically, from that point of view. And so if they make it that your everyday, like, average Joe isn't able to participate, then that's again going to not satisfy the actual lived like way that people use it. So that's going to go against, because that's their traditional way of living and stuff. If you imagine like how cannabis is a part of like the Rastafari way of living. Well, there's parts in South Africa where it's part of their culture like that too. Not Rastafari, but their own separate cultural connection to it. More so, I guess, in the Eastern Cape than here. But again, like you know, I don't know. You probably might have heard of Durban poison, like the weed strain, but that's KZN. So, like, interestingly, that strain is now lost. The genetics are like kind of hard to get and in dispute. But anyway, the point is that like we kind of were well known, you know, for that as well. So it really doesn't make sense for it to be illegal. And generally speaking, what I've seen is that there's been like shops that sell and they've been able to keep going, but then they have been getting harassed by police or other government people. But so they have had to like go to court and all this stuff, and who knows what's going to happen with all of that. But so far, it seems like they are still staying open. So I guess the point there, like, you're taking too long to pass the law, so we need to like, because the thing is like, if you think about it from one perspective, like it's better that there would be like a shop you can go to where there's like some kind of quality control and like it's sort of a safer environment maybe and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you can be like a registered patient or something, I don't know. So it's better to have things done like the legitimate way than to just say no and then people are going to do it anyway but do it in less safe ways and whatever. Yeah. But anyway, hopefully, anyway, the point was hopefully like the law is one that is actually legit and doesn't need to be appealed to make it more legit. And then who knows, maybe I can start growing and that can be a way for me to make side income or something.
A product that our forebears have produced for generations and generations. We can add modern value to it and bring it to the shelves of the entire world. We are breathing new life into the mining industry, which remains one of our most important and valuable endowments. I often say that mining was the bedrock on which our economy was built, and it continues to be a sunrise industry. We are on track to implement a new, modern, and transparent mining rights system this year, which will unlock investment.
I don't know if it's a good thing that our economy was built on mining, considering like the way the shit was mined and who owns the mining companies.
In exploration and production. We will put in place an enabling policy as well as a regulatory framework for critical minerals. By beneficiating these minerals here in South Africa, we can make use of the extraordinary wealth that lies beneath our soil for the benefit of our people. Even more valuable than our natural resources are the diversity, the energy, and the talent of the people of this country. The services sector is now the largest part of our economy, ranging from financial services to retail, hospitality, tourism, and the burgeoning creative industry. The tourism sector is growing rapidly, with close on to 9 million tourists having visited our country last year. One of the attractive sites in our country, which we want to see growing more and more, is Robben Island. I visited Robben Island on the 8th of January. And I got to hear that in a year, they're now going to receive 300,000. They want to grow it to 500,000 visitors in a year.
I did go to Robben Island before. It's pretty cool. I wouldn't mind going again, but I'd have to go to Cape Town. But you go on like a boat and stuff, the island, and then you can go and see like the jail cell that held Nelson Mandela, and there's like a whole museum thing there about the prison and all that stuff as well. And I think there's stuff about Mandela there, I don't know. But yeah, it's a pretty cool place to visit, and interesting that we actually had like our own like prison island. But we don't seem to do that anymore. But it's like interesting how people want to like Trump wants to send some US citizens to prison in El Salvador. It's like, and it's the political prisons, right? Prisoners. You don't want them talking to other people.
Yeah, and most of these visitors are South Africans. So we will grow tourism through our visa reforms, through increasing the number of flights to key destinations, and through the marketing of our country as the best country to visit in the world. And we have also seen strong growth in digital services, as well as business process outsourcing, as well as data centers. As the need for data grows in the world, our country is seen as a reservoir of having data centers. And this is continuing.
I didn't know that we're a reservoir of data centers, but it sort of makes sense especially if you consider, like you're talking about the whole renewable energy thing, like if we could have our data centers running off green energy, that's definitely a way for us to add value. And also the fact that we're in like the bottom of Africa, that's the reason why that helps with data servers is the like geo-redundancy, disaster recovery, and the whole closest, like you want to get a server that's the closest to where you live and stuff. So probably like for like the bottom of Africa, we'd have the closest servers, right? And then also if our servers can run off like renewable energy, then they could probably be quite cheap. So then if we can have like, even if it's not necessarily the fastest region to have your data hosted in, we could have it be one of the cheaper ones. And that could also be something, I don't know if that's what they're thinking, but that's one strategy, I guess, around having these data servers. Supposedly we are a reservoir of.
To create jobs for young people. To support this growth, we are investing in skills development for the industries of the future. The Jobs Boost Fund has pioneered a new model that links funding for skills in demand for the successful placement and particularly employment of young people. We are expanding our support for small and medium enterprises and for the informal economy, which sustains millions of jobs as well as livelihoods across our country. This includes streamlining funding for small businesses, unlocking venture capital for high-growth startups, and developing a regulatory environment that enables rather than restricts informal enterprises. To build
like that, what he said there has the potential to be really good. If they had a regulatory framework that enabled instead of restricted, like the default almost position was you can participate in the informal economy, but then obviously maybe within some boundaries, is way better than you shouldn't be involved in it, the default position. And that's where they, especially kind of a problem in South Africa, they've like repeatedly gone and like where there's been street vendors and like confiscated their stuff or whatever. It's like, oh, where's your license? But like we've also had issues where we've had contaminated food, and they were talking about wanting to be more strict on regulating food. So I don't know if like maybe food is not going to be included in this, what he's talking about, but there's still like loads of other areas apart from food, where it would be useful if you didn't get seen as like this out of bounds, out of the law thing just because you had some informal business going, you know. That's the type of thing. More regulations on big business and regulations on people trying to start businesses.
An innovative economy. The Department of Science and Technology and Innovation will establish an innovation fund to provide venture capital to tech startups that emerge from our higher education institutions.
So that, again, like kind of public-private, blah, blah, blah. But what thing I will say that might be good about that is that we do have a lack of investing culture in South Africa, or basically resources, you could say. Like, you don't really have like the same way to get investments that you might in America. And so some companies in South Africa like try to do business in America just to be able to unlock additional funding through like the US capital market or stock exchange or whatever, or investors there having more money and stuff. Whereas like here, there's not that much money getting put into investment. So this, and I think America does like quite a bit of this as well. Like, and I think even like some of the organs, like my internet's being unstable. It's like my drop keeps going up and down. Okay, let's see if this helps. Oh, no, still dropping frames. We're back.
We are calling on business.
Yeah, so anyway, I guess I'll just try to keep going. But yeah, I think like CIA or someone, but like essentially like the government being able to invest in tech startups, especially when you don't have a lot of investment money flying around, is probably a good thing, I'd say.
To use the SA Youth Mobi platform, which currently has some 4.5 million young people registered for their hiring purposes. We're calling on business to support the Youth Employment Service to scale up workplace experience opportunities over the coming year. We want a nation where no one goes hungry. For 30 years, since the dawn of democracy, we have worked together to reduce poverty. Today, our country spends around 60% of our national budget on the social wage, on health, on education, on social protection, community development, and public employment programs. More than 28 million unemployed and vulnerable people in our country receive social assistance. More than 10.5 million learners go to public schools where they do not have to pay fees. Last year, over 900,000 students from poor working class backgrounds and poor families and working class backgrounds received funding to study at universities and colleges. Now, through these programs, we are alleviating the worst effects of poverty. We are providing the means through which South Africans can rise above poverty that has been passed down from one generation to the next. But we have much to do, and much more work needs to be done to end poverty in our country.
Yeah, so it's like we could have free public university and college, right? But they're not doing that. They're just giving like X number of people the money to go into the private institutions and do it. So it's like, again, very like business friendly, socially responsible style way of doing things.
We must do much more to ensure that women in particular no longer face the hopeless task to feed and clothe their children. While government invests heavily to support poor and unemployed people, these programs are fragmented and sometimes they are difficult to access. We are therefore building an integrated system of support for poor and unemployed people. We are strengthening existing programs from job search support to public employment and making sure that together they provide people with pathways out of poverty. Rather than expecting those in need to approach several government agencies separately, a citizen should be able to go to one place to receive all the support that they need. To protect the gains that we have made since 1994 in advancing children's rights, we will adopt the National Strategy to Accelerate Action for Children, which focuses on 10 key priorities, including poverty reduction, child protection, and addressing malnutrition. The Social Relief Distress Grant is an essential mechanism for alleviating extreme poverty. We will use this grant as a basis for the introduction of a more sustainable form of income support for unemployed people. Now, central to our efforts to end poverty and to develop our economy is to provide decent, quality education to every South African.
Like, he just moved on there. I I think some people were hoping he'd actually go ahead and be like, we're gonna do universal basic income, because there is one political party in South Africa that wants to do that. So him saying like restructuring the social grant system, like you could do that. That could be the start of a universal basic income system, which would be good, I think, for us. But so he didn't say that. 4, 3, 2.
We are immensely proud of the achievements of the matric class of 2024. It's a class which achieved the highest pass rate in our country's history. Now, 87% of learners who sat for their matric exams passed. For the first time in the history of our country, nearly half of these learners achieved bachelor pass. Nothing can diminish, frankly, nothing can diminish our pride in the hard work of these learners and the steady support of their teachers, parents, and broader community. And let us give them a big round of applause. We should all be proud of the class of 2024. But our immediate focus is to expand access to early childhood development for every child. Now this will be achieved through registering and formalizing existing ECD centers and ensuring that they have the facilities, the training and material that they need to provide quality learning. We will focus on ensuring that every child can read for meaning in the foundation phase to set them up for success in later years. To achieve this, we are implementing mother tongue-based bilingual education. We do this to improve literacy and numeracy.
So yeah, that's a good thing, I think, basically to be able to teach kids, especially at the younger ages, to teach them in their own native language that they speak at home, because we have like, I don't know, like 12 something different languages that are like official languages. So yeah, bilingual, basically, I guess that's like saying you're not only gonna get that. So I guess that's cool, because like there's so many languages that if everyone only learned one, we'd struggle to talk to each other. Maybe they would learn something like English as their second, because that is the language that they tend to speak in like parliament and stuff. But I don't think there's any law or anything that says that they have to do that. I've seen people talking other languages in parliament as well, so I don't know, but it definitely helps to have a language that you can talk to each other on, and that's sort of defaulted to being English in South Africa. But there's still places you can go where if you talk English, people won't know what you're saying. So yeah, but that teaching people in their native language is a good thing for sure.
And rolling out lessons plans, reading books, and other interventions that have been proven to work. The Funza Lushaka bursary scheme will continue to prioritize students who want to pursue a teaching career in the foundation phase. Last year, we signed the Basic Education Laws Amendment Act, which was passed by this parliament. Now, this act is pivotal for ensuring that education is accessible and is inclusive for all South Africans. This year, the Minister of Basic Education will introduce national policy, the norms and the standards and regulations to empower all partners in the basic education field to support the implementation of the Act. Now, to ensure that the economy has the skills that it needs, we are increasing the production of artisans through TVET colleges. Now, this is part of the shift we are undertaking towards education and skills development that combines formal learning with job training. Now, drawing on the models that have proven to be so successful in other countries, we're calling on the private sector to offer young people experiential learning opportunities while they undertake their studies. We are implementing phase 1 of the comprehensive student funding model for higher education to address the needs of the missing middle. This will support approximately 10,000 students in the first year. We want a nation in which there is quality healthcare for all. This year, we will proceed with the preparatory work for the establishment of the nation.
It's like, you see, he just jumps from one topic to the next. Like, we're on education, now we're on healthcare, but like I was saying, like, there's more than 10,000 people graduating high school every year here. So 10,000 people getting free university or whatever is like not really doing it, but he says it's a start. They want to expand it, so we'll see. As for the healthcare, I just want them to implement it as fast as possible so I can take advantage of it. But it's good that it's moving forward, I guess, and that they're not letting the DA threaten or intimidate them away from, because the DA is a very business-friendly party and they don't want us to have national health insurance because, I don't know, screw them. I don't even want to try and imagine why they don't. They're racist, who knows? They're capitalists. They want privatization, I don't know. It's weird. Healthcare is a human right. To have it in businesses is nothing, no way to understand that, to me at least. I won't be able to agree with that logic.
National health insurance. Now, this includes developing the first phase of a single electronic health record system, the preparatory work to establish the ministerial advisory committees on the health technologies and healthcare benefits, and an accreditation framework for health service providers. The NHI will reduce inequalities in healthcare by ensuring that everyone gets fair medical treatment. Now, the NHI will save many lives.
Fair meaning it's not like only the people who have a lot of money get the good treatment, you know. So that would be cool. But also, I wanted to mention, when I was traveling, they had like an advert at the airport. The government was like renting out the ad space or whatever, and the ad was like, NHI is coming. So they really want to signal or message that they are serious about it.
Lives by providing a package of services that include, for example, even more especially, maternal and newborn care and services also for people living with HIV, those with TB, and those suffering from non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, cancer, and diabetes. Our most immediate priority is to strengthen the health system and improve the quality of care. A vital part of this is the modernization, the improvement, and the maintenance of existing health facilities and the construction of new hospitals and clinics. A number of hospitals are under construction or are undergoing revitalization. Now, these include the Limpopo Central Hospital, the Siloam District Hospital in Limpopo, the Tabeng Regional Hospital in the Free State, the Bambisana District Hospital, Zitulele District Hospital in the Eastern Cape, and the Bupelong Psychiatric Hospital in Northwest. Now, other projects are at various stages of design and development. Now, this includes the replacement of 3 existing new central hospitals, 5 new district hospitals, 5 community health centers, and a new psychiatric hospital. To improve patient experience, we are putting more emphasis on reducing waiting times, cleanliness, and staff attitudes in the public health facilities.
So I guess you could say, like, how people argue like the public option is a poison pill because it allows you to undermine the actual public option, because you'll have people who are less insurable go there, and then it will have more claims relative to the people compared to the private who are more selective unfairly, but maintain a higher return rate and less claims and stuff because of that. And so people argue that the public option's not a good way to do things in order to implement like a single payer or a national health care or universal healthcare system, because you essentially allow for that to happen. You allow for the public services, the public side of it, to struggle while the private does well, and then eventually you say, oh well, I guess the public one can't do its job, we go to privatize it too. So that's why it can be a poison pill that leads to the reversal and going back away from it. So in a sense, what we did here in South Africa, we did do the public option, and then that literally did start happening. So our public hospitals, our public services deteriorated because they weren't getting any money out of anyone, because all the people with money would pay for private healthcare, which funded private hospitals, private doctors, etc., etc. And so that stuff got updated and modernized, but the public services side of things just got worse and worse. Now, that's the problem, obviously, but it doesn't necessarily have to complete its trajectory towards the reversal, because you can then, in the midst of that process where the public side of things is starting to deteriorate and the private, if obviously the government can take a stronger stance like ours is and be like, no, we do want to do the full-on national health insurance, not just the public option. And, the public option isn't great here because it's like there's not that many hospitals. Hey! So now what they're basically saying is they're going to fund a lot more on building hospitals and improving the healthcare, fixing up the existing hospitals and stuff. So if you pour enough funding into the public side of the public option, so much that you get it up to standards where it's not deteriorated compared to the private, then you can complete a transition away from the private. Because we started here with fully private, then public option, so we're going in that direction, and it is at the point where it could go back. It's at the point where it's ready to fall apart if the government stops supporting it. But what our government is doing is they're instead doubling down on it, saying they're going to now build new hospitals and stuff and fix up the existing ones, and that's going to allow for us to more easily switch, because then the private hospitals become public, and so it's like everyone can go there, but they might not necessarily all flock to that one hospital because the other hospitals be good enough. And if you can't get to your private hospital you've always gone to, and you have to go to a public one, it's not the end of the day because it's not sucky. So the idea is to bring them up to standard, be, from the healthcare perspective as good as the private sector. If you can do that, you'll have an easier time switching off that private industry. So it's quite ambitious to do, especially when you're a non-radical party, really. Like, they might have some radical rhetoric and stuff, but essentially they're a social democrat, like centrist-y, even you could argue like center-right, but it just depends on like who's president maybe. But the national health insurance is definitely more of a sort of a center-left style policy, and maybe it's something that Ramaphosa wants as personal investment in it, in terms of like maybe his legacy, if he can be remembered. Like, how like in America people credit Obama with Medicare, and some people called it Obamacare or whatever. It's like, but he got a lot of credit and a lot of legacy out of what he did do, for, even though it again wasn't the full thing, but he kind of got it some of the way there. And it's not in the same way we're doing it, but if you took your American way of doing it and you just dropped the age of Medicare down lower and lower every year till it reached everyone, that would be how you would do it there, I guess. But yeah, for us anyway, we're doing it a different way, but also if we can get there, that would be cool, because yeah, we need to catch up to the rest of the world. And we could compare ourselves to the USA and be like, well, technically we're a bit better off than them when it comes to healthcare. But like I was saying, it's like our leftist movements, the EFF, the MK, those types of movements, the Communist Party of South Africa, still being relevant and popular and having members and getting time on TV and stuff. That's why we are able to do sort of progressive stuff like this and not just follow down the same pathway as America.
We are encouraged by the great progress the country has made towards ending HIV. By the end of March 2024, 96% of people living with HIV knew their status. 79% of these were on antiretroviral treatment, and 94% of these were on treatment with virally suppressed conditions. Now, to ensure that we reach the target of 95, 95, 95, which has been set by the World Health Organization, we will this year launch a massive campaign to look for an additional 1.1 million people who are not yet on treatment. We are concerned about the potential impact of the decision by the United States government to suspend some of its funding for HIV and TB programs in African countries for 90 days. Now, this funding that we get accounts for about 17% of our country's HIV spend. We have been able, over the years, to provide funding from our own resources, our own fiscus, for our HIV and TB programs. We are looking at various interventions to address the immediate needs and ensure the continuity of the essential services that we might lose if this funding does not come through.
So yeah, just to add some context there, it's so silly of like the USA, because let's say, like, I don't think it's going to go that way, right? But let's say, worst case scenario, we lost this funding for like the HIV protections, and then the HIV virus began to get out of control or whatever, because the point of trying to get it to 95, 95, 95 or whatever is that then it's a lot easier to control and stop it from becoming worse ongoingly. Like you don't have like as many outbreaks or whatever. Like, so let's say like it becomes a huge problem or whatever, yeah, and it goes up and a lot of people get it and stuff. It's like that shit's gonna spread around the world too, you know. Like there was like, I think Africa got hit worse the first round anyway, so like, but it still impacted the rest of the world. Like if we can keep it under control here, that's better for everyone else too. That's better for the USA too, so that you don't end up as part of beings on the same planet who like to have sex or whatever, and there's other ways of getting it too. Like they, you know, you don't want the shit like you know, getting loose or whatever. Like we've almost got into a point as a society where we've like been able to manage this HIV thing, and now to try and like snatch defeat from the jaws of victory in a way is ridiculous. But again, I don't think that'll happen. I think we'll make a plan.
Now, to tackle inequality, we do need to undo apartheid special planning, which has scarred our country, our cities, and forced many people to live far away from areas of work and opportunity. We have delivered millions of housing opportunities since 1994, providing safety as well as dignity to poor households. Yet the practice of building housing developments on the periphery of urban centers has in many ways perpetuated inequality and urban sprawl. Going forward, we're going to build more housing in our city centers and closer to places of work and business. Now we are redesigning our housing subsidies.
So yeah, that's like a good thing, I think. And the DA, which is the party where Cape Town is, they've been the ones voted in power of that province for who knows how long. But they kind of screwed up with that. Like they've been not doing that when they should be doing that. And they had someone in their party called Patricia DeLille, and she's like a progressive, right? So she joined them and she was like, yeah, let's do this social housing. And she identified like different properties like inside the city, like what Cyril's talking about, where they needed to build housing for people. And then basically the DA was like, no, screw that. Like they wanted to use that for like making more money or for business or whatever. They didn't want to do the social housing. And then Patricia DeLille basically quit the DA party because of that, because she was like, well, I'm not going to be a part of this if I can't actually do any good. And she was like the mayor or some shit. I don't know, mayor of Cape Town. Or, but anyway, she's also been like the tourism in cabinet as the tourist minister. But anyway, like, and that's the party that wants the universal basic income. But my point was just that, I don't know, it's cool that that's something that he's saying, and maybe she's been able to speak to him on that, because she is part of this government of national unity. But I think that is also like a pretty good thing, because like you need the low cost housing close to where people work. Like otherwise, just it's like traffic and urban sprawl, like you're saying, and also just creates like this gentrification hotbed in a way, where like there's no poor people living or no low income people living in an entire suburb. It's so much easier to like make it like hyper you know, like cater to the hyper wealthy, and not just be a suburb as your city, but as like an enclave for the rich, which isn't a good thing, I don't think.
And directing more funding towards the programs that enable people to buy or rent a home in an area of their choice. We will release more underutilized state properties for affordable housing development. And we are working with our provinces and metros, and I'm glad that a number of our premiers are here as well. We're working with them to reclaim buildings that have been hijacked in the city centers and repurpose them for public use. Now, we will provide 300,000 service stands to qualifying beneficiaries to enable housing development in well-planned, connected communities along key development corridors. We will clear the backlog of title deeds for subsidized housing, turning homes into household assets. And we will review land use, building, and other regulations to enable low-cost property development, including backyard housing. This represents a fundamental rethink of how the state delivers housing at scale while turning our cities into engines of growth and opportunity. In making our cities work for their residents, we will restore the remaining passenger rail corridors and stations to full service. More than 80% of passenger rail corridors have been returned to service. Now, PRASA has introduced over 200 modern, locally produced trains on it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's cool that they're fixing up the train system, because mass transit, again, is a great thing. And I wish we'd have more like high-speed rail and stuff, but regular rail is a good start. And the interesting thing, they're talking about these 200 modern, locally produced trains. It's interesting that they eventually ended up producing them locally, because way back we bought them from like France or something, and then they were all like the wrong size, so we couldn't even use them. They didn't fit on our rails, and I don't even know what happened with them. Like I think we did end up paying for some of them, but we couldn't use them. And they're like really expensive. So at least if they locally produced trains, the assumption is that they would actually fit on our rails.
Its network to provide a low-cost option for public transport. Over the next 5 years, we will restore PRASA's signaling system so that we can put all our new trains to work, and commuters can be assured that they can reach work safely, affordably, and on time. Now, we also want a nation in which everyone is safe. The police continue to work with other law enforcement agencies to dismantle organized syndicates and combat financial and violent crimes. Has partnered with the metropolitan municipalities to fight crime in the priority provinces. Where crime is particularly high. Now, we are intensifying Operation Shanela. Shanela has been successful in arresting suspects, recovering firearms, and seizing stolen vehicles. And we must continue to tackle the scourge of gun violence that has continued to plague our society for decades. I have asked the Minister and the National Commissioner of Police to prioritize reducing gun-related crime and violence. Now, this includes preventing the diversion of firearms into the illicit market and recovering illegal firearms in circulation. We know from international evidence and our own experience that this is the most effective way to reduce overall.
I think it's good to have less guns. I mean, I would say like when we got broken into and robbed, I mean, yeah, they could have shot us, so that would have been bad. Because like I got hit with an axe. That's not as bad as getting shot. So I'm glad that they didn't have guns.
Crime. The detective service, which is crucial to solving cases, will expand by 4,000 personnel through the internal recruitment processes. And we are working on adopting surveillance, analytics, and smart policing solutions for modern law enforcement. We have seen the value of technology in fighting crime, and a number of countries that have opted to utilizing technology have made great progress. And by utilizing artificial intelligence in its fraud risk detection and verification work, SARS has prevented the leakage of over 95 billion rand in impermissible refunds. It has recovered 20 billion in revenue and dismantled an illicit tobacco and gold scheme. We continue to work across society to end the violence that is perpetrated against women. We have promulgated the National Council on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide Act, establishing a national structure to oversee a coordinated response to this crisis. We will ensure that the Council is fully functional and properly resourced. We continue to strengthen support to victims of gender-based violence. There are now 65 Tutuzela centers across the country. Out of the 52 districts in our country, 44 have gender-based violence shelters. All police stations in the country now have victim-friendly services. And another 16 sexual offences courts will be established in the next financial year. Now, we want a nation that deals with corruption. Last year, we established the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption as a permanent entity of the NPA dedicated to investigating and prosecuting high-level corruption. We will ensure that the Directorate is fully resourced and have access to...
This part's ironic because there's currently a scandal he has about corruption, because apparently, I think it was like $4 million US in cash was like in his under his bed or something, and they haven't made it public knowledge where the money came from. So there's a bit of a scandal as to where the hell that money came from, and people are like, well, if he has a legitimate reason for having it, then he should just say what it is. Like the fact that you're not telling us is making it sus.
Information that it needs to prosecute state capture cases and hold those responsible to account.
And that's gonna be called the Pala Pala. If people talking about that, that's the thing I'm saying with the money.
We are establishing a world-class digital forensic lab to support the investigation of complex corruption and financial crime. We are making steady progress in implementation.
Hey, maybe they can take out some crypto scams.
Of the recommendations of the State Capture Commission, including signing into law several legislative reforms. The Special Investigating Unit and Asset Forfeiture Unit report that over 10 billion rand has been...
It's like, I think people were expecting like arrests and like way more like people going to jail type stuff with all the Zondo Commission, like State Capture Commission thing, and it sounds like it's just like people are getting fined, like monetarily punished or something.
Recovered in state capture related cases. Now this year, the Department of Justice and Constitutional Department will report on the review of the Anti-Corruption Architecture, National Anti-Corruption Advisory Council. This is expected to streamline legislation to eradicate duplication of mandates and foster greater cooperation between law enforcement agencies. And we will finalize the whistleblower protection framework and introduce the Whistleblower Protections Bill in Parliament during this financial year. And this year...
Oh, I'm all for increased whistleblower protections.
We will strengthen South Africa's system of dealing with terror financing and further legislative systems improvements. To secure our removal from the International Financial Action Task Force grey list, we have made significant progress in addressing the weaknesses that were identified in our law enforcement system, with 16 out of 22 action items fully addressed. We want a nation that is at peace with the world.
I don't know what this like grey zone
We want to continue
16 out of 22 thing is. I haven't looked into that, but I'm glad they've done 16 out of the 22 things we were supposed to do.
Through our international relations to advance the well-being of the people of South Africa as we seek to advance the well-being of humanity. Now, we will work to strengthen our trade relations around the world and to leverage our strong and diverse global alliances to make our economy more resilient. The key pillars of our foreign policy remain the promotion of human rights, peace and friendship, and the strengthening of fair trade and investment ties with other countries. Now, these are the principles that guide our presidency of the G20 this year. We have chosen the theme of solidarity, equality, and sustainable development to underscore the need for cooperation and partnership among the...
And Marco Rubio doesn't want to come because it's South Africa running it or something. It's snowflakes.
countries of the world. For the first time in its history, the G20 is being hosted on the African continent. And this is particularly important following the admission of the African Union as a member of the G20. It is a great opportunity for us to place the needs of our continent and the rest of the global south more firmly on the international development agenda. Our G20 presidency is a valuable opportunity for South Africa to advance efforts towards greater global economic growth and sustainable development. Africa remains at the center of our foreign policy. We continue to work to...
Oh man, I know like he's probably not going to be that based, but like to make the G20 like theme solidarity, it's like, couldn't you have made it like one of the keywords like diversity, equity, or inclusion, or just make it DI? Like, they're already not coming. Just piss them off even more.
Strengthen the African Union to support the achievement of peace, development, and economic integration on our continent. We know that our future prosperity is intricately linked and bound to the prosperity of the African continent. For South Africa to thrive, we must ensure that Africa does indeed thrive as well. And we must silence the guns on our continent. Now, since the advent of democracy, we've been instrumental in restoring stability in countries such as Cote d'Ivoire, Burundi, South Sudan, Lesotho. More recently, we've been part of the SADC peacekeeping mission in Mozambique that has brought relative calm and stability to the Cabo Delgado province. The presence of South African peacekeepers in the eastern DRC is testament to our continued commitment to peaceful resolution of one of the world's most intractable conflicts that has gone on for years and that has cost millions of lives and displaced many people. Now, we call on all parties to embrace the current diplomatic efforts to find a peaceful resolution, including...
As far as I know, we still have some soldiers there that are in danger, and the place is still under control of the non-UN peacekeeping side. And now it's just buffering. And the speech was long. Trying not to pause it too much.
Honoring the Luanda process. We will attend the joint summit between SADC and the East African Community scheduled to take place in Tanzania this weekend, where we will reiterate our call for a ceasefire and a resumption of talks to find a just and enduring solution, and we will make sure that our boys, our soldiers do come back home. We have always believed that...
Our boys? I don't know, I'm pretty sure we have women in our army too. Come on, man.
The freedom that we won and the international solidarity from which we benefited does impose a duty on us to support the struggles of those who continue to experience colonialism and oppression. South Africa continues to stand in solidarity with the people of Palestine, who have endured decades of illegal occupation and are now experiencing indescribable suffering. And South Africa has acted in accordance with its obligations under the Genocide Convention by instituting proceedings against Israel in the International Court of Justice. We are fully committed to the articles of the United Nations, including the principles that all members should settle their international disputes by peaceful means. We support the principle of...
Yeah, it's like, maybe, yeah, I guess I was saying, like, maybe Trump is worried about South Africa taking them to the ICJ, but he did say peaceful, like, Trump said it's going to be a peaceful offer, but I think if Trump were to flip that and say, no, we're going to do it by force, then, like, South Africa, to be consistent, would take them to the ICJ, right? And then we can get an arrest warrant for Donald Trump. But we'll see. But, like, it's kind of like the F around and find out thing. Like, I'm pretty sure South Africa would do that if US tried to take Gaza themselves. So, I don't know. That's like our one job in BRICS, is to be the moral voice, you know?
Respect of the territorial integrity and sovereignty of all states and peoples. We continue to participate in the different peace processes seeking to bring about a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. South African delegations have been instrumental in developing a framework for negotiations towards a just peace in Ukraine based on the UN Charter and international law. Our country continues to advance its agenda of cooperation and...
I don't know what we're doing in Ukraine, honestly, but, like, I hope that war ends too. The USA needs to stop messing around and just let things end. Russia might have certain like, what the hell? How's this floating? Oop, there we go. Russia might have certain objectives that the USA doesn't like that the Ukraine can't be a part of NATO type stuff, but, like, you lost, bros, and you're not gonna win. So stop fucking wasting Ukrainian lives. Just make a deal.
Multilateralism through its membership of the United Nations, the African Union, the Non-Aligned Movement, BRICS, and a number of other international bodies. As humanity confronts unprecedented challenges, we are determined that a reformed and representative United Nations must be at the center of global affairs. And we will continue to push for progress on the reform of the UN Security Council to be a more inclusive, more effective body that is able to ensure peace and security. And we will work to ensure that the needs of the people of the world are advanced. And the work that we do and what we stand for does need to be explained to many key players, especially to our trading partners and the many countries and leaders that we interact with on the global stage. And with a view of explaining the positions that we have taken, and in particular, the objectives that we wish to achieve during our presidency of the G20, I have decided to send a delegation of government and other leaders to various capitals on our continent across the world. This delegation will interact with various key players on a variety of matters that affect South Africa's interests. I will direct that they leave as soon as possible to interact with various...
I feel like that's what should happen anyway. Isn't that what ambassadors are for? It's like, yeah, now we're gonna do ambassadorship, or have embassies, or like diplomats. Like, they were supposed to be doing all of this stuff all along, weren't they? What do you mean now we're doing it?
Key players on our continent and in the world, so that our presidency of the G20 objectives can be well explained. All these things that we speak of are possible. As South Africans, we know the power of cooperation, of what is possible when people of different backgrounds, different races, cultures, languages, and ethnic groups and religions come together behind a shared objective. The formation of the Government of National Unity provides us with an opportunity to show once again that we can achieve what we can achieve by working together. And I call on all South Africans, united in our diversity, to come together in the national dialogue that we are going to have, to define a vision.
Like, that's very, very platitude-y. Like, oh, we came together, the governments, we can all just come together, just hold hands and sing songs and it'll all be fine. when there's actually like real issues, like, and they made mistakes with this formation of the government of national unity because, like I was saying, they could have made a deal with the MK party and the EFF. Then they would have had not only the majority of the amounts to be in government, like they would have still been able to form a coalition and the ANC would have still been in power and still got the presidency, you could say, but they would have done so partnering with the left or progressive parties, and then they would have actually had the mandate of the people because they would have had, you know, the ANC, they would have had over 50% of the votes within their coalition. And it would have included like the second biggest party, you know, that kind of thing. So it's very platitude to be all like, we just need to come together, because some of the stuff people disagree on, they disagree on it for good reason, and just everyone just holding hands and getting along doesn't solve the bigger tensions at play, like, you know, like the AfriForum run year nonsense. Like, we can't just come together about that stuff, you know.
For our country for the next 30 years. The national dialogue must be a place where everyone has a voice. It must be a place to find solutions that make a real difference in people's lives. The dialogue must reaffirm that each and every one of us has a role to play in building the nation that we want.
When he talks about the national dialogue like that, like, it makes it sound like we're doing the Taiwan Gov0 thing where you can actually like comment on the policies before they even, it's like, what national dialogue is this that he's talking about? Like, it's going to be like, if there's a thing, it'll be like, you know, a group of well-known like activists and thought leaders and business people and politicians and all this stuff. It's not really like, they're not really taking like every single person's opinion into account the way you could with that type of digital participation software that would. So it's like, when he talks like this, it's like, oh man, are you talking to Taiwan? Are you going to implement Gov0 in South Africa? But I don't think they are. But it would be really cool if they did.
We must therefore be builders and not people who seek to destroy the future of South Africans. While we may differ on many issues, we agree on one thing, that we need to build a better South Africa and improve the well-being of our people, and that we should do so not by sitting on the sidelines and shouting. We should be in the scrum, working to develop the lives of our people. And so, as we enter the new era in the world and in our own country, let us speak of empathy, of compassion that we have for one another.
Uh-oh, the sin of empathy. Oh no, he's condemning our nation. We're all going to be sinners.
Let us speak of the pride that we have of our country and all that we have achieved. Let us speak of the determination that won us freedom and drives us forward now to a better future. With this determination, we will work together to make this an era of growth, of progress and transformation. We will work together to build the nation that we want. And we will only be able to do it by working together and not by shouting together. And we will only be able to do it by ensuring.
This is just, again, placating reactionaries.
Ensuring that we as the leaders ensure that those who will come after us, our children and our great children, inherit a country that we have helped to build, not to destroy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the state of the nation. So now we can see what some of the...
I felt the president went...
some of the politicians or of the other, the various parties, or like that's COSATU's, the union, trade union. So it's not just political parties. But yeah, some of their responses to the State of the Nation.
On another list of more promises.
Felt like it was just a ton of dacha, bridges, dacha. There's gonna be a minister of weed. That's what they need. Like Fikile Mbalula, don't you think he's ready for high office? Boom, I'm out.
When you said, for example, we're not going to be pushed over by Trump, I like that. But I said to myself, I hope he's sincere about it. It remains to be seen.
I don't think we should be so thin-skinned to think that President Trump wanted to pull it out. These other countries are having a negative view of South Africa based on the lies and misinformation of AfriForum, which is tantamount to treason.
For the first time, when I listened to the president, it was more of being biased to rural provinces.
Spread the fire. This is SMWX coming to you all the way in Cape Town following the State of the Nation Address 2025. We're going to give you rolling commentary from different actors, politicians, trade unionists, and there's also a puppet in offer. I am joined by a member of parliament from Konto Wesizwe, Papa Penny Ayeye, and Ayeye fits in with SMWX. Thank you very much. I mean, any immediate thoughts that you have from having listened to President Ramaphosa for almost 90 minutes?
Yeah, I was expecting to hear him is to end poverty, bring jobs. But what you were saying, someone give him that speech. It's not from him. It's from GNU, Government Not United.
And what's your sense with that providing poverty? He did say that it's one of the key pillars of the medium-term, development plan. Are you not convinced that it came through very strongly in terms of measures to be applied?
I think it must count from 3 months from now, from today, 6 months. Those things I was saying, there's not going to be happen. Because that is a song of every year, the scratch of every year. When people are busy dying, too much crime, because there's no job. I thought he's gonna push more to say the whole factories in South Africa, they must go back to the ground as the villages. All this big town is for the market. We need like a China, the way they do it. You cannot see a factory in town. You're going to see a factory from the village. We're gonna reduce the stamping from people from the village coming to Joburg, crime, the street, you cannot work. We need that. But they failed from 30 years, from 94 until today. They're still saying you cannot see a factory in town. You're going to see a factory from the village. We're going to reduce the stamping from people from the village coming to Joburg, crime, the street, you cannot work. We need that. But they failed from 30 years, from 94 until today. They're still singing one song.
Yeah, I mean, so this is the MK spokesman, and he's basically saying we need to do things more like China, which in terms of industrializing and building industry and not having all of our commerce and stuff happening just in big cities, but having like jobs and stuff in places across the country.
Because they take the man themselves and reach themselves. It's what I know. I've been with them for 14 years. I know. It's a misleading speech because he was lying. He talked about Limpopo, from Limpopo. I know about the hospitals. They're dirty, no water. I know everything there. He was lying.
I mean, you're talking about water. He spent a lot of time talking about assisting local municipalities on water provision, promising that villagers and people in townships will no longer experience much water shortages. And are these not promises that you will be holding him accountable to?
The informer that they're telling him, they're misleading him. Because in terms of water, we have a very big scandal from Gianni, Nandon to Gianni. We spend a lot of billion, but people of Gianni not receive the water. And then water is a life, is a future to the people. This is not going to happen because this term is the end term. Now, he's going to leave what he promised, not done. We as MK, we promised that we're going to make everything free. We're going to bring the country back. We're going to bring the land back to the people. It's what we were here for.
But the president telling us that the country does not have enough money, is not able to invest as much. What is your sense of that? I mean, realistically, when you say things will be free, the ordinary person sitting asks, where will the money come from?
He must tell us where's our mineral from 94. We don't count from the apartheid from 94 because Africa is about minerals, gold, everything. We have a lot of money. The gold is from here. Everything minerals from here. Where is it? Where is it? Because all the Western countries, they are stealing from us. We are rich. It's because they're
Yeah, so like I guess one way you can compare it is like if you look at a country like Saudi Arabia or the countries there where they have tons of oil, then they use all that oil because it's owned by like the government. They use it to fund developing like all the stuff for their country, like infrastructure, like technology, science, like social programs. And so we have a whole lot of mineral resources and stuff in the country, but it's getting extracted to businesses, corporations, and oftentimes they are owned by people outside the country, but regardless, it's not being used like that money. If like, let's say if the government, if you had like a government owned mine, then all the minerals that the government was mining could be sold to pay for social programs, the way a country like Saudi Arabia or whatever might use oil to pay for stuff like that. So I mean, literally, like that is what like Saudi Arabia does. There's other countries like that have done the same thing. It's not really that out there. Obviously, it's privatization is like what capitalists like love and stuff. So talking about like nationalizing mines or something might be scary to them, but it's going to be super scary to like Trump and all those types of people, obviously, because they don't want countries to be able to lift themselves up and pay for those stuff. Like they want us to be like in a debt trap, having to get loans from like the IMF with strings attached and do austerity. If we're able to like nationalize and then fund our own social programs off of our natural resources, we could literally become like a first world country. So then that means no more cheap labor, no more, you know, all the rest of it. And that, like, imagine if we were more of an economic powerhouse. Suddenly it matters a lot more when we take people to the ICJ and that kind of stuff as well.
Working under white people. And what is your view? I mean, talking about that just lastly, over the weekend, beginning of the week, we had Minister Gwena Mantashe opening the mining investment in Daba for Africa and saying that, maybe Africa should actually hold back its minerals in some of these threats being made by the West, particularly the United States.
The talk is very nice sometimes. I can sing a song, people dance. But tomorrow the song is not a hit. I sing today, tomorrow is finished. Because that one day song is going to be not hit. Whatever was presenting there, they send him to talk. There's nothing he can do is work it. Fit in his family.
Okay, Papa Penny, let us release you, but thank you for your time.
I hear.
I'm joined by the parliamentary whip of Rise on Zanzibar, Makashile Ghana. A very good evening. The president has spoken. What are your immediate reactions?
So as Rise on Zanzibar, we do welcome the speech of the president. We see a lot of our proposals that were made to the president around the independent train operators, around the focus on water infrastructure being taken on board. Equally, the focus on local government, which will be key in terms of getting the economy of the country going. It's something that we've been championing and speaking about, and that it has been taken on board. It's a welcome development. We equally welcome the protection and the trying to incentivize whistleblowers. The introduction of the bill in Parliament is something that we support. But all these pronouncements have to be accompanied by the money. So this is a first step. We are going to look at the budget that's going to be tabled by Minister Godongwan on the 19th to see whether these pronouncements that the president has made tonight are empty promises or they will be realized.
And especially on that point, how will South Africans know that these are really concrete policies? I mean, if you look at, for example, the whistleblowers protection legislation that is mooted, as you are saying, the promises that it must happen within a year. Some of these things seem as if it takes too long. In your sense, I mean, you're an experienced parliamentarian. Is there something that can be changed for legislation to be fast-tracked in Parliament? Because some of the things it seems as if it takes too long to get them done.
So one of the things that we've been dealing with, at least in Parliament, both from programming but also in the strategy of Parliament, is how fast we can get critical legislation passed. Because even when you look at the issues around the financial task, the grey listing, it's in the pace that at which we are able to get critical legislation passed. So if the Ministry of Justice can table that bill in the next coming months, there will be commitment from Parliament to get it passed because it's a critical one, especially when we have to fight corruption. But like I said, all these pronouncements that have been made this evening needs to be followed by the money. So one of the things that we are going to look for immediately when the budget is tabled is whether indeed the funding model to the municipalities has been revisited, has been changed to ensure that municipalities that do not have a strong revenue base can become sustainable. So that's something that we're looking for.
I mean, municipalities, Salga, have been lobbying extensively for this, review not only of the white paper but of the funding model. We've been having this conversation for over 5 years. What is going to change this time around, and what will opposition parliamentarians like yourselves, who are also in the GNU, will be doing to ensure that these things are actually finally happening?
So for me, it's the pronouncement that have been made in a very significant State of the Nation address by the president. And I must say, one of the other things that impressed me today is that he stood firm on the sovereignty of this country. Because as a country, we must never allow ourselves to be bullied. It doesn't matter what our immediate needs are. We must always stand strong for the benefit of this country, for the future of this country. But insofar as the local government funding model is concerned, is to ensure that when the budget is tabled, it speaks to that immediately. You cannot say that we are going to look at it in the next budget, that the announcement was made too late. The Ministry of Finance or Treasury knew that this pronouncement was going to be made, and that's why I said the first thing that we are going to do when we get that budget book is to look at whether this particular proposal has been funded appropriately.
Thank you so much. I'm joined by the leader of one of the parties here in Parliament, U80, United Africans for Transformation, Mr. Wanda Mahlatsi. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. The president has spoken, 90 minutes, statement has been given. Maybe just a view first from your party as a leader.
No, thank you so much. The president can articulate himself very well, and he tried to balance between the left and the right, but the missing part is the how part. Because when we came here, now the Expropriation Act is now in law. We wanted actually to know how he's going to talk to the program of action and what are the targets. The second part was the issue of DRC. When he says the soldiers are coming back, it's not enough. We need to put our people into confidence that when are they coming back? How is the process? Our fallen heroes must come back. Our injured heroes must come back. Even the soldiers who are not injured, they must come back because it's clear that this mission was not well coordinated. One will understand that South Africa alongside Tanzania and Malawi has been one of the experienced one in terms of group contribution. Now, to say that it was not well funded, it is bad. So we're not going to accept that. The minister indicated clearly that South Africa didn't have enough ammunition. They don't have budget. That is actually exposing the vulnerability of the country. We wanted him to say, we will source the funding and there's no problem. The country is safe.
You're not convinced by the president trying to make a case really for that peace mission, saying that, millions of lives have been, lost in the DRC. The conflict has been going on for years and years, and that it was not about protecting mineral resources, it was not about protecting, interests of individuals, but really about the welfare of the people of the DRC. You are not really sold about that.
No, definitely. We are not sold. We are not sold because there's no transparency into this. Because every time you lose a soldier, just one soldier, we have a crisis. But if you lose 13, then you must know you have a disaster. So the explanation must suit the disaster. People must put into confidence what is the mission about? Why are we there? Why are we in that mission? We have other countries, I think it's up to 12, who are signed to SADC, but there's only 3 countries that are contributing the troops. Now the question is that, what does South Africans benefit from that mission? So we cannot benefit the imperialist, and now we are fighting the imperialist is the one that is offering the means of ammunition and weapons. And now we are talking about war. The UAT is clear. It's saying no to war. It's saying the president, go to the president of Rwanda and make peace. Because every time there's a bloodbath, it's equal to a profit of the imperialist. We're not that generation.
Maybe let's come back home just before we conclude. I mean, there are a lot of pressing issues in the domestic front. I mean, cost of living, we just saw the petrol price going up, particularly this week on Wednesday. Household incomes are eroding their value and so on. Do you think that this issue was addressed adequately?
No, it was not. You also talked about the 3% target in terms of economic growth. How? Tell us how part. How are you going to achieve that? You know what? I know on our level we talk policies and the GDP, but tonight someone is going to go to bed without food. Someone is going to sleep with an empty stomach. Our people are hungry. Our people are hungry. Our people are hungry. Now they're also involved in these drug things. Even the issue of drugs in our communities. They didn't even mention it. That thing is a pandemic. We need to talk about this now thing and fight it because it's among black people, moreover our youth. So there are issues that we have here. The issue of hunger, the issue of drugs, the issue of crime. The issue of crime is clear now. You see that they've destroyed our police system. The private security is better than our police system. Now they're destroying the army. So when we come to government, what are we going to manage? Because we don't even have the land.
Okay, Mana Wasatsi, leader of UAT, thank you so much for your time this evening.
Kanimambo.
How was the speech for you?
The speech was fantastic. I loved it. I felt like it was just a ton of dacha, bridges, There's going to be a minister of weed. That's what they need. Like Fakiri Malula. Don't you think he's ready for high office? Boom, I'm out.
Hemp and cannabis. But lastly, President made a lot of things. You've listened to a lot of this. Do you think that politicians are just like promising us too much?
Yeah, the politicians use us. I mean, that's really all that's going on here. The most fun fact I've learned this week is that the president's spokesperson is Vincent Magwenya, and he's cupcake and fat cook. Guys, I can't make this up.
Chester, thank you so much for your time.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. The Deputy President of the United Democratic Movement, Nawem Zikwankwa, very much good evening to you and welcome to SMWX. Some initial remarks after sitting 90 minutes listening to the President?
Well, the State of the Nation address was idea-rich, but also a bit on the ambitious side in terms of its plan of how it intends to reignite economic growth. Where's the 900 billion rand that you intend to spend on infrastructure going to come from? But the other challenge is you also say, even if you had the money, you're going to premise it on the very same SOEs that are failing and collapsing, that are a drain on the fiscus. I could not reconcile those two and how they're going to happen. But I think the other issue which is important for me was when he cited that government intends opening up new ports in different provinces around the country. There's hope that might be able to stimulate growth, especially growth within the African continent and possibly with the rest of the world. The fact that we're going to restructure, there's an intention to restructure the funding model for municipalities. I mean, I come from the Eastern Cape and so do you. You know, a lot of municipalities and rural communities have no revenue raising capacity at all. Yeah. It's something that we've been harping on for years without the government actually paying attention to it. It's an indication that there are other partners around the table from the GNU perspective. I'm sure we're able to force them to listen to that issue. Let me just stop you there so I come back to this issue of SOEs because exactly that on that infrastructure funding, almost over a third of it is meant to come from SOEs. There still seems SOEs are in limbo in terms of where they're located. He talked about a new unit for SOEs reforms. What do you think about that? New unit, new things. We're just piling on more structures on top of problems that have been festering for a long time. I mean, the SOEs have been facing governance issues for a long time, and those governance issues in some of the SOEs have not been addressed. In some SOEs, there's a glimmer of hope in terms of the interventions that have been put in place. I do not see these SOEs being able to help us to reignite growth in South Africa. It's not going to happen, not anytime soon, up until they're able to stand on their own 2 feet and they stop being a drain on the fiscus.
Some projects like Umzimfubu have been promised probably for the last 15 years and nothing has seemed to happen. The President actually spoken about this in some previous zonas. Again, it is being mentioned. Are you confident that that project, which is meant to be catalytic for the region of the Eastern Cape around Port St. John's, that it will effectively start?
There was still a researcher and a speechwriter for President Bandu Lumisa will be first wrote to former President Zuma about the project. It seems like the first time the project was brought to the attention of the government was when President Former Mbeki was still the president of the country, and nearly 20 years later it has not been completed. And most of the work was done by the former Transkei government in terms of the due diligence, whatever that had to be done. They just had to take over the project and start implementing some of those issues, updating whatever they need to update. So such projects, I think they are just mentioned here to provide a laundry list of things for government to pretend as if they're doing something significant about infrastructure development when that is not really happening on the ground.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Let's release you.
I'm much obliged to do that.
I'm going to be joined by not an unfamiliar face, Dr. Koremule for the Freedom Front Plus. Thank you so much for joining us. Of course, you are also part of the GNU. One could say this is also your speech, but let me allow you to act as the Freedom Front Plus.
Well,
These are the far-right weirdos, by the way.
I really am a bit disappointed in the sense that I hope tonight that the President would have a much stronger speech with an emphasis on the government of national unity as an idea, as a vision for all of us, to inspire the nation and to put that in the forefront. But that didn't happen. It was more, to a certain extent, the same recipe, the same kind of things that we've heard in the past, new funds being formed, new projects being announced, new white papers, but that is not what the average person on the ground experiences. Year after year, these promises are made, but they are not coming to fruition, and people remain in the difficult positions that they are. And when the President even still bragged about some of the nice things about the government of national unity, ironically, those were from ministers that are not from the ANC. So that's unfortunate.
I think you raised something about the funds, and I really noticed that, and I realized maybe that even some funds I'm not aware of their existence in the country. I'll be sitting down to really tally exactly how many funds he spoke about. I mean, he's also spoken about the fact that the state doesn't have money, which is why you need the blended financing from the private sector. A person sitting at home will even think, I mean, if you're looking at the missing middle in terms of higher education, when NSFAS is not even providing to its current demand, how do you begin with the missing middle? What's your reaction to that?
Absolutely right. Every year, this fund, that fund, and we're talking about billions and billions of rand. But something is wrong because those things do not come to the ground where the people are in dire need for that kind of assistance. And it was positive that the President indicated that he would like to get private sector involved. That we welcome that. But the President made sure that he keeps the ANC intact in terms of his support base. He made sure that everybody knew that he's supporting Bella. He's very proud of that. He's going ahead with national.
Yeah, of course the right-wingers are happy for the private sector to get involved.
Health insurance, even expropriation was to a certain extent mentioned in terms of land. So he's going on in terms of that. And then what concerns me is that we are talking about the government of national unity, but international relations seems to be the exclusive domain of the ANC. That is not the policy of the government of national unity. But the ANC has said from the beginning, this is ours, and we're not going to even discuss that. And that is really a problem.
No, that's freaking good. Because these not great people want to stop us from supporting Palestine. So it's a good thing the ANC held on to foreign policy.
Interestingly, right at the end, the president once again came back to the government of national unity and he said, it's wonderful when we can unite around a vision, which is true. And then he says, but we must have a national dialogue to determine a vision. So what vision do we have? So I understand and we support the whole notion in terms of the provisions of the government of national unity and the terms of reference, in terms of economic growth, in terms of job creation. But we cannot continue with the same recipe year after year and think we're going to have different results.
Let's actually delve into that a little bit. I mean, he mentioned when we were here on the 18th of July that the GNU parties would have gone to a stretch session, to develop this medium-term development plan. And he says this week it has actually now been adopted. But at the same time, the national dialogue must help us determine a 30-year plan. What is your posture to this national dialogue proposal?
No, absolutely. The fact is, I know that the medium-term framework and the project thing that they announced has been developed within the Khotla and in cabinet, etc., etc. But preferably that should only be done once we've got clarity in terms of the vision, in terms of the national dialogue and whatever the case may be. And that dialogue should have been happening a long time ago, immediately after the election and when the government of national unity was formed. But I think we are paying a price because of our system. The fact that we had to form a government of national unity within 14 days doesn't make sense, really. A government of national unity cannot mean that you bring a number of parties together and you accommodate people, but are we on the same page? That is the question, or are we not on the same page?
Are we on the same page or not? And that's a very, very big question. I mean, of course, you spoke about the Expropriation Act, but a very tense week for South Africa, clearly under the spotlight coming particularly from the United States of America. The president said something there. The Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, has even mentioned about G20 and possibly boycotting that. Ted Cruz made some remarks in that subcommittee on international affairs. I mean, what's your posture in some of these issues that are concentrated? Because I've been sort of getting a sense that it may well even divide some citizens of our country.
Yes, it does. And I think it's not necessarily about expropriation without compensation. That is now being mentioned. But I think we are on the radar of the United States, not now. We've been on that about 2 years ago. Some senators were starting to provide and to prepare legislation to have South Africa removed from the AGOA agreement. So it's not something new. It's been coming quite along. And I don't think there are a number of reasons. I think one of them is the fact that South Africa has positioned ourselves internationally so strongly within the BRICS group, which quite clearly has indicated its aim in terms of opposing the United States, moving away from the dollar, etc. So the United States sees that as a threat. South Africa shouldn't tie ourselves internationally to either BRICS or the United States and the West. We should put on the table South Africa first and get what we can do to the best of our nation and our people from everywhere, from the United States. Let's get investments.
That doesn't make any sense. How can you not be in BRICS or be friends with the United States? This guy doesn't understand how like foreign policy works and imperialism and stuff. Like yeah, you gotta have like friends, right? You can't just do things on your own. And the USA has been like an untrustworthy friend, so we had to make other friends. But I don't know, I don't think staying neutral helps you. Then you don't have any friends. And we're not exactly making enemies. BRICS isn't exactly making enemies. If Trump wants to see it as a threat and see them as enemies, that's because he's a loser and he's fragile. And he can't cope with the fact that the US isn't the most powerful or the only powerful country in the world anymore. So that's a bit of denial, but we don't all have to have the same copium he's having. We can admit that it's good to have friends, it's good to have allies, and it's good to be part of a group of countries that are working together and trying to help each other. Like, these are great things. This whole, South Africa first, like, they're just, you're just trying to, it's not working, dude, you're not pulling it off. You're not going to become our great fascist leader.
Let's trade with other countries, but it seems at the moment that we have painted ourselves a little bit in the corner. That's why the president now says he wants to send a very important delegation as soon as possible to try and go and explain. Yes, I welcome that. I think it's necessary.
And that statement that South Africa will not be bullied, do you stand by it?
I don't think we should be so thin-skinned to think that President Trump wanted to bully us. It's the United States.
The thickness of your skin has nothing to do with whether you know whether you're being bullied or not. It's got to do with how you handle the fact that you're being bullied. It's not like, oh, I had really thick skin, so when you were bullying me, it wasn't actually bullying because my skin is so thick. No, it's still bullying, you just didn't feel it. This guy's too old.
Whether they want to cooperate with the country, whether they want to investigate, we must understand that. But from looking from the United States' position, we cannot be friends with enemies of the United States and then say to the United States, you must come invest in South Africa. They don't have to do that if they don't want to.
No, but yeah, they don't have to, but also they freaking make everyone their enemy. So what are we supposed to do? It's not like we're going around looking, oh, are you an enemy of the USA? Let's be friends. No, we're just like, hey, everyone, let's be friends. And then the USA is like, well, you're an enemy and you're an enemy. And today you're not an enemy and tomorrow you will be. And what are we supposed to do? We the ones trying to be consistent and they flip-flop all over the place. So it's not like we're trying to find their enemies. And also it's like, what are we talking about? Like Russia and China? It's like, why is the USA considering those countries enemies? It doesn't make any sense. Can anyone explain it other than the fact that you are not allowed to be powerful like us? So they're not really enemies. It's more like they're competitors, but America calls them enemies to justify sabotaging the competition. You know?
So I don't think that it's necessarily bullying. We shouldn't be that skin should be that thin. But what we need to do is find our own voice as a country that stands for all the right things and have a record that we are going to take that forward. And for that, you need all the people on board. But at the moment, internally, the ANC cannot just push things through the way that it's happened because they were adopted in the previous parliament. But the political game has changed completely, and I would expect that we reopen those kind of things and see how we can go forward.
Dr. Mulder, always a pleasure.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Let's go to that beautiful province of Limpopo. Hopefully I said right. We always accused of not saying it right, Premier. Hope you're much for joining me. A very good evening to you. I'm sure you're tired. It's a long ride coming here, but some reflections from your side, particularly, as a Premier of a largely rural province. President had a lot to say about issues of water. We know some of the issues that are still there in your province. How do you respond?
I think maybe I must say that I've been comforted that for the first time when I listened to the president, it was more of being biased to rural provinces. And because even when he talks about economic growth, he has to be specific this time and talk about an inclusive economic growth that will be focusing on those rural women who have always been left out. He spoke about an inclusive economy that must touch the lives of young people, that must touch people with disability. So his emphasis on that, I found it comforting to say we have always been focusing on people within urban areas, focusing on men. We have never put a lot of resources and investment. When he talks about municipality funding, the formulas being revised, being looked at, we have been complaining. You're quite right. My province, it's more than 80% rural. And some of these municipalities, you expect them to collect revenue from where? So you would listen and you could see that today it was more of being factual. It was more of going back to the basics. And of course, when he talks about water, he really assisted me a lot. I'm sure you've noticed that he even went on to speak in Chitsonga because he knows the pain that the people of Guyana are going through.
And in that moment, you were telling the story of people really wanting this water. And how far are we with that project? Because the president has visited former water and sanitation minister Senzo Mchunu, also tried to push hard for that project to be completed. How far are we?
We are working hard with DWS and also the municipality, because you'll remember that provincial governments do not necessarily have water authority, but at the province, because people do not know those dynamics. When they don't have water, they think about the premier. So for me, that is why we established a water war room that is coordinated from the premier's office to try to bring together the Lepelle Water Board, which is also responsible. Because it's for a provincial level, when we target a municipality, like currently we're busy with Polokwane, so we'll have Polokwane municipality, we'll have Lepelle Water, and we'll have a Department of Water and Sanitation. So I can tell you there are many challenges that we need to deal with, even with that water in the Mopani, where Guyana is, because you'll find that the planning there's something that did not go right. I'm beginning to appreciate the challenges, because the source would be DWS, focusing on building the source of water, but the issue of reticulation being the responsibility of municipality. So you might find in certain areas, reticulation system is there, it has been completed, but it's not linked to any source. In other areas like Nandoni Dam, the source is there, but the reticulation system is not. So that is what I'm saying. When we come in as the Premier's office, we're then going to bring everybody together so that whatever projects Lepelle Water they're going to come up with, whatever projects that DWS or any municipality, they must be able to talk to each other. We have learned from what happened in the past, and of course the visit by the president and also the minister, including the current minister, Betswe Sparkling Water did visit, and she has also seen, and also the deputy president. So we are putting all our efforts to make sure that that problem is resolved, and it will be resolved. And we've already, by the way, started to activate certain projects where, because for me, I only refer to a project as 100% or 99% completion when water is running in the taps. If there's no water coming out of the taps.
And that's what really matters to ordinary people. But let me talk to you as, in your cap as a doctor, former, MEC for health in that province. President also spent a lot of time on health issues, health infrastructure, NHI. Seems as if we are still a long way out for the NHI. I mean, ministerial advisory committees to be appointed. Seems like they might need some time to do work. There's pushback on that. What promise can you give to people of Limpopo who might be looking forward to some of this, pooling of resources, particularly, as you know, in your province, you've also had the challenge of some people relying on Gauteng in some instances for tertiary health.
For me, the excitement here was when he pronounced about the Siloam Hospital. If I can sit down with you and give you the history that the former president, in 2011, did so turning and nothing happened for all these years. Now, finally, we have started constructing the hospital, and now today the president has emphasized the project was under threat in terms of the funding. Now that the president has pronounced it, we're comforted. It means that Treasury will put the funds to complete. If the project can be completed, the challenges were all those that I've already indicated. And also, if you go back when I was MEC for Health, we came up with a bold decision to establish a medical school, the first ever since 1994. We've never had any medical school. We started one at the University of Limpopo. By then, we had no academic hospital. We said we'll use the existing Mankweng Rural Hospital, and students will also go to Polokwane. For this 5 years, remember, we already have a group that has completed and have completed the internship, and we were admitting 60. Now we said we'll increase as time goes on, because we did not have a well-resourced central hospital. People are saying you can't start, you need to wait. And I said, if we wait for that central hospital, it might not come in our lifetime. But if we start, it will come. And it has come. We did so turning when I was an MEC for Health. Equally, the project was threatened to say it might not be completed in the time. Today, the president has again recommit that hospital will be done. Exactly what you have said. Once we complete our central hospital, those super specialists that we don't have in our province, when somebody requires a cardiac bypass, must be on N1 North, South to Gauteng, will be gone. Because already we've proven that we can run a medical school without a reliable. We can recruit specialists. When I started as a MEC for Health, there were less than 10 specialists, and majority being family medicine. Today, we're talking about more than almost 200. Now, imagine when this academic hospital comes, how many specialists can we bring? And also the fact that it will be a paperless hospital, a robotic hospital.
And that ties in with, I suppose, the president talked about the central health records, you are pioneering those things, and I suppose congratulations on that. It's not easy to start a school. I mean, we saw with Nelson Mandela University when they were trying to establish their medical school, it was very tough. Just quickly, Premier, before we leave, in your opening of provincial legislature address, you spoke about the fact that you've got too many tomatoes, not enough tomato sauce coming from the province. I mean, President touched on agriculture as another pathway to growth, to achieve this over 3% economic growth. What will your contribution be as a province?
I think it's exactly what the president has been focusing on, industrialization. That is the only way we can be able to realize more jobs. And the fact that we continue to export raw materials, it's a big challenge. Why don't we start processing them? Like you're saying, can't have timber in Mahobaslu and Annisberg, but you can't even manufacture a toothpick. So we have already started meeting with all this industry, following up on our investment conference where we saw almost 150 billion commitment. We've started following them up, and most of them, there are those who are focusing on beneficiation within the minerals and also the processing and industrialization of within the agriculture, supporting small-scale farmers to become commercial farmers, and those who are already producing, moving a step to say you don't only produce oranges or mangoes, let's also have juice. We are working with them. Remember, they will always come and tell you we are experts in extracting the minerals, but processing them is not our expertise. Now we are also working with other countries, assisted by national ministers, to get those industrialists who can be able to help us on beneficiation.
Premier, thank you so much.
Thank you.
SMWX, I mean, MK party really holding a clean.
I mean, like, I think one thing I would say basically so far is that, you know, if you are someone like from the USA, like compare what our politicians are saying to like what your politicians say, you know, and remind me why I would want to live in the USA. Because it's like, we had like one weirdo, but like, the problems we're having here are more practical than lack of will. Whereas in the USA, they've got all the capacity and no will, you know, politically, the people in power to do good for people. Whereas here, the will is there, but it's practically running into difficulties, and we'll see if they can overcome those, because that's ultimately what has been the throughput. Is like, everything he's saying sounds good, but we have to see it in action. We have to see the results to actually believe it. Because that's the hard part for us. It's easy to say the right thing, but it's hard to actually do it. Like resources, money, training, and all that for the, you know, those things are difficult. But people want to do the right thing. They want lift people out of poverty and all that. And it's like refreshing to not have to constantly listen to like Republicans whining about trans people and immigrants and all this nonsense, you know.
Debrief of the SONA 2025 immediately after the president was done here in the precinct of the of Parliament, and that was led by of course the caucus leader here in Parliament, but also the deputy president of the party, Doc, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us. What is your initial response? You've given also a press briefing to us here in the precinct.
Well, initially, the president, when he spoke about global affairs, when he said, for example, we're not going to be pushed over by Trump, I like that. But I said to myself, I hope he's sincere about it. It remains to be seen. Then he went on and spoke about the ideal state. This ideal state, one state, which is one state, being united in diversity. I apologize. The problem with that is simply this. That's an ideal notion, but we all know that racism is a salient factor in South Africa. You can't talk about being united in diversity when virtually no steps are being taken by the government of national unity to deal with racism that manifests itself in this country on an ongoing basis. And it is the black people of this country who are the victims of racism. So one shouldn't be talking about those notions when the reality on the ground is that it's the black people who are being exploited and discriminated against.
I mean, just quickly, you used to have a colloquial saying about the GNU, in MK party. Do you feel that, I mean, the colors of the GNU are changing, they're finding their feet, they have a coherent plan for the country, and these parties are actually really working together?
Well, they're working together because they have one thing in common. It's the blue lights. I suppose it's a good thing to be in the cabinet, which cabinet has been bloated. So much money is being paid on overtime for bodyguards and all those things. They enjoy it, but we're quite happy to be outside of the GNU and be the official opposition party, and that's what we are, as the MK party.
And in that role as the official opposition party, I mean, the president spoke about some of the things that are dear to MK, like beneficiation of minerals. Is the proof in the pudding? Are you happy with some of the pronouncements that he made that may touch on some of the perspectives? I mean, he also spoke about working closely with traditional leaders, another point that's very important to the, the perspective of MK. Do you have any wins in that statement?
That's very close to our heart, and I hope he's sincere in that regard. Talking briefly about traditional leaders, one of the problems we've had in the past, there are traditional leaders that are recognized, and many other traditional leaders are not recognized. So I think we have to move to a situation whereby traditional leaders, whether they're recognized or not, are respected. On the issue of beneficiation of mines, we as the MK party want our mines to benefit South Africans. We don't want to export raw material. We want to process our own raw materials here, our own gold, our own platinum, and make products in this country.
Dr. Thank you. I'm joined by ATM leader, Zungula. Very good evening to you. And of course, I'm sure you've got a lot of reflections to say on what the president said. He kept you almost 90 minutes seated and concentrated.
He did not say anything fundamental, though. Almost everything that he spoke about, except the DRC issue, the issue with the USA, has been saying the same thing since 2018. And he missed an opportunity on the issue with the USA. He can be firm while saying that we'll not be bullied, we're going to take care of our national interests, but he does not address the elephant in the room, which is the AfriForum, because these other countries are having a negative view of South Africa based on the lies and misinformation of AfriForum, which is tantamount to treason. So the fact that he's saying nothing about AfriForum, it means he's not addressing the root cause of the problem. So that's the one thing. The second thing is that when it comes to the DRC issue, we've been issuing condolences ever since we found out about the problem, but he should have been telling the nation why our soldiers in the DRC, and now that the DRC army has fled Goma, what is he going to do? What then is the mission of our soldiers there? And lastly, our children died due to food poisoning. last year. It did not feature, it did not move him to say, on the first honor after the deaths of our children, he's going to talk about that. It says nothing about the registration of foreign-owned sponsor shops. It says nothing about illegal immigration and the respective crimes that are a result of illegal immigration, so we're not moved.
Let me go back to the DRC quickly. I mean, he spoke about silencing the guns in Africa forever. He spoke about, trying to protect the welfare and the rights of the people of the DRC. I mean, you're clearly not convinced by those statements because he was refuting some of the statements that have been coming from some parties, saying that maybe the mineral interests and personal and self-interest that have been protected there. He seemed to have been quite punchy in defending himself there without really addressing those parties.
Indeed, the issue of the DRC, the world superpowers, the countries, they've got their interests. South African politicians, they've got their interests. Even Rwanda's got interests in terms of the minerals that are there. So that is why they'll never have appetite to correctly deal with the problem in the best interest of the people of the DRC. But the biggest question that needs to be asked in this particular case is that when this mission was announced, it was to say the government has deployed so many soldiers to support the DRC army. If the DRC army runs away, what then becomes a mission? Because they were not going there on a peacekeeping mission that is out of the blue. They were going to a peacekeeping mission that is attached to supporting the local army. When the local army runs away, Bayoti in Parliament.
Well, I'm sure you'll be bringing some of those during the debate of the SONA here in Parliament. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Deputy Leader of BOSA, Build One South Africa, and as a Webster. I'm sure you were smiling when the president was almost ending off there saying we must be builders on the light.
We were like, absolutely, President, we've been saying, let's build One South Africa. Absolutely, yes.
But what are some of your remarks? I mean, he touched on a lot of things. Speech started very heavily political and then became almost like a bullet point of promises, in my view. But anyway, let's hear from your view. You're not a politician, yes?
So first of all, the State of the Nation address must depict the State of the Nation. And my sense was that the President didn't really speak to the State of the Nation, the reality as we know it. The close to 70% unemployed youth that are sitting, professionals that are starting to lose their jobs, and that's a reality that we have in our country. So I did not feel that the President depicted the State of the Nation as it is. But secondly, and most important for me, more than the vision, which is important, the plan, which is important, the promises, there must be accountability. You hope that what you will get from the State of the Nation address is a sense of accountability. And instead what we got is the same promises that we've had previously without accounting for the previous. And so I'll make an example. The President spoke so much tonight about women and economic development. But the same President in the State of the Nation address committed to 40% of procurement being, in public procurement being for women-owned businesses. Yet we've only seen 1 to 5% of that happening. But now you come with a new program and a new promise. You haven't delivered or accounted for the previous. That's just one example. You hear about infrastructure and these promises of infrastructure. The infrastructure fund. You promised a smart city. Where's the smart city?
Tell me, you've been in Parliament now for a few months. I'm sure it's quite an experience for you to see how these things work and are done. To the point you are raising, I've got a sense that it might take us a little bit more, too long a time to pass legislation, get regulations done, like promises of within a year. And you think that these things are needed as in like yesterday. What's the bottleneck in Parliament?
So first of all, there is a reality that you're talking about. There isn't a sense of urgency. There isn't a sense of urgency. The bottleneck in Parliament really, and I think one is that you have 70% of Parliament forming the GNU. And so that is actually a real challenge that you have because you don't actually have the robustness that you would need to have, that you would have had previously from an opposition that will push for the bills. And that's where we come in. As centrist parties, we've actually decided that we're going to, as Build One South Africa, work with other centrist parties to form a caucus in Parliament so that we strengthen our voice and so that we have the robustness that is needed in Parliament. But the second is to say that sitting in those portfolio committees, there isn't always the delivery that you need to have. Part of what I found is that you have annual performance plans that don't actually speak to delivery, that speak to being tick boxes and not actual delivery on the implementation of policies that you need to see. That's a real bottleneck. Even other than legislation, that kind of implementation is a real bottleneck, and the work then becomes doing that oversight work and accountability work really strongly as opposition.
Just lastly, on something you were quite passionate about during the campaign, which is water. I mean, I saw you drilling some boreholes and things like that. The President spent a lot of time on water infrastructure, water management strategies, talking about the mooted national agency. And, do you think we're on the right path?
It was good to hear the President because we've been saying for a long time, as you articulate now, that there's a water crisis, and the Presidency would deny, everybody would deny. So it was good for the President to actually acknowledge and say the words, we have a water crisis. And so part of what I welcome are the plans to now start focusing on the projects that are already existing, the Lesotho water projects, etc. But more than anything, what I've been saying is that the Water Services Act actually authorizes the Department of Water and Sanitation to be able to have players that intervene in instances where municipalities are failing to deliver on water. And the President spoke about starting to distribute water licenses for that delivery. And so that is something that I actually welcome. But again, it becomes an issue of implementation. And we'll watch that closely. We're also on the Water Portfolio Committee as well as Trade and Industry. So we'll watch that on that committee to make sure that it's implemented.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Scott.
I'm joined by the leader of Build One South Africa, Musi Maimane. I'm sure 90 minutes is a long time on those seats at the City Hall, listening to the President patiently. What are some of your responses?
Firstly, I think the tone set up front was correct. We're living in difficult times. We're facing global headwinds. And more crucially, South Africa's economy has only been growing at 1% over the last 10 years. But what is sad is that the tone wasn't matched by commensurate action. What we desperately needed tonight was to stop making more promises. I felt the President went on another list of more promises. But when you reflect from year to year, last year, the President promised us a business development center where people could be efficient at processing. None of that has been delivered. Digitization on spectrum allocation, none of that has been delivered. When you look at South Africa's fiscal position, year on year, you realize that debt is the increasing aspect and the learning and culture function still is the highest expenditure, but we cannot meet those obligations. So the reality is that I felt tonight, the President needed to move from promises to a tangible plan that focuses on a few priorities and actual accountability on them.
Now he's back at over 3% GDP growth, and he's saying that, infrastructure will be a key catalyst of that. We've seen that movie before. I mean, in 2010, there was a very big infrastructure rollout program, that was implemented, but that necessarily didn't lead to GDP growth. What are your views? What could change this time around?
Well, infrastructure growth nebulously is just a nice catchphrase. We all agree we need to build infrastructure. If you really want to build infrastructure, what you should be announcing is twofold. One is I thought there should have been a focus on transport. If the President announced the fact that you are expanding rail infrastructure from Gauteng to the northwest to the Free State to Mpumalanga, if you created just that node alone, suddenly, even if you are an investor sitting in another part of the world, you suddenly are thinking, oh, okay, they're going to build rail to Free State. Are there assets there that I can invest in? That is directing infrastructure growth, rather than just nebulously saying these are these nice things. More crucially, when you look at municipal infrastructure or water infrastructure, as the President spoke about, the reality of it is that on municipal infrastructure collapses not only because it doesn't have money, it collapses because people are corrupt in municipalities. And there's no competence and skills. So you need to make sure that you upend your education program, you ensure that people are passing at 50% of your better graduates going into municipalities, and furthermore, the political leadership needs to improve so that it can make better decisions. But if you've got poor political leadership, weak infrastructure in terms of the capability of people coming in there, you'll never build infrastructure. So to me, I think tonight was almost pie in the sky without the idea of saying, here's the tangible plans year on year so that we can measure it accurately next year.
Let's talk about corruption. I mean, some forensic center to investigate being mooted, legislation on whistleblowers. He was praising the SIU and the Asset Forfeiture Unit, and of course, the work of the Investigative Directorate. Are you really convinced that this is enough of infrastructure for corruption, the fight against corruption, but also prosecutions against the Zondo Commission recommendations?
Again, when I look at the SIU's budget, I don't like to talk in high convoluted things. Let's look at real rents and cents. SIU is operating at 48% capacity at the moment against a backlog of cases that they are taking multiple years to prosecute. If you want a court date in the Gauteng North High Court, you are going to wait 4 years. So the reality is that by the time you appear before court, without an appeal, without anything, the case itself has been through so many different issues. So the reality of it is that if we're serious about it, if you want to tell me you're going to fight corruption, rather than announcing some fund for a big cabinet of the largest cabinet in the world, cut the cabinet in half, save yourself 600 million, then say, I'm taking that 600 million, I'm setting up specialized courts so that within 3 months, those who are implicated in Zondo Commission are facing prosecution and will end up in court. Then I'm listening to you. But flowery language doesn't help. I saw this. Brazil actually established many specialized courts, and ultimately it moved the pace at a much higher level. The reality of it is that even in the executive itself, there are many people who have got serious allegations against them. That the president, instead of saying, here's a deliberate, decisive action, it's just a redeployment from one place to another, which sets the tone right throughout the system. And when you listen to municipal managers,
Yeah, so that's also like I was saying with the whole Pala thing, but it's like there's questions about Ramaphosa's own corruption, and then it's like why are they spending so much money on politicians' salaries and stuff instead of on, he's saying they could spend the money on the prosecution of stuff that got discovered or uncovered in the Zondo Commission, which is for state capture. So, I mean, I would say like Build One South Africa are probably like not really on the left, but as a centrist party go, they're more on the ball and more honest. Whereas like the ANC will often say stuff that's on the left, but then compromise with business. Whereas like Build One South Africa was like, let's just do what we say, but they don't promise to be like so far left or whatever.
Where corruption is rife, you appreciate that we'll never get there. So I would have urged that actually it's not wishful thinking rather than actual deliberate action is what's needed.
Thank you so much. We'll be on the lookout for your debate of the SONA in the coming week.
I look forward to it myself. Thank you very much.
Yes, SONA 2025, and I'm now joined by the one and only President of COSATU. It's not really a great time for the workers. We hear about, job cuts here, this one's to shut down and so on. What's your reaction to the SONA?
Thank you very much for having us. Look, indeed, not a great year to start with the fatalities in the mining industry. We lost 5 mine workers in the past 2 days. Also, the job cuts, the retrenchments that are taking place. But with the State of the Nation address by the President, it spoke to some of the areas that we had expectations on. Just a few, it is on the social relief distress grant. We're happy that the President now is speaking about what we've always been calling for, the basic income grant for our people. We're hopeful that we are going to see that move into its implementation for real, and that basic income grant will really measure into the living standards of our people. But also, we are happy that the President made an emphasis on the TVET colleges in terms of artisan skills that are needed. Because if you're going to pronounce on a 943 billion on infrastructure spending, then you need to have the labor that is ready to be absorbed in those programs. Instead of spending 943 billion and then you say we need to have skills, but South Africans do not have them. So we hope that there's a link that we are making, and we hope that government will be making that link of the skills that our people must have, support to the TVET colleges, and also saying that to grow the economy, if you are going to have that spending, but you also need to have people that have the required skills. And we're also saying that on the 19th of February, we're hoping that we're not going to have a different tune from Treasury that negates the very same State of the Nation address. We are worried because the National Health Insurance wants you to start spending, filling up the vacant posts, employing the unemployed doctors in order for you just to fix the health crisis that you have before you can even start saying these are the phases of implementing the National Health Insurance. So we're hoping that what the President has said will have a linkage to what Minister of Finance will be saying on the 19th of February.
And at times we've seen that disjuncture between the Presidency and Treasury really digging its heels at times. But I want to come back to this issue of TVET colleges and artisanal skills that we need to have invested. I mean, you'll know in various sectors of your trade union where you operate that part of the problem is that actually some of the private companies the President was appealing to give experiential learning to those who are in TVET colleges. They actually have in-house skills development, and the people in the TVET sector have been saying there needs to be a rationalization of that process between in-house, particularly in the mining sector, for example, or in the automobile sector. How are you engaging the private sector to make sure that there's linkage between TVETs and the private sector, and not just a few who may be part of some artisanal in-house program?
Look, it is correct that there are those training programs in workplaces by these, whether it's mining or it's in the auto sector. But of course, because we're saying the TVET colleges must respond to what the economy requires. So you can't have a TVET that continues to produce artisans when the skills that they are getting does not match what is required by the economy. So we are hopeful that as trade unions ourselves, I think we have that responsibility of ensuring that those that are responsible for worker education in the Federation and also in the trade unions will be also dealing with this issue of ensuring that what happens in the TVET colleges has a relationship with what happens in the workplace. Because also at times, times, before you are employed, you need to have had certain skills. So it is something else when you are inside and you are then majoring on those skills. But that is why it is important that the TVET colleges understands what the economy requires and therefore produce artisans that will be able to fit into the sectors of our economy. And you're making a good point. We also have a responsibility as trade unions to continue to have those talks, not just TVET and workplace skills plan, but also in terms of sitters. Because a lot of money is in the sitters, but is what is given, training that is given by the sitters to workers relevant to what the economy requires? And these are the things that ourselves as trade unions who are sitting in the sitters, who are also sitting in the workplace skills plan in developing them, we have to answer those questions that you're asking. And we have a responsibility as a federation, as trade unions, to ensure that the shop stewards that are elected to sit in those positions are really responding to the needs that this economy requires.
I mean, another big elephant in the room with its mandate always being contested. When will the sitters mandate end? When will it end? How do we reconfigure? But let me just ask you, save your throat, but last question. Because surely has a perspective on the presidency of Donald Trump that literally has been in place for about a week and a half, but it feels like a decade. Of course, there are certain things that are happening. I'm sure there are some people in the health space that are being affected, that may be unionized by some of the freezes, but also there are just some very serious pronouncements that are being made, which might shape and reshape, global trade and have impact on certain industries here in the country. What's the COSATU perspective?
Look, we, as you would know, that COSATU has been going to Washington with business and government in negotiating for the AGOA renewal for the past 3 years or more. And we will continue to do that. We're hopeful that when the President announced that there will be teams that will be sending, that labor, not just COSATU, but organized labor, will form part of those teams that will be going to Africa and also in Europe to speak about investment that must come to South Africa. The lessons that we should be learning from Donald Trump is that we must never rely on other people in other countries to take care of our own people. The 8 billion is a lot, especially when it gets taken away from you with immediate effect. It then says that the things that we must put together as government and ourselves working together as labor, business and community is to ensure that we deal with issues of corruption, because that's a wasteful expenditure, that's where leakages are. That money that comes, the fiscus, what we're putting in is really budgeted such that it addresses these issues of HIV and AIDS, the community work programs and your EPWP and everything else that this 8 billion was talking about. We cannot rely on the health of our people and rely on another government. We cannot. And we're hopeful that this is a lesson that South Africa is learning in Africa. When President spoke about what we must do in relation to Africa Continental Free Trade Area, it's a starting point that is important. We can't always be happy about being part of BRICS, being part of EPA, being part of that, when it means nothing to us in terms of the real growth that we want to see, such that we're able to take our people out of poverty. So we can't, President Trump is a work in progress. We must agree that some of those issues, we must leave them to government. We have our counterparts in the US, the AFL-CIO, which is a federation, sister federation that we work with, that we do engage with on these issues, that becomes our lobby group when we want to speak to Republicans or Democrats in the US on certain bills. So we will continue to engage them with all the problems that they themselves have to deal with. We have our government of national unity. Let us make sure that it works for our people. Let us make sure that we're holding each and every member of cabinet accountable in this government of national unity. But we need to build more friends internationally. On trade issues, we think that we must always say that the geopolitics must not necessarily have a direct impact on trade relations. We must be able to have a separation of that. Our foreign policy is not going to be favorable to others. So as their foreign policy is not going to be favorable to others. But trade is a win-win. It is our money, the pension funds of workers in South Africa that gets invested in the world, so as the pension fund of workers in the US that gets invested in South Africa and in the African continent. We have to say what is in the interest of the both countries that have trade agreements. And let's let the politicians deal with the rest.
Let's let the politicians deal with the rest. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's it from me, Luke Onamguni, right here on SMWX. We are wrapping up and we have concluded hearing from all those political actors who are influential in South African politics. Please do engage in the debate in your comment sections, but we will also be following the big debate on SONA. I'm sure it's going to be one to watch out for, with some firecrackers and some people really giving it to the president when they respond to his State of the Nation address. For now, you stay well and stay tuned to SMWX. Aye, yeah.
There was one more interview I wanted to show, but I think it's on here.
Order, honorable members, order. Order, honorable members. I thank the Honorable, the President. Order, honorable members. After I have adjourned the joint sitting, members should rise and remain at their places until the procession has left.
Well, we've grown at 1% in the last while. If we want to be ambitious, let's go for 5%, and that's what I call for a 5% plan. And ultimately, on the function of a capable state, if you want a skills pipeline coming into the public service, you need to ensure that our young people aren't just passing at 30%, they can pass at 50%, but we build a prosperous nation where our young people can compete with anyone in the world. So tonight's speech felt a lot like last year's, except what I wanted to hear more of were timelines, deliberate actions, so that next year when we come back here, we can say, year on year, Mr. President, this is what you've done and not done.
All right, Musi Maimane, we're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much for giving us your quick take. There you have it, Build One South Africa's Musi Maimane, hoping for more ambition from the President. Of course, the reaction continues. Bulelani, what do you have?
Well, thank you so much, Ayanda. Of course, you can see or hear rather the songs that are behind me, the MK Party coming out jubilant. But when I get their reaction on the State of the Nation address by the President, joining me in this conversation now is Jamulo Ndlela, the MK Party's national spokesperson. The plan presented by the President today.
So I just wanted to show this because this guy, I actually met him when I went to Joburg because I was there for like a company function, and the MK Party was at the same venue. And yeah, I probably didn't make the best impression because it was after having much alcohols. but yeah, it was still cool to meet him, and he was stoked that like part of the MK party. I mean, a member, I guess. And I was like, yeah, just let me know if you need help. I'm a programmer. But yeah, it's cool to, because like I didn't recognize him. I was like, we're like just hanging out in the same place, and it's like just started talking randomly to the random strangers. And it's like, oh, what? You work for the MK? What? Oh my gosh! And then he's like, yeah, it's told me to Google his name, and it's like came up with all these YouTube videos, and it's like, oh yeah. And so yeah, that's cool.
Does it take us out of the socio-economic challenges facing the country? We can't even refer to it as a plan. This is just a reflection of a failed state, of the nothingness address. And that's exactly what it is here. You can tell that this man has got no ideas whatsoever. Ever since he's been president, our country, if you look at the population rate, the growth rate, we grow at 1.3%. Yet our GDP per capita is at 0.7. So that alone tells you that South Africans are getting poorer and poorer and poorer. And this is what we're faced with here. It's a disaster. He talks about local municipalities. All he's doing is he's privatizing water and electricity. He's setting up entities. And we mentioned this actually in Parliament. Because we could see that's another way of privatizing water, privatizing electricity, and then so-called introducing grants to fund these initiatives. Meanwhile, these are actually loans that are coming from IMF and World Bank. He talks about network industries and the recovery thereof. No, all those network industries, by the way, are burdened by the same loans that we've been getting from the IMF. If you look at the cost of electricity, I mean, you could get close to 80 kilowatts for 100 rand. Today, you get 25 kilowatts for 100 rand. You know why? Part of it's ESCOM, it's a network industry. It's funded by the same IMF. So this man has got no clue. The sooner this man steps down, the better for all South Africans.
A lot of emphasis is made and reliance is made that infrastructure development investments will actually assist in economic growth and then by extension lead to job creation. To buy into the sums that is put together.
We are sitting at 42% of joblessness in this country. 42%. Give me one project, infrastructure project, that has actually had proper traction in this country, that still can demonstrate jobs. None. 62% of our youth are unemployed. Yet he talks about a mobile platform, to youth that don't even have some of them cell phones, let alone data. What is the cost of data to even access that job in the first place? So it's just a whole lot of gumph that this man is talking about. On top of that, then he wants to talk about digitizing the identity, a technological program. You know what they're trying to do there? This is what they're going to try and do now. They're going to try and introduce electronic elections. And that's what they're moving towards. Once they digitize our identity, which is a program that we've been speaking of for the longest time, the next thing they're going to try and do is to now introduce electronic elections. So they can further rig, because they know that a party section based on their failures, is going to take over government. Come local elections, we're going to demonstrate exactly how we're going to show them in 2029 how it's done.
All right, thank you so much, Ntramulo Ndlela, the national spokesperson of the MK party. I'm going to cross to the other side.
Yeah, so he's warning that they could have electronic elections, which would be easier to rig. That's a danger, because if the ANC doesn't do like all these things that Cyril's saying, then another party's going to want to take over, you know? There was some noise I had to take care of. But yeah, basically what he's saying is like, so like there's nothing really radical being proposed, and so if things just keep going the way they have been, the next election, the MK party is definitely looking like they might win. So we need to be careful that they might try to do like electronic election, because that might be something they try to do to stop the MK from winning. Yeah, so that we'll have to see, because like it is kind of like I was saying, like they're basically just trying to do like privatization for the water and the electricity, and so there's certain cases where I can see it being good on the electricity side, but it's like I can't really see it so much on the water side as well. And it's like privatization isn't really the way forward. And so if it, like in terms of like mining, if we nationalize the mines, then that would really help us be able to fund everything we need to fund. So yeah, that's that. Was this video. But I'm also getting a bit tired. So maybe don't know if I'll watch the whole thing. But we can just have a quick look to get some kind of a response.
Habari Africa, mimi ni King, nina furaha kukutana na wewe. Asante kwa kutazama Kinzezo. Ladies and gentlemen, wow, man, I think we should support Donald Trump in what he's doing. I think Donald Trump is doing an excellent work dealing with South Africa.
Yeah, he's
dealing with South African black government. I think Donald Trump and Elon Musk are progressive, man. You know, AfriForum went to America to go and cry and act as if there's a genocide against African people here in South Africa, acted as if that their land is being taken here in South Africa, their land is being taken here in South Africa. And now America has said, no, listen, we're gonna help you. We're gonna help you because what you are doing as African people is beautiful there. We're gonna bring you to America with a refugee pass. We're gonna allow you guys to come and live here. And Africa said, no, man, that's not what we are asking for. We are asking for America to fight the black government. Why? So that the African people can have an African city only where it excludes the black people. The African people can have African schools where black children are not allowed to be in that school, where Africans can build an all Africans university where other races are kicked out in South Africa. What is so that America can sanction South Africans so South Africans can suffer, but the African community can live nicely without the rest of South Africa, which is something that is crazy because you see white people coming out and saying, but no, we are not moving to America. We are staying right here. Some are saying, no, we are going to go. We listen, we must fund. We must help buy the tickets for the people that want to go. We must assist them because it's going to be progressive. Imagine if a farmer goes. We are ready. Some of us, we know how to farm. We know how to do animal production. We know how to do all of it. Let them go. Let them go. Let them go, please. We want you to use that land to build schools. We want you to use that land to build modern smart cities that they've been keeping unused for so many years. So I support Donald Trump. Let these people get the refugee pass. Let them go to America. Let them go enjoy themselves there in America because what they want is to live a life that has no black people around them. And in America, they probably will experience that depending on which state you will be living in. You'll be seeing less and less African people. So let's talk about...
And the interesting thing is like, when Donald Trump was like, yeah, you guys can be... Oh, wait, I'm dropping frames again. Man, what's up with this internet? That's annoying. It's back. It's back. Still seeing a lot of drop frames. I feel like I didn't have this much trouble when I was streaming to Twitch, but that could just be the way my internet is today. Okay, well, I don't know. It's probably enough to get the audio through, right? Okay, well, yo. Come on, man. I just want to freaking finish off the stream. Can we have some decent bandwidth so I don't feel like I'm not going to be able to say what I'm saying? Okay, there we go. It's back. No, now it's dropping it down again. No, okay, it's back. Watching my KBS is here. Okay, I think it's back. Alright. Okay, let me just... What I was trying to say is that it's really funny. What the hell? As I start talking, it like goes to 0. Okay, is it back? Okay. What I'm trying to say is it's really funny because Donald Trump was like, okay, you guys are complaining that there's this whole white genocide nonsense. You guys are obviously, oh, it's so terrible. Oh, look at them trying to take away all your land. Blah. You can be refugees. You can, it's like, and then AfriForum's like, no, that's not what we wanted. No, we want to stay here. And it's like, But I thought you guys were being genocided. You want to, like, I thought they were doing this. You obviously don't feel that unsafe if you're being given a chance to go and you don't want to go. So I thought that was funny. Where it's like, because they're acting like they're indigenous to the land, but they're not, you know? I don't know. It's funny.
America, the refugee pass for AfriForum, and much more.
Welcome to King Said So, Africa's one land, one language, one currency, one army on King Said So. Africans can unite. Your Pan-Africanist podcast. Enjoy.
Peace in Pan-Africanism to all my African brothers and sisters from all around the world. Welcome back to King Said So. I'm your host, Kahi Sohlomwane Zinchiva Sono, and we're back at it again with another one. And this time around, we're talking about Donald Trump. Before we talk about Donald Trump, please, guys, we're having a gala dinner on the 2nd of May where you are invited to come and assist us do a fundraising event gala dinner for building the Pan-African School of Economics, Technology, and Agriculture. It's a school that we'll be building so that we can encourage our African the pilot. We will send you a certificate with your name on in honor of Mike Khatebe, the man who started this campaign. Thank you so much to everybody that is sending their 50 rand donations each and every day to the Pan-African School of Economics, Technology and Agriculture. I appreciate you. You guys are making this dream possible. Now let's get into AfriForum. Guys, AfriForum has got a YouTube page, a YouTube account, YouTube channel. Please, sometimes go and watch that channel. As a person who wants to do journalists, as a person who does media report, political reports, and analysts, I have to watch their channel and listen to the stupidity that those people are speaking. They are so convinced, ladies and gentlemen. If you watch their channel, they are so convinced that the black government is after their heads. You can swear that they've been threatened to. It's like you ask yourself, what is wrong with these African people? Since 1652, you guys have been harassing us till today. And the wise men said, the African people have to be grateful that the black people, indigenous people, the South African native people don't want revenge, but they want equality. We just want equality. We are not fighting anyone in our country, and we're supposed to, but we, our African people are. We are forgiving of everyone and any sins that happen to us, we are forgiving. You understand? But it's like these people don't understand. We don't want to fight them. The ANC government wants inclusion into the mining sector, inclusion into the farming sector, inclusion into the suburbs. Like there has to be mixed. They call us the rainbow nation, but really we are a joke. We are not a rainbow nation. We are divided more than ever. And AfriForum is showing us one more time that the African people, a minority of them, by the way, I must say that, the African people, the Dutch people, they constitute of about 8% of the population of South Africa. And I'm telling you, when I say less than 3% of those people are in farming, of that 8%, not all of them are rich, owning land, some of them are struggling like me and you. They are struggling like me and you, trust me. Not all of them. But the minority of the Afrikaans community has got a bigger voice. They've got the Solidarity Movement voice. They've got the AfriForum voice. They've got the Orania voice. They've got the Kleinfontein voice. They've got the, what do they call it? African Kartir movement. And quite a few of them, about 25 movements under the umbrella of Solidarity Movement. So it's very important to understand that even though they are making so much noise, it's not the majority of the African people that actually want to leave, South Africa. Now we find ourselves, we wake up today, President Donald Trump has signed an executive order to say, listen, we are going to give, as America, the African people, he specifically says the African people. You should have written Dutch, because African people means something different in South Africa. Are you including the colored people? Are you including some black people that speak Afrikaans? Because if you stay in Western Cape and Northern Cape, you understand what I'm saying. There's black people with Afrikaans names and Afrikaans surnames. I've got a friend by the name of Jerome Hoogstander. He's a black Tswana man with the name Jerome Hoogstander. I've got another friend, his name is Clifford Jackals. Pure Africans, Clifford Jackals, he's a black man. I've got colored friends that don't know other languages. They know English and Afrikaans, and they consider themselves as Afrikaners because they speak Afrikaans. That's their home language. That's the language that they learn in school and everything. So that mistake there of writing Afrikaner, it shows us the Elon Musk influence in it. It's very, they should have wrote Dutch. If they wrote Dutch, colored people know they are not Dutch. Black people with African surnames, they know they are not Dutch. So they should have written the historically Dutch people. Because apparently that's the people that are suffering. So this letter continues to say, listen, we are fighting you, South Africa, because of your stance in Israel and Palestine. That is the main reason why they are fighting us. They don't want to be challenged with global political issues. They don't want to be challenged. And that's how America is operating. When they say left, everybody must run left and nobody must question America. So South Africa taking Israel to the international court, it was an abomination for America because they were supporting Israel. That is the thing that is happening now. So, Minavele, I told you guys from the beginning, here in Africa, we've got so many problems. We've got a Goma problem there in the DRC. Just to divert from the topic alone, guys, the DRC is one of the few countries in the world that one country has got 3
Okay, so yeah, I think basically gonna leave it at that for now, because I've been going for basically 6.5 hours. It's pretty long, but at least I was able to finish doing the circle, so that was cool. But now I figured, now what I need to do basically, and it's going to require a little bit more sand than I just used. Because I need to put like a layer of glass around that layer of sand I just put there. And then I need another bunch of sand to put another ring on the inside of sand. And then what I can do is mine out the inner ring between the glass and that, or the middle ring between the glass and the inner ring of sand, and then take that sand and then reuse it to do an even inner ring, and then I can keep going in like that. So that's what I'm thinking right now, at least. So yeah, I'm gonna need a lot of sand, but well, making some progress. That was kind of the hardest part in a way, because you have to like get the shapes right for it to actually match up properly, and I messed up a couple of times. Oh, but yeah, it's easier to like play while talking or whatever if I don't have to think about what I'm doing as much, and so it should be easier to do that now that I don't have to think about doing the circle at least. But yeah, anyway, so that was that for today, and yeah, so I have like a bunch of other topics to cover as well, but I mostly talk about stuff in the USA, and I thought like I might as well cover some stuff in South Africa for once. I still feel like stuff in the USA is like consequential, and you know, there's like, you know, it's there's philosophically there's more work to do there or whatever. Like I was saying, like here it's more practical, and yeah. I guess one thing I've been thinking about is like it would be nice to talk about South African content more. But yeah, at this stage, you know, I have a lot going on in my life and stuff as well. So what I'm doing is just throughout the week, as I'm just, you know, living my life, if there's a video that I'm like, ooh, I really want to talk about that or comment on that, then I'll save it. And then on the weekends, I can go through and watch some of them and make some comments. But yeah, I'll also need to work on music for the game. I need to edit the video for my main channel, and I'm behind on the Do Not Worry clips, and I have my day job and all this stuff. So I don't know. Maybe I'm taking on too many things at once, but also if I just stick to streaming like once a weekend, then that's manageable. Because what else would I do, you know, in that time? Play games or something? I'm playing games now while I'm streaming, so I don't know. And yeah, like also like it's, you know, some of the stuff it's like it really doesn't matter that I'm commenting on it or not. But then every now and then there might be something I want to say that I think I would say that other people wouldn't say, that might be valuable. Even when it comes to like the content nuke with Ethan, and it was like lots of people were commenting on it, right? But I'm a South African, so currently live in a place that used to be in apartheid and then it ended, and I have a perspective from that. And yeah, so I was thinking maybe I should if I edit the first video for my main channel, maybe the second video for my main channel should be this idea. I had to like take all the responses to the content nuke and put them all together into one big mega debunk. I think like I have the appropriate level of like ADHD to do that, and I'm a small enough creator that it's it's not like spending time on that's going to mean I'm not doing something else, and then other people are going to be like, oh, but now you're not doing anything, because it's like not really anyone waiting for me to do anything anyway. From opportunity point of view, then the other thing is like if anyone else were to do it, they wouldn't include me because nobody knows who the hell I am. So one way for me to be in the actual debunk video is if I'm the one who makes it. But also I feel like I'm someone who really likes to include diverse voices. And so in that nuke, I'd include not just me, but other people, like, no comment check has been covering it. Would she be in like a nuke that some other random YouTuber made? I don't know, but it's like I would put her in. So I don't know. I feel like I could make it really cool and a way to include even small creators and stuff. And at the end of the day, it could be cathartic to watch, but then it's also a lot of work. So it would be a lot simpler if I didn't, if I had more time in the day. Let's put it that way. Like if I didn't have to sleep. Like I've always wished like I had a superpower where I didn't have to sleep. And then it's like, if there's stuff that I want to do, I can just keep going and just do it. And the next day rolls around and you just do that day, but then everyone else goes to bed and you can keep going. Because it wouldn't be a superpower if everyone could do it. It's like it has to be something like y'all need to keep sleeping, but I don't. Because then I can like catch up and do more. And if everyone was not sleeping, then you just have to work longer or whatever. Or if we could have it that everyone didn't have to sleep, but the amount of time you worked didn't increase, then then it's fine. But I guess it's in a sense alienation, because it's like if I didn't have to have a day job, I could do all the stuff I wanted to do all the time. And obviously that's something everyone wants to do. So yeah, I'll start by doing it in my free time, get better at it, and then slowly, building a voice, an audience, whatever, becoming known bit by bit, and then when I do stuff like release a game, there's more chance to get the word out about it, and all that kind of stuff as well. But I feel like I also can fill a particular niche that's not really filled from like a voice perspective on the internet, where like being like someone who's trans and not binary doesn't want to pass but still feels 100% feminine. And I can speak for people who don't want to or can't do medical transition. I feel like that's something I'm confident in myself about. And in terms of talking about like anarchism and socialism and egoism, I guess, Marxism, capitalism, all those ideas, I spent a lot of that point or time on life researching into that stuff, to a point where it feels like a lot of this knowledge was hard to get, and that if I went away or whatever, it would suck, because it's not that easy to find all this information. But anyway, now I can share it. But I realized for a while, and also when I was like previously making YouTube videos and stuff, that you can have a good idea and maybe it's even the right one or the best one or a good enough hey, but it inconsequential if it doesn't get attention. It's like you're the proverbial tree in the woods that no one hears, and you're making a noise, and it's like cool. So that's when I took the break from YouTube, because I need to shift from just sharing my thoughts to getting attention in a way where it's like something like a book or a game or music or these types of things can get you to get attention for who you are. But I'm still a way away from there, and in the meantime I'm just trying to help out. And what I've been doing as well is just I go into a lot of different streamers of people who are like on the left and chats and their chats, and then it backfires sometimes because you get like chatters who take offense to something I said, or maybe something I said was interesting and then want to engage with it, and then I end up saying something they don't agree with after that or something. But it's a bit of a minefield, but that's also what I do to try and spread knowledge. And yeah, anyway. There's I guess there's just something I like about recording my thoughts and ideas and stuff, and maybe it's like copium, where it's like, what if I don't actually achieve or do the things I want to do? So if I talk about them, at least that's better than them not existing at all, because in theory someone else could like the idea or whatever and do it. I don't, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm good at like deconstructing stuff and arguing stuff and getting my points across. And so that's also why I wanted to do that video where I like responded to Brittany on veganism and stuff. And it's like, ultimately, I think where I really will feel my cats are making a noise. Maybe they need food. But yeah, I feel like I'm really being able to share my voice properly when I learn how to animate and I make videos, and I can use animations that explain the ideas I'm talking about. And I feel like I'd be able to explain things better that way and get the point across. It would be easier, more accessible, and it could also be stuff that other people could build on, and it could, you know, it's like in programming you have like stuff, specific visual elements you use to create like logic flow diagrams and stuff, and it's like I want to create like philosophy diagrams in a way that like you use to communicate philosophical concepts. Or so I don't know, but yeah, so I need to not spend too much time just sharing my thoughts, and spend time on creating artifacts, or like creating like things of greater interest or value to people that can then unlock their own exploration into the ideas, whereas just saying the ideas without that, they don't hear it, or if they do, they don't care. But yeah, when I used to make YouTube videos, I also did get like people saying like that they liked what I say and they agreed with this point or that point, or even when people push back, it's cool because it's like challenges you to either realize that you know that you were right about it because their challenge doesn't actually work, like you've got an answer for it, or maybe a challenge makes you think and there's a gap or a hole in your understanding or framework, and you can either fix it, or if it can't be fixed, then you need to change your opinion and find a better model that doesn't have that gap. So those parts are cool as well. And so I do want to also do that. And yeah, so far I've done several streams, but I haven't had anyone come in to chat to me or anything like that. But that's ultimately, I think, what I would enjoy ongoingly. And if it didn't happen, I'd probably end up getting tired of this again, like I did last time. But yeah, for now, I'm gonna keep going and see. Yeah, it's just not a problem I know how to solve necessarily, because it's like I can talk to someone in person and then they can be interested in stuff. I have to say, I can find people interested in the same stuff, but I can't seem to get people to be interested in the stuff I make so much. That's what I'm trying to work on. And that's why I'm thinking if I can have like a really cool book or a really cool game, and then if someone likes the game or they like the book or the music or whatever, then it's not like to trick them or anything, but it's like they will then care about my opinion more because I've given them something of value, because they admire something I've done or my skills. And maybe they think, well, if you're so good at doing that, maybe you're good at other things too. So in a way, it's trying to build credibility for my ideas if I can also create other things like art or whatever. I really want to learn how to animate. That would be so cool, because it's not just those diagrams for philosophy. It's like I want to make my own like web animation TV show type thing. But yeah, it's like these too many things and not enough time type situation again. um, but if I live long enough, I might be able to get to all of it. And that's why I kind of get annoyed with people who have a problem with AI, because it's like you might be satisfied just focusing on one thing your whole life, but what if someone genuinely can't help themselves from having like 1,000 interests? And then are they just destined to feel crap that they couldn't get anything done in any of them? Or if there's an easy way to get stuff done, okay, 1,000 is an exaggeration, but anyway, you know what I'm saying. But yeah, that's basically it. I'm starting to ramble because I'm getting tired. It's like 2:30 in the morning now. But in terms of like a schedule, I was thinking maybe. So this was a bit longer than I necessarily need to go. And I don't want to end up tiring myself out. So if I start at like 7 p.m. and go for 5 hours, then I'm ending around midnight, which is pretty decent, I think. 4 to 5 hours should be fine. But pushing 7, because wait, I think I only started like 7:30 today, so I should try to be starting at 7. That would be better. And do that like every Sunday, maybe. Yeah, cool. Anyway, I'll figure it out. I don't need to figure it out right now. So yeah, if you were watching and if you made it this far, then that's awesome. And feel free to leave a comment or anything like that, or otherwise I will see y'all in the next one. Bye.